What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 7vh Chapter 166 Chin's attention, start the strategy from Noel. Have you heard? Recently, after a group of arrogant fools, after a trip, almost everyone was injured when they came back. It's so embarrassing, it's really a happy thing. Aren't those guys extremely powerful? Did such a thing happen? I don't know, but there were 6 people when I went, and 7 people when I came back. However, because I came back in the middle of the night, I couldn't see clearly. The relevant information were sent by Cavalry Captain Kaya. Mr. is in charge of following up. Is it Senior Kaya? That guy is very reliable. However, what caught my attention was the fools and newcomers brought here. Who exactly are they? Will there be another executive officer? It's impossible to think about it. It's impossible for a powerful executive to come to Mon 2 at a time. In any case, the diplomatic relations between our two countries are quite harmonious. Well, at this time, in the office of the headquarters of the West Wind Knights, Sister Yu, who was sitting on an office chair and correcting the documents, also frowned slightly because she heard voices coming from the window behind her. She has a pair of beautiful gray-purple eyes, and her long, curly blonde hair is combed into a ponytail, bound by a black Kochou knot at the back. 2 bundles of soft blonde hair hang down from both sides of the pretty face, wearing a tight-fitting aristocratic uniform whose main color is white, with high-end fabrics and golden patterns. A black and navy blue leather swallowtail cape is attached to the back and sides of the waist, sleeping all the way to the calf. The upper body is mainly covered with a Gothic collar-style shawl with a black outside and 13 green inside, and a belt with gold decorations hangs obliquely around the waist. And those white and slender catkins were now put into white sleeves and black leather gloves. Tall and tight with long legs, she was wearing a pair of white tight trousers and white boots, the same style as the top, embellished with golden patterns. From top to bottom, the noble aristocratic temperament is revealed at a glance. And more importantly, that delicate and beautiful pretty face, exposing a righteous, noble and serious appearance, makes people feel quite at ease and has a temperament, but at the same time, there is a strange desire to profane sense of sight. This tall and proud royal sister is Jean Gunhild, nicknamed Dandelion Knight, who is now the acting head of the Mond Zephyr Knights. At this time, because of the words of the 2 passing West Wind Knights outside the window, Chin couldn't help pursing her lips slightly, thinking. If I remember correctly, when the fools left last time, wasn't that executive lady leading the team? Her strength is very strong, but when we came back, there was one more person, and the others were all seriously injured. Chin stroked her smooth chin, she couldn't help but not pay attention to such things. It's not just the fact that the members of the fools were injured while traveling, but also the mysterious coming and hiding. Is it a guest from afar, or a new storm? However, if Kaya is following all of this, then there will be no problem. For Kaya's ability to handle affairs, Chin is quite at ease. Although the relationship between the current Mond and the Winter Kingdom is not harmonious, it is not directly opposed. Just spying on each other's information is actually for the stability of Mond, so there is nothing wrong with doing this. Mond Hotel at this time, in a room on the 3rd floor. Advertisement. Yin Shi, who was sitting on the armchair and reading the book, finally finished the last page of the Mond history in his hand. His reading comprehension ability is amazing, and he used to be a player, so the relevant corresponding knowledge, in fact, I have already had an impression. What he is doing now is just to confirm his conjecture, and to learn more about the history of the place where he will perform the task next, so that he will not be confused and start to act directly by catching shrimp. But at this time, in fact, Yin Shi was not the only one in the room. The silver-haired girl in a long skirt and armor in front of her is at this moment earnestly holding her cute little face, and is tirelessly cleaning the sanitation here wholeheartedly. She has short silver hair with neat short hair, and on her head, she wears a rather delicate hairpin with rose flower headdresses at both ends. A pair of emerald-colored jewel-like eyes, a delicate and beautiful face with almost no flaws. The delicate maid's long skirt is paired with heavy armor, shoulder armor, and wrist guards, which makes the girl look cute and heavy, but also quite petite. And a pair of calves covered in black socks, wearing a pair of armor boots on both sides of the ankle. There are decorations that look like red rose petals. The cute pocket knight looks like a maid, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. At this time, she seemed to have noticed Yin Shi's eyes, and the girl's cleaning action suddenly stopped, and then, she blinked curiously, looked at Yin Shi, and asked softly. What's wrong? Guest, yes, am I bothering you? No, you did a good job and didn't bother me, but I still feel a little unbelievable. Hearing this, Yin Shi smiled lightly and shook his head, then said softly. Unexpectedly, the rumors are really true. Originally, when I first arrived in Mond, I was not familiar with the place. The colleagues I just met were taught a lesson by me. I was a little doubtful about how to arrange and clean up some furniture, thanks to you. As long as you encounter difficulties and can't solve them, it's really useful to shout, Noel, to the sky. Yin Shi said with a smile. Woo. Because this is the easiest way for me to know where someone needs my help, and now, most of the time, few people will ask me for help like this, although I don't know why. This maid knight is Noel, put the picture. As for Noel's question now, Yin Shi probably knows why. When he was shouting, he also felt a little ashamed when he saw the shocked and teasing looks from the passers-by around him. Probably, it is because shouting up to the sky like this is really humiliating and embarrassing, so under normal circumstances, very few people would shout like this again. So, at that time, after Yin Shi really tried it, in the end, as he expected, Noelle, who came rushing over, really came to help him with housework. Although the methods were a bit nasty, he finally saw an important character in the game, and Noelle who had double invitation quests. At that moment, Yin Shi was quite excited. It's like seeing a real paperman appearing in front of you, Enron. Moreover, Noelle in reality is even more beautiful and cute than I imagined for a while. At this moment, Yin Shi felt that most of the regrets in the game in the previous life dissipated. Noelle, who has worked so hard to get to level 90, is actually so cute in reality. This is really great. However, Yin Shi still restrained himself, so as not to fully show the expression in his heart on his face at this moment. Advertisement that would really be the performance of an idiot, and it would definitely cause Noelle's panic and fear, and then the favorability would drop rapidly from the current stranger and friendliness to loathing and fear. That was not Yin Shi's original intention. Treating such a lovely maid knight who treats people sincerely and keeps secrets extremely, one has to nibble away step by step, slowly, just like tasting a layer cake, chewing slowly. Looking at the lovely Noelle, at this moment, Yin Shi asked gently, although I know that most of your help is for free, but because of the good character of the apprentice knight. However, I still want to ask, do you need any help from me? Noelle was just about to shake her head subconsciously, but the next moment, Yin Shi said gently, of course, don't rush to refuse, you are a good boy, Noelle. We Zedong people have always worshipped, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, the favor of a drop of water, the spring will repay you. If I can't respond to your help to me, it will be for the gods I believe in. In fact, it is also a very great encounter. Yin Shi talked eloquently at this moment, and flickered Noelle who was just about to shake his head to express his rejection. For example, just like Liyu's rock god, faith is a contract, and once you break the contract, you will be punished. To very painful and severe punishment. Or, to put it more closely, 280 is like Noelle. Yuanyi believes in the wind god, and the wind god's belief is freedom. If someone shackles your feet and prevents you from being free, then should you break your shackles with your own hands and let yourself be free again? The silver-haired girl blinked her eyes, then nodded lightly without thinking, yes, it should be like this. Then, she looked at Yin Shi in front of her nervously and suspiciously, but I probably know what you mean. Do you want to do something for me to repay the favor? That's right, although it's not a matter of concern to you, but my faith does not allow me to do such a thing. It's all lies. Yin Shi doesn't trust any member of Chen Qi's administration at all. Having played the game, he knows quite well who these so-called worldly 7 rulers are. One is drinking and fishing all day long, the other is shopping without money and only knows to say, really, and a 500-year-old homegirl is autistic every day. Although, if they are serious, they are indeed quite reliable. However, Yin Shi does not believe in God, and this point will not change from beginning to end. At this moment, Noelle couldn't help but hesitate a little. What difficulties and troubles does she have, and she needs Yin Shi, the solstice person, to help? No. For example, some matters of strength, swordsmanship, or the etiquette of a qualified knight. Although I am from Zedong, in fact, my ancestors were also nobles, so the standard etiquette of some noble knights, I know more or less. Immediately, Noelle's beautiful eyes lit up upon hearing the words. Seeing this, Yin Shi raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Plan to pass, Chapter 167 Changes in all parties, lovely Noelle. Inside the Monde Hotel. At this moment, the night is getting darker. In the most upscale room, after rubbing the center of her eyebrows with her hand, the lady threw aside the diamond-shaped crystal that had lost its aura. Invented by the doctor, this messenger crystal is only used for communication between executive officers. After using it once, it loses its proper effect, and it can continue to realize its effect after being recharged for a day. After all, this is just a product that has not yet been fully developed. Just now, Rosalind directly contacted the Fool's executive chief, Harlequin, in the solstice of what happened today through this communication crystal, and reported everything about Yin Shi. As for this, after learning from Rosalind that Yin Shi's strength is unfathomable, the clown also remained silent. He is well aware of the strength of Ms., but it is awe-inspiring to get the information that Yin Shi is invincible from her mouth. Then, the answer given was to let the lady continue to stabilize Yin Shi, and judge whether this person's heart can really be used by fools. If it is possible, then it doesn't matter if there is one more person for the executive officer of the fools. And if there is a leak, then, it can only be stabilized temporarily, and then, notify them to come. Let me continue to take care of open black lens bracket Vladimir close black lens bracket It's really your style. Rosalind tapped her catkin lightly on the table at this time, and muttered to herself calmly, but, indeed, it is indeed a matter of discussion that such a strong man suddenly appeared with a special purpose to join the crowd of fools. My lord, may I come in? At this moment, when Rosalind was thinking about how to make arrangements for Yin Shi, her door was suddenly knocked lightly at this moment, and the female voice outside the door was full of respect. Rosalind knew it well. That was her diplomatic attaché, Anastasia. Come in. The lady had no expression on her face, she returned to her usual arrogance and indifference, and spoke calmly at this moment. Seeing this masked woman dressed in purple costumes of fools enter her room respectfully, and then respectfully knelt down on one knee to show her respect, Rosalind frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, aren't you going Mond spread his influence and put pressure on that dandelion knight? Why did he still come to me? To tell you the truth, my lord, I have something important to report to you, my lord. Anastasia hastily spoke respectfully at this moment. Rosalind's soft fingertips tapped the table lightly at this moment, looked at Anastasia in front of her, and asked indifferently, "What?" "About your adjutant, that new guy," Anastasia said in a tone of jealousy and anger at the moment. How could that airborne guy become the executive's adjutant? So, knowing this morning after the incident, those colleagues who actually knew about it deliberately concealed Yin Shi's information and did not report it. Anastasia thought that it was just an ordinary related account, so she set her sights on that guy early in the morning. He has been working all over the world today. Staying with the reserve members of the West Wind Knights, just joined us fools, and he is still the adjutant of the adults, and he is so close to the West Wind Knights, talking and laughing. What does he want to do? Hearing this, the lady was silent. Reserve member, you mean the rock element god's eyeholder named Noelle, the maid who has been cleaning his room? Rosalind frowned slightly, and asked at this moment, is she a reserve member of the West Wind Knights? Advertisement, yes, I've done some research. In fact, many people quite approve of her. Her behavior and results are impeccable, but I don't know why she still can't pass the formal assessment to become a member of the official Knights of the West Wind Knights. However, what is certain is that, at least as far as I know, the high-level members of the Zephyr Knights have high expectations of her. Anastasia hurriedly said respectfully. Hearing this, Rosalind was a little taken aback. She was still annoyed that Yuan Shi was really a jerk, and it seemed that she was wrong to blame this guy. Preconceived impressions will always make wrong judgments. You don't have to worry about his matters so much in the future. Unlike you think, he is a purely capable faction, not relying on the backstage. Moreover, even if he relies on the backstage, he will not suddenly airborne to get such a high status. The lady said indifferently, do your job well, Anastasia. As for Vladimir, if there are no accidents, there may be an extra seat for the executive officer of the Fools. His strength is a bit stronger than mine, Rosalind said calmly. Look at you, be wary of this guy. For the sake of causing trouble in the future, let me tell you directly here first. At this moment, the diplomatic counselor, who was kneeling on the ground and heard the words, was completely dumbfounded. This new guy, actually, her complexion was a little cloudy and uncertain, and a little scared. Seeing this, Rosalind just shook her head lightly, and that was all she said. After waving her hand to let the woman leave, Rosalind continued to think about things alone. So, what happened today? Was it a coincidence? No, if it is really judged according to my thoughts, it is definitely not a coincidence. The solution to the frozen tree in the cave Metis, and the goal of joining the Fools was to directly designate the position of the executive officer. Obviously, he is not a member of the Seven Kingdoms, but he seems to know the information about Jawinter and Mond. When he came to Mond, he immediately contacted Mond, the grassroots unit of the power organ, and it is not an ordinary grassroots unit. If he rebels, he only joins for one day, and it is impossible for us to do such an exaggeration. HMPH. Yin Shi, what exactly do you want to do? At the same time, inside the city of Mond, the headquarters of the Zephyr Knights. Jean Gunhild's beautiful eyes widened at this moment, looking at the handsome blue-haired young man with wheat-colored skin in front of him, and seeing him helplessly shrugging and shaking his head, his complexion became a little strange. I don't know the appearance of the newcomer, but his name is Vladimir, and his codename is Devil. Chin couldn't help stretching out her hand vigilantly and rubbing her smooth chin. This name and codename are not ordinary people at first glance, and besides, are the Fools so careful about keeping things secret? The blue-haired young man standing in front of her at the moment is none other than Kaya, the current cavalry captain of the West Wind Knights. At this moment, this handsome young man with wheat-colored skin shook his head, and said solemnly at this moment, in a day, I can probably only figure out this information, but it is said that this new guy seems to be it is the one who shot and wounded those 5 fools. Chin's complexion couldn't help being a little weird. Of course, this is just a random nonsense of a few members of the Fools. I'm not sure if it's true, but I can't rule out this possibility, so I decided to report it to you. Kaya shrugged at the moment and said lazily, advertisement. Hearing this, Chin nodded slightly. It's not bad to know so many things. In the future, there will be opportunities. However, in any case, it seems that it is not a good guest, but a new storm. Dandelion Knight said in a complex manner with some emotion at this moment. The next day, morning. Because I had an appointment with a girl yesterday, Yin Shi was up early in the morning before dawn. After leaving a letter to the lady on the desktop, indicating that he will go out and use his own means to assist you in doing things, Yin Shi left directly first. Then, outside the city of Mond, Yin Shi in a cloak looked at the silver-haired maid knight who was full of fighting spirit and prepared dry food in front of him, and couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth a little amusedly. Noelle, you didn't want to stay here all night, here? Hey, that. Because I am very excited. After all, I have almost never received proper training. Hearing this, the silver-haired young knight couldn't help but stretch out her hand in embarrassment and poke the fingertips of each other's index fingers, and said a little shyly, I dressed myself up before the master came. Is there something wrong? Master? Good title, Yin Shi said with a smile. Then, have you had breakfast? If you haven't eaten, start eating first. People are like iron and rice is steel. If you don't eat enough, the effect of the next training will be greatly reduced money. Yin Shi said gently. Ah, master, I have eaten, and besides, I have prepared breakfast for you. Do you want to eat? No, I've eaten it too. Since that's the case, let's get started. Let's start with your swordsmanship practice first, but I want to see your physical fitness and actual combat level. After passing through the Windy Land, our goal is the Thousand Winds Temple in the east, where there are always new sight guards popping up. Just enough to be a suitable training material, Yin Shi said gently. Okay, master, I will work hard for it, Noel said confidently. I believe in you, stretched out his hand, wiped off the dew from Noel's hairpin and the stained leaves on his head, and when the other's face was instantly flushed, Yin Shi said gently. Next time, you don't have to wait for me in the open, it doesn't matter if you arrive late, Noel, don't wrong yourself. Oh, somewhat embarrassed to look at the eyes of this silver-haired brother who is not much older than himself, at this moment, a strange feeling keeps emerging in Noel's heart. Okay. Master. Chapter 168 Teach Noel, the inheritor of Breath of Rock. Regarding Noel, in the game, Yin Shi can be said to know a lot of personal information about Noel. After all, the full level of level 90, the degree of favorability of 10, and the score of ace for the Holy Relic are not drawn for nothing. And, Noel is the only 4-star character with 2 invitations. From her personal introduction and background story, you can roughly understand the character of this girl. First of all, although people are kind-hearted, they can still directly judge whether they're good or bad. Just like once after getting a new weapon and preparing to test the strength of the weapon, the members of the Stolen Treasure group were regarded as soft persimmons that could be needed. At that time, Noel immediately understood that these people were bad people, so he could completely sanction them. In reality, though, Noel is a firm believer in the idea of non-violence at heart. Although there is a certain ability to distinguish between good and bad people, if you deal with troublesome things alone, you will appear to be stupid and easy to fool. Once, a wine merchant from Zedong, in order to break the management of Chengxi Winery and let his commodity trade completely monopolize Mond, specially invited his wife and daughter to come here. In fact, he also almost severely damaged Mond's wine industry. At that time, Mond's Zephyr Knights and the local leader, Chengxi Winery, were actually at a loss as to what to do. It was because of Noel's kindness and carefulness that the businessman in Winterfell felt outrageously weird. In the end, he was afraid of the pressure of the intense concern of the reserve member of the West Wind Knights, and fled in defeat. And this, in fact, most people do not know. Later, Mond's Zephyr Knights found out that it was 150 years after this man from the Winter Solstice made a ghost, and it was already a month later. However, they didn't know why at that time. The businessman in Zedong was about to succeed, but he chose to retreat and not continue to execute. All in all, Noel is a very kind-hearted person, very easy to deceive and flicker, has a strong sense of responsibility, and is a typical character to please others. However, it may be precisely because of this simplicity and kindness that people who are meticulous and complicated and have a bad stomach will eventually have to give up their original plans because of vigilance and worry. To deal with such an innocent child, Yin Shi is very clear that he must not act too hastily, he has to take his time. First of all, you must completely gain her trust. Then, feelings will be cultivated bit by bit, and because of Noel's character, Yin Shi has a hunch that it shouldn't be too difficult to handle. Especially now, his identity is a master of swordsmanship and etiquette. However, this girl is really a bit big. At this moment, Yin Shi, who was sitting on the cliff, looked thoughtfully at Noel, who was drenched in sweat, while holding a giant sword dragging on the ground, but his speed did not slow down at all, his eyes fell thoughtfully. That huge sword, Yin Shi held it with one hand, raised it, waved it, and tried it. The sword is thick and huge, weighing more than 160 catties. However, under Noel's great strength, it seemed quite handy. No, it should be said that it actually dragged down Noel's strength explosion. Advertisement: that sword, if held by a man as burly as a bear, might be called a huge killer. However, if it is held by Noel, who possesses great strength, it is still somewhat insufficient. If it wasn't for Noel, who is the holder of the Eye of the Rock Elemental God, he has been using a reassuring weight to stabilize the sword body, so that the sword body of the giant sword will not collapse when swinging the sword. The girl's strange power makes people a little ashamed. Could it be a descendant of a noble bloodline? But I don't know it. However, there is no explanation in the background story. Yin Shi shook his head lightly, and then looked at Noel, who was engulfed in a rock elemental shield and holding a huge sword in his hand, continuously slashing at the Kochou people coming from all directions and flying all the enemies away, and the corners of his mouth slightly twitched. Like a general cleaning, all the Kochou people were cleaned very neatly. Seeing this, Yin Shi also jumped off the cliff directly. His physical skill level is right there. Even if the template has been replaced, he can still walk in the sky at will. As long as he is proficient in the 3-color domineering style and understand a certain principle, reverse deduction can complete the analysis. On the ground, under the command of Yin Shi, he has run for 10 kilometers with a 180 Jin giant sword, and just took away a Kochou camp. Brightly looking at Yin Shi, who is slowly stepping down the air at this moment. To be able to freely walk in the sky at such a high altitude without using the wings of the wind, the strength of Master is definitely quite strong. Therefore, if you accept his training, you will definitely be able to go one step further to realize your dreams. At this time, Yin Shi, who stepped down into the air, smiled and applauded, and said gently, I probably understand that although Noel's swordsmanship level is not bad, but in fact, such a pure force is enough to make the enemy dealt with. Very embarrassing. The maid knight was blushing at the moment. She turned her head a little shyly and embarrassedly, lowered her head and said shyly, No, it's not that exaggerated. I can only do this with my strength. Before, every time I was assessed by the knights, I was no match for Cavalry Captain Kaya. Yin Shi's eyes flickered slightly. Ordinary formal knight assessment, you need Cavalry Captain Kaya to come, right? In the end, he was still worried about Noel to make such a harsh decision, right? As for Kaya's swordsmanship, Yin Shi, BDFC, who has played this character, is quite clear about it. The double agent of Kanria, the proficiency of West Wind's swordsmanship, can even achieve the effect of leaving afterimages to deceive the vision. The last part of Ping A's body disappears in midair, and the strong attachment of ice elemental force. It can also be seen that he is very fond of ice. The degree of mastery is absolutely perfect. Let such a powerful high-level official knight go all out to deal with Noelle. It is conceivable that there must be a ghost in it. As far as Yin Shi knows, except for Qin, Eula, Abedo, Kelly, Amber, and Kaya in the West Wind Knights in Mondine, whose strength is higher than that of Noelle, everyone else is almost a fool. Your Excellency, Kaya's swordsmanship is indeed superb. With the West Wind swordsmanship of the one-handed sword, he can be said to be the strongest one in Mondri. With your swordsmanship like Noelle and you, he can deal with it. It sounds like it actually restrained you quite a bit. After all, this is like a master swordsman who has practiced swordsmanship for many years, and he can't be defeated by a child who is just learning to speak, right? Woo! The maid knight suddenly pouted in frustration. At this time, Yin Shi smiled slightly. However, it won't happen in the future. Since I promised to be your swordsmanship master, I will naturally teach you how to use the giant sword. But advertisement, it is different from Zedong's swordsmanship, and it is also different from your guerrilla team leader Snowflake Knight's neat, unrestrained and beautiful giant sword-style West Wind swordsmanship. The swordsmanship I will teach you next, you can use breathing of rocks to describe it. It's as immovable as a mountain, but as moving as thunder. With your very thick armor defense and rock elemental power, it just suits you very well. What Yin Shi intends to teach is the breath of rock. Although he didn't learn it, the Ghost Slayer swordsmanship is actually a variation from the beginning. Breath of rock, Yin Shi does not know, but, arguably, he will. The hardware condition of the body has met the requirements, and he has mastered other breathing and sword skills. It is not difficult for Yin Shi to teach Noelle the breath of rock. After all, in his hand, he had the open black lens bracket breath of rock swordsmanship guide close black lens bracket found from the body of the dead rock pillar, Himejima Kiyome. In fact, Breath of the Rock does not necessarily have to use throwing axes and meteor hammers as weapons, but compared with ordinary Nichiren blades, such weapons are actually more suitable for Himejima Kiyome, who is tall and muscular. Noelle, on the other hand, is even more exaggerated than him. She can push the 180-year-old ice sword freely with one hand. And if you have learned the Breath of Rock, know how to concentrate more to strengthen your physical fitness again, and then use the strength and thickness of Breath of Rock swordsmanship. Noelle, who is the holder of the Eye of the Rock Element God, after using Elemental Burst, at least, Yin Shi can be sure. She will definitely join the first echelon of Mon's combat power. Just like an ordinary person who has practiced martial arts for 10 years, and an ordinary person who has been mediocre for 10 years, if they match up, how big the gap will be. Rubbing the maid knight's head, under her embarrassed gaze, Yin Shi took the giant sword in her hand and said softly, "This sword technique is my original creation. It is different from the traditional sword technique of the Seven Kingdoms. You are currently the only successor. First of all, you must know how to breathe, mobilize the blood and muscles in your body, pay attention to the changes in my body's blood and chi. Swordsmanship guide, I'll give it to you first. I made some revisions yesterday, so I came late this morning. Now, let me teach you about the first style of rock breath swordsmanship." At this moment, Noelle's eyes sparkled, looking at Yin Shi, who was bare-chested and full of sinews. In the afterglow of the evening sun, she blushed and hurriedly agreed. "Okay, Master." Chapter 169, Kissing Noelle by the Bonfire at Night. Temple of Thousand Wines. The burning bonfire burst into a warm flame. Yin Shi and Noelle leaned on the bonfire and set up a tent at this moment for camping. Originally, Yin Shi was not prepared to stay in the wild. After all, he was unprepared. However, Noelle was quite prescient and prepared everything. However, in fact, many things were collected from the Kochou people's camp. The location of Yin Shi and Noelle was not long ago at Kochou people's camp outside the Temple of Thousand Winds. Even in the dead of night and the silence of the world, the two of them could still clearly hear the sound from the big robot walking inside the function temple, despite being so far apart. But don't worry, the target of tomorrow will come and attack them tonight. Master, am I stupid? Although you taught me the essence of that giant sword school of swordsmanship today, I still don't have any insight and experience. Am I stupid? Noelle, who had been staring blankly at the flickering flames, suddenly looked at Yin Shi with some embarrassment and worry at this moment, and asked softly. Later today, Yin Shi fulfilled his promise, and after understanding Noelle's physical fitness, he began to practice swordsmanship. Unlike ordinary people, it takes at least 2 years to roughly use the breathing method. Noelle's physical fitness is far beyond ordinary people, and she is also a holder of the Eye of the Rock Elemental God. Using it, it can be said that the adaptation is extremely fast. Although the moves and sword styles are still a little unskilled, it is already possible to use the Breath of Rock to adjust the physical fitness to the best state. And this hand is hundreds of times stronger than the talent of ordinary people. It has to be said that in this high martial dimension of the Tivat world, Noelle's talent really gave her great convenience. At this moment, Yin Shi shook his head, stretched out his hand naturally, and touched the girl's head at this moment. Although Noelle was still a little shy, she didn't have any resistance to Yin Shi as before. After all, this is her current master, although the teenager seems to be the same age as me, or a little younger than me. At this time, Yin Shi said softly, "How can you be stupid? As someone who has watched you practice and grow, I think you, Noelle, are absolutely a genius like no other in a million. Your Eye of the Rock Elemental God still has that very powerful power. The progress in mastering this sword technique is already very fast. Although it is still a little green, it is only because of lack of actual combat experience. Yin Shi said gently. And, in fact, the sword shape of this sword technique is also my modified version. The original combat technique is actually used for axes and meteor hammers. However, considering that you are using a large open and close the great sword, so I made some changes. Noelle nodded slightly with an, oh, no wonder, when she was practicing the sword form, she always felt that her moves were somewhat blocked. Although the effect can still be achieved, it is indeed quite difficult for ordinary people, that is, ordinary seniors of the West Wind Knights, to train on this. Is it an improvement only made on yourself? Amidst the swaying flames of the bonfire, a blush appeared on Noelle's lovely pretty face. She always felt that Yin Shi gave her too much in return. In this world, teaching such sword skills is not an easy task. Also, Yin Shi seems to be one of the fools of the Winter Kingdom. My heart is so kind. Noelle, in fact, regarding the breathing method taught to you, I suggest you keep it open all the time. Yin Shi said gently. As far as I know, maintaining the fully open breathing method will make your physical fitness is always at the peak level, and at the same time, you will continue to improve your physical fitness ability imperceptibly. Noelle said in amazement at this moment. Hey, then when you were sleeping, do you have to do this? But, when you were sleeping, how can you do it? Maintain that breathing frequency and method, Yin Shi said with a soft smile. It was very difficult at the beginning, but the so-called masters have always grown and honed from suffering step by step. Now you just learned it's true that the breathing method can't do this, and it's normal. However, in the future, as long as you get used to using this breathing method when breathing normally, to achieve the subconsciousness of the body, then you will be able to maintain it like this. It's natural. Advertisement, oh. A look of vague understanding appeared on Noelle's cute and pretty face, and then she asked nervously. Then master. I have learned so much, can I still look for you in the future? Certainly, Yin Shi chuckled and said, you are my first disciple. I worry about paying attention to the achievements of my disciples. This is what a master should do. If you have any doubts, you can come to me at any time, but maybe after that, you have to find a time when no one is around, or in the dead of night, so you won't be noticed. What is the reason for this? Noelle asked in astonishment and bewilderment. Because Noelle, after you go back, you will have learned swordsmanship, unless Chin makes a move, otherwise, you will definitely pass the actual combat assessment training, and the rest are actually the written examination assessment questions of the knights. Yin Shi stretched out his hand, gently touched Noelle's head and said gently. But, that's true, but why is it so troublesome to find a master? Noelle was a little bit reluctant and worried, although she didn't get along with Yin Shi for a long time, only 2 days. However, this is the first time for Noelle, the first time he feels taken care of. Yin Shi was silent for a while, under the swaying bonfire. He looked at the girl's delicate and pretty face. Suddenly, Yin Shi took a step forward, and under Noelle's somewhat nervous and shocked gaze, Yin Shi restrained himself again. After a wry smile, he shook his head. Sleep first, girl, don't think too much. As he said that, he turned around in a hurry, and walked away in a hurry. Noelle, who was left sitting on the trunk of the dead tree, blinked her beautiful eyes in a daze. Then, as if thinking of something, her pretty face blushed completely at this moment. Just now. Want to kiss me? But why, back? Noelle was a little embarrassed and nervous at the moment. Seeing Yin Shi's embarrassing and quickly leaving the back to go to the tent, she also pursed her lips, and her heart kept trembling. Then, she stretched out her hand to cover her cute red face. I don't know if it's because of the residual heat of the flames around the campfire, or because of my own body feeling warming up. Asking for flowers. At this moment, because of Yin Shi's abrupt movement made with emotion just now, he reacted to it and retreated shyly and embarrassingly. The girl's heart was completely confused, and her mind was completely muddled. At that time, she was completely blindfolded, and then, there was a surge of strange feelings. Then, seeing that Yin Shi didn't. All in all, at that moment, Noelle felt shy and angry like never before. In Mond, although she is kind-hearted and quite beautiful, more people actually regard her as a universal maid knight who is always on call. 0116055131134211081. For her who is still underage, it is still too far away. However, Noelle actually knows about emotions and lovers. Advertisement after all, she loves to run to Miss Lisa's library, to read books and watch love stories. Every girl has a virtual knight object in her heart. And Mondri, no one has ever been more dazzling than Yin Shi, who has only been in contact with Yin Shi for 2 days. 0. And just now, what Yin Shi did, it was obvious. Noelle nervously added wooden branches to the bonfire, her beautiful eyes sparkled, embarrassment, tension, and joy constantly emerged. Does the master like me? That's a kiss, right? But, how did you run away just now? Okay, so disappointed. The identity of the master is a problem. There are many fools in the Winter Kingdom, so the instructions to me just now are actually a worry about me becoming an official knight of the West Wind Knights. Master cares about me. So, that's why. Noelle thought absently, looked at the swaying bonfire, and pursed her lips. At this time, Yin Shi's voice came from the tent. Sleep first, Noelle, we have to get up early tomorrow morning. We are going to explore the Temple of Thousand Winds, and conduct an actual combat assessment on you. 1. Oh, good master. Noelle's tender body couldn't help being shocked, and quickly responded. Then, as if aware of something, she covered her blushing pretty face shyly. Woo. After knowing this, she can't control her anymore. Master. Really? At the same time, Yin Shi, who was lying on the bed, looked at the ceiling of the tent with an embarrassed expression. How could he have wanted to kiss Noelle at that moment? This is not a traditional European and American movie. In this way, how will Noelle treat herself in the future? Master, good night. At this time, a girl's weak voice came from outside the door. Yin Shi was taken aback for a moment, and then hastily responded the same good night. Then, Noelle, who was satisfied, slightly raised the corners of her mouth, and walked towards her tent a little shyly and joyfully. Chapter 170 Panicked Zephyr Knights, Noelle's First Battle. Mond, Knights of the Zephyr headquarters. At this moment, the night was already dark, and the interior of the Knights was actually in chaos. There is no other reason, because a girl who is trusted and expected to grow has been missing for a day. The Maid Knight recognized as omnipotent, the Maid Knight belonging to the Zephyr Knights, Noelle, she is missing. At this moment, in the office, the senior executives of the West Wind Knights who were stationed in Mond City and did not participate in the expedition gathered together. Even Lisa, who was not originally a member of the West Wind Knights, but was still invited, is here at the moment. It is conceivable that Chin, the current acting head of the West Wind Knights, is very worried about the disappearance of this girl. Or can't find her in town. Kaya, hearing the sound of pushing the door, at this moment, Chin, who was standing by the window, turned around immediately, and asked quickly after seeing that it was Kaya who came. Well, I have asked the businessman and people in the city, and they said that they haven't seen Noelle all day today. At this time, Kaya's expression became a little worried. There is no businessman's plan to travel recently, so this possibility has been ruled out. I have made the following two conjectures. The first point is that Noelle, 727, should have been deceived by someone to go outside the city, but she doesn't know where. The second point is that because she saw the damage of the accident caused by the recent dragon disaster, she has a great deal of trouble. Maybe in order to prove himself, he went to the ruins of Funlong alone. Well, hearing this, she couldn't help but sigh lightly and rub the center of her brows. At this moment, Chin seemed to have a headache and then sat on the armchair, groaning silently. Kaya and Lisa, who is her best friend and advises her, are also a little helpless at this time. Now we are the only ones in Mond. Eula is still investigating in the Snow Mountain. Amber. That's right, as an investigative knight, Amber has always been very keen in her intuition and tracking ability. As if thinking of something, at this moment, Chin's beauty couldn't help but brighten. When Kaya and Lisa saw this, they also knew that Chin had regained consciousness, and they couldn't help but draw the corners of their mouths slightly. Then, in the wild, you can try to ask Amber to investigate and track, and I think that with Noelle's strength, she should be able to protect herself. Although she is very simple and kind-hearted, she can still judge the opposite party. Wrong, righteous and evil, if there are really bad people who threaten her life, no matter how gentle she is, it should be possible to save her life. Kaya said calmly. In addition, I will also use my means to track it down. Also, it seems that I have nothing to do. Lisa smiled softly, closed the book, and said gently at this moment. How can it be, Ms. Lisa? The leader of the piano team is tired of traveling. Please continue to accompany her here. As for finding someone, leave it to me. In fact, except for businessmen and civilians, I have forgotten asked another group of people to conduct a survey. The two ladies looked at this handsome black-skinned young man with some curiosity at the moment. Kaya took out a mora from his pocket with a smile, flicked it lightly, watched it fly around in the sky, hold it by hand. I haven't asked the idiots of Zedong Kingdom yet. Just in time, I can also use this as an excuse to find out the real name of the new idiots. Saying goodbye to the two ladies, soon a series of plans began to go out. The fiery girl scouting knight Amber didn't resist. I haven't seen that lovely junior for a day, and everyone in the city is very worried about her, and Amber, who is Noelle's friend in private, is naturally also very worried about her friend. Advertisement therefore, they immediately left the city without stopping to look for clues. And Kaya, as he said, went to the Mond Hotel to start collecting intelligence in a diplomatic capacity. At the same time, I also entrusted the behind-the-scenes owner of the property, Angel's Gift, under the name of Chengxi Winery, and asked him to help. Although he was very critical of this, the noble lord with fiery red hair finally agreed to this guy. While Lisa and Shin stayed together, the intellectual and gentle witch began to quietly listen to the complaints and coquettishness of her best friend, smiled and became a gentle listener, and echoed a few times from time to time. Then, about half an hour passed. Kaya knocked on the door with a dark face, and came in after getting the answer. What's wrong, Kaya? Shin was suddenly a little uneasy, and couldn't help but frown slightly at this moment, looking at the extremely ugly Kaya in front of her, and asked quickly, what did you find out? The black-skinned young man looked very gloomy and solemn at the moment. It's fools. They didn't hide it, because some people seemed to be very dissatisfied with that new member. At that time, those 5 were seriously injured and are still lying in the church. It was indeed this new guy who received the treatment. Furthermore, it is said that he is a new member of the Fools, and as soon as he joins, he is the adjutant of the current Fools executive, Madam. Seemingly noticing a trace of blood that didn't belong to her under her glove, Kaya quietly wiped it off calmly, and said solemnly without changing her face. And yesterday, Noelle was called by Fools to help with housework, and the instigator was this guy. Today, he disappeared with Noelle. I have a lot of reason to doubt, maybe it was this guy who did it. Chin stood up furiously. Have they, Fools, stretched their hands into us now? Jin, calm down, if that's the case, being impatient now won't help the matter. Lisa patted Jin's shoulder lightly, and said gently at this moment, the most urgent thing is to find Noelle and confirm her situation. Even fools would not dare to directly violate diplomatic regulations and forcibly kill a country's military power. I understand. I ordered the Zephyr Knights to line up and start searching in the wild. Also, Lisa, can you help me look after Mon here? I, too, will go out of the city tonight. Kaya, who had been watching and hearing the words silently, was also a little moved at this time. When Lisa heard Chin speak like this, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly and then she sighed softly. You always like to find troublesome things for me to do, I have to work overtime again. On the other side, the day was just getting dark. Yin Shi and Noelle, who were sleeping in the wild, got up early and started 10 days of preparations. They don't know it at all, because of the disappearance of themselves, Noelle, at this moment, the city of Mond is full of storms. Last night, the Zephyr Knights searched to no avail. However, through clues, the location of Yin Shi and Noelle has been roughly determined. At this moment, the Scout Knight Amber and the Dandelion Knight Chin are coming one after the other. Noelle, are you ready? Advertisement, I am always ready, even now, I am still breathing, master. Noelle looked at Yin Shi with sparkling eyes and said softly. This look and tone made Yin Shi a little overwhelmed. After coughing lightly, he nodded slightly. Then, following the Divination Knight, he began to go to the depths of the ruins of the Thousand District Hall. Practicing true knowledge can also be used to see Noelle's talent and how well he has mastered it. The weakness of the sight guard lies in its core eye. Once it receives 2 concentrated attacks in a row, it will enter a paralyzed state. It is extremely resistant to pure physical attacks. Noelle, try to avoid head-on confrontation with the giant sword. This sword can't actually withstand your strength, you must know the skills. Then, when you are facing an attack, I will not shoot, but if your life is really in danger, I will help you solve the crisis immediately. Listening to Yin Shi's instructions behind him, at this moment, Noelle only felt a burst of warmth in his heart. After lightly chuckling, Noelle actually wanted to say to Yin Shi, Master, don't worry. Even when she didn't know swordsmanship before, she was alone, and after a hard fight, she defeated the 2 guards who tore down the ruins. However, Noelle has her own thoughts at this moment. She didn't want to tell her master that she was actually very strong. Then master, if I perform perfectly, will there be any reward? Hearing this, Yin 2.4 couldn't help being taken aback for a moment, and then stretched out his hand to stroke his smooth chin. Rewards, it's okay. I accepted you as a disciple, and I didn't give you a meeting gift. If you behave well this time, I will give you a chance to make a wish. I want a lot of Mora. It is still a precious and suitable weapon, as long as if you think about it, I will do my best to help you achieve it. Noelle smiled, and after a reply, he held the sword in both hands, dragged the sparks out on the ground, and rushed towards the ruins guard who was suddenly squatting down in the distance to aim at the moment. I don't want those. Master, I want other rewards. The weight of the rock, reassuring. The stretched crystal shield is attached to the delicate body at this moment. At the same time, Noelle is also seriously recalling the moves taught by Yuan Shi. Striking like a sealed ball, the breath of rock, the shape of 3, the skin of the rock body. Master, please watch me carefully. Muttering softly in his heart, Noelle, who was blushing, made a quick attack at this moment. Chapter 171 Reward, Noelle's first kiss. Among all the breathing methods, rock's breath is the only one that is the most difficult to practice, but once it is successfully practiced, it can be said to be the strongest breathing method under sun's breath. As the holder of the eye of the rock elemental god, moreover, he is also holding a huge épée almost 2 meters long, and he is also a person with extraordinary talent and natural power. There is no doubt that Noelle is the most suitable person in this world to use breath of the rock. At this moment, using the breath of rock, the shape of the 4, and the body of rock skin to cooperate with his own rock element shield, Noelle swung the giant sword. The shape of the sword is like an iron ball, and the powerful wrist strength is clearly displayed at this moment. At this moment, all the tracking shells fired by the guards of the ruins were intercepted by Noelle alone. Yin Shi's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the rock element combined with the rock's breath can really have a miraculous effect. This addition is not as simple as 1 + 1 at all. Countless sparks and explosions resounded in midair, but at this moment, Noelle jumped up lightly, looked at the sight guards who were walking slowly, and after a soft drink, he turned around in midair and gathered a large number of people. After the power of the rock element, it was attached to the body of the sword, and then, like a cannonball, the giant sword in his hand was thrown. Breath of the Rock, 5 types, Warren's Criminal Division. This is Yin Shi's modification of Noelle's Breath of the Rock move. The original Wallen Xingbu should be throwing meteor hammers and throwing axes continuously, pulled by chains in repeated cycles, to achieve the terrifying lethality of smashing the ground. However, this move that Professor Yin Shi gave Noelle was a full burst of strength, using 13 blows to defeat the opponent. Visible to the naked eye, the gigantic huge sword with golden light pierced the air and screamed, and above the tip of the sword, one could see the distorted air, which collapsed due to the high-speed movement of the electric sword. The next second, at a distance of 70 meters, arrived in an instant. The giant sword thrown by Noelle shattered the chaotic furnace heart of the huge and burly sight guard at this moment. It pierced through and shattered the broken core, pierced directly from the back of the sight guard, and then ruthlessly pierced through the ground here. At this moment, Noelle also ran over in a hurry, and after pulling out her giant sword from the ground, she ran excitedly towards Yin Shi who was standing behind her, smiling and paying attention to the battle. Master, how is it? With that protective sword skill, coupled with Noel's rock elemental power and powerful strength, it can indeed do a lot of things. Yin Shi gently expressed his praise to Noel at this moment. Now, Noel is confident that he can beat Kaya. Has he passed the duel assessment? Of course. I am very confident now. I feel that when I wield the giant sword, I feel that handy for the first time. Moreover, I can clearly perceive the breathing method taught to me by my master. My physical quality, the ability has really become a lot stronger. Noel said excitedly at this moment. That's good, however, don't take it lightly. Although you only spent less than a day to roughly understand the use of all moves and the refining of breathing techniques, but Kung Fu needs to be honed day by day. Come out, in your daily life from now on, Noel, you must always refine your sword skills and try to make your breathing method as close as possible to the breathing method I taught you. Okay, Master, I also have the feeling that I have been using that kind of breathing method, and my physical fitness seems to have really become much stronger. Yin Shi smiled, stretched out his hand, and rubbed the back of this lovely maid's head. But at this time, Noel, who was enjoying Master's head touching, thought of something, blinked her beautiful eyes, and asked coquettishly at this moment. Then Master, reward. Yin Shi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and asked, okay, what reward do you want? It was promised before that if Noel performed very well this time, he would give Noel a teacher apprenticeship gift, allowing her to realize any 10 wishes she wanted to achieve. And obviously, Noel's performance is also very good. In the battle with the sight guard, he only used 2 moves to completely defeat the sight guard without any injuries. Advertisement: this performance was excellent, so Yin Shi naturally would not forget his promise. At this moment, Noel was a little shy, her sweat glistened under the sun, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on the master in front of her. At this moment, the giant sword on his back dissipated into the air as photons, and then melted into the external magic organ, the Eye of the Rock Elemental God. The role of God's Eye is not just to allow the owner to activate the elemental calendar. It can also achieve a certain storage function. Just like Noel now, the giant sword she has been carrying is too bulky when walking, or it is quite inconvenient to perform certain actions, so it can be temporarily entered into the Eye of God and stored down. At this moment, looking at Yin Shi in front of him, Noel blinked her beautiful eyes. She was a little shy, but she was more looking forward to it, and then, she still chose to make up her mind at this moment, and said softly, Master, last night, what you didn't finish last night, can you finish it? Yin Shi froze suddenly, and then, blushing a little, looked at Noel, who was also blushing at this moment. After a while, he was silent for a while, and then said softly, Noel is a bad boy. Well, Noel lowered his head in embarrassment, a little embarrassed and lost. However, at this moment, the delicate chin of the maid knight was gently lifted by Yin Shi with her fingertips, and under Noel's dizzy and panicked gaze, the corners of Yin Shi's mouth slowly bent down. Next moment, what are you guys doing? Noel, who was dizzy and confused, suddenly woke up because of this female voice at this moment, a little panicked and a little shy. The source of the voice is the belated Zephyr Knights, the only scouting knight, Amber. Yin Shi, who hadn't fully enjoyed the taste just now, also retreated helplessly at this moment. This scouting knight came too fast, however, at this moment, Yin Shi is really satisfied. He didn't expect that the progress with Noel would be so fast. Although the time for this reward is not long, but to let Yin Shi know Noel's heart, it is already a very happy thing for Yin Shi. However, when exactly? Yin Shi wanted to ask, but Amber, who had already hurried over, was obviously not going to give him this chance. After grabbing Noel's fragrant shoulders, the scouting knight looked nervously at the shy and blushing Noel, feeling out of breath, then stared at Yin Shi in front of him with fierce eyes. It's quite cute. You're the new member of the fools they keep mentioning, right? Noel, what are you doing? Why are you staying with this guy? Amber looked at Noel nervously, worriedly, regretfully and angrily, and said hastily at this moment. Master Yin Shi. Yes, master. Advertisement. Feeling the remaining temperature at the corner of her lips, Noel blushed and said softly at this moment. And looking at her appearance, how could she not have thought of what this despicable guy Yin Shi has done? The loathing and hostile gaze projected towards Yin Shi couldn't help but a little bit heavier. Yin Shi didn't take it seriously. Amber was also one of the targets. However, meeting for the first time was so embarrassing. After thinking about it, Yin Shi's road will be much more difficult. Hi, I'm Yin Shi. Nice to meet you, Miss Amber. Amber frowned slightly, although he didn't want to greet Yin Shi, but, as a knight etiquette of the West Wind Knights, the opposite was a high-ranking official of the Fools of the Winter Kingdom, so no matter how disgusted and resisted he was, he still had to be polite and considerate. After taking a deep breath, at this moment, Amber said softly, I am Amber, the detective knight of the West Wind Knights. Now, considering your identity as 970 and Noel, a reserve member of our knights, has been missing for a day. Due to the situation, I need to bring you back to the headquarters of the knights. Senior Amber, this is my master. Amber looked at Noel, who was a little shy and nervous at the moment, with a strange expression, and then, after sighing lightly, looked at Yin Shi with unfriendly eyes. So, your choice? Let me go with you. Since your relationship with Noel has been known by your Westwind Knights, I should also take the responsibility accordingly. However, regarding another relationship with Noel, as her my best friend and best friend, I think, you shouldn't just let Noel's dream come true because of you, right? Amber's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and then, she clenched her silver teeth. You. Noel is very wary of keeping secrets, and my relationship with her was not aimed at the West Wind Knights. Moreover, at the beginning, I never thought that there would be love at first sight. Noelle blushed completely, and Amber looked at Yin Shi in shock. Wow, why is this person so thick-skinned? Let's go back to Monde. Noelle, wait for me, no matter what, I will always be behind you to help you realize your dreams. Noelle's beautiful eyes sparkled. And Amber, who felt goosebumps all over his body, looked at Noelle at this moment, and then at Yin Shi. His pretty face and cheeks were also flushed. I found it, but how do I deal with it? Why is this happening? Chapter 172. The first encounter with Chin and Amber, two people who are ashamed and annoyed. Amber, Noelle is here. Just after the three of them left the Thousand Winds Temple, they saw a Sister Yu who followed the clues in the distance. After seeing the three of Yin Shi, her eyes lit up, and after shouting in surprise, she put watching Yin Shi warily. With that outstanding appearance, unique costumes, and the figure of that mature big sister, Yin Shi could almost recognize at a glance that this is the leader Chin in the real world. She looks really good, serious, rigorous and mature, and her temperament is like a ripe peach. However, if you think about it, if you want to get close, it should be quite difficult. At this moment, Chin seemed to have noticed Yin Shi's admiring gaze, and Chin frowned a little impatiently. This look was really rude, and she felt frizzy all over, as if she had been seen through. Although she was a little irritable and furious in her heart, she, who knew Yin Shi's identity, for the sake of Monde and the stability of the Knights, could not tear herself apart with this guy yet. After all, this guy Yin Shi is the number 2 in the Fool's Layman mission after the executive officer. It's the first time I've met you. I would like to extend my sincere greetings to you. I am the acting head of the Zephyr Knights, Jean Gunhild. With an abstinent and serious look on her face, Chin motioned for Amber and Noelle to come behind her, looked at Yin Shi who was holding hands in front of her, and said in a deep voice. You are the fools of the Winter Kingdom, the executive's adjutant, Your Excellency Feladimir. I don't know why you brought our reserve knight Noelle here for 10 days. Behind Chin, Amber also stared at Yin Shi angrily, and then looked up and down at Noelle worriedly and nervously. When she arrived at that time, she saw a very eye-catching scene, and she didn't know if Noelle would be completely fascinated by this hateful guy, and then ate it all up. Thinking of the possibility of such a thing happening, Amber couldn't help but hate Yin Shi even more. At this time, Yin Shi who heard the words hadn't opened his mouth to explain, and Noelle behind Chin had already said anxiously, Captain Chin, Master has no malicious intentions. Yesterday, I practiced under him and learned swordsmanship. At this moment, both Chin and Amber looked at Noelle in shock. They knew very well that Noelle would not lie to deceive others, especially on such an occasion. They are quite clear about the innocence of girls, but why would Yin Shi, the foolish executive adjutant, be so kind and merciful to help Noelle learn swordsmanship? Is it the evil eye? Amber, who had seen this case before, suddenly tensed up at this moment, and then looked at Yin Shi more vigilantly. Don't be like this, I'm really innocent. Noelle, you're a very good seed. Yin Shi said gently. Her strength and talent are completely suitable for the swordsmanship I teach, so I will teach her after seeing Lai Xinshi. Moreover, at that time, Noelle was kind to me, and I didn't know what to do. How to repay her for helping me take care of the housework. After much deliberation, I can only be her master and help her realize her dream in return. Noelle's pretty face blushed slightly. At first, the two thought that it was such a pure master-student relationship. But now, he can no longer be called an ordinary apostle. Chin and Amber were still a little surprised, and then Chin turned around and looked at Noelle with some doubts and hesitation. She still chose to ask the girl what the truth was at such a juncture. Advertisement, and after receiving Noelle's affirmative answer, Chin couldn't help but let out a soft breath. Although I was still a little annoyed in my heart, at this moment, more depression came to my heart, so I wouldn't be more angry. Chin looked at Yin Shi, and said gently and respectfully at this moment, Thank you for teaching Noelle swordsmanship. The great sword school of West Wind swordsmanship of the West Wind Knights has been cut off for a long time, and there are very few users. You can put down your identity and teach Noelle personally. Al swordsmanship, I appreciate it. However, I hope there won't be a next time. This time Noelle left without saying goodbye and disappeared for a day, causing everyone in Monde and our West Wind Knights to be quite troubled. Chin said solemnly. Yin Shi couldn't help rubbing his smooth chin. It turned out that Noelle didn't choose to speak up and leave a reminder with the members of the Zephyr Knights. Did he train with a member of the Fools himself? Is it because I am worried about my identity, which will cause me to be grounded and unable to attend the appointment? Almost instantly, Yin Shi, who was very clear about Noelle's character, roughly understood why Noelle chose to do this. She is really easy to trust others. Although I have absolute self-protection ability and safety awareness, but if I trust others rashly, sometimes I may do bad things. Although this was Noelle's negligence, Yin Shi still decided to make amends for Noelle. I'm very sorry for the trouble we caused Monde and the Zephyr Knights yesterday. Yin Shi said respectfully. However, because Noelle and I are masters and apprentices, if we want to teach swordsmanship in the future, maybe I will still take her to the wild, but I will remind you well before that. Before Yin Shi finished speaking, she was interrupted by Amber in embarrassment. No, you can't. You can't stay with Noelle anymore. You are taking advantage of her kindness to play with her feelings. Senior Amber. Noelle's pretty face instantly flushed, and she yelled a little shyly and angrily. And Chin, who was still a little confused, suddenly realized something, looked at Yin Shi and Noelle with a changed expression, and then shifted her gaze to Amber's position. After getting a nod from the other party's wry smile, she also understood in an instant. What's up? With all due respect, Feladimir, May I call you Your Excellency Yin Shi? Please go ahead, Captain Qin, Yin Shi said gently. The eldest daughter of the Gunhild family frowned at this moment. This title is a bit. That's all. She regained her calm expression and said solemnly at this moment. Noelle is a reserve knight of our West Wind Knights, and we value her future very much, so please don't have other thoughts about her. This is a serious provocative act. Secondly, Noelle is still underage. I think it's too early to fall in love. As an adult, I think Lord Yin Shi, you should. Suddenly, at this moment, both Qin and Amber paused. Looking at Yin Shi, who smiled and said nothing, the two of them suddenly felt a little ridiculous. Yin, is he, like, actually, the same age as Noelle Amber? He's as tall as Noelle and Amber, a little shorter than me. Advertisement, but, because I was too mature, I forgot, this thing. Qin coughed slightly in embarrassment. In short, no matter what, please restrain yourself. As Captain Qin, the guardian of Noelle, however, this time, Yin Shi is not going to continue to be a good man, he said calmly. Noelle and I fell in love at first sight, and we hit it off. As the eldest daughter of the Gunhild family and a nobleman, you can do whatever you want with the freedom of marriage and freedom of love for the people of Mond under the responsibility of acting head of the Knights of the West Wind. Interfering? Noelle's pretty face blushed slightly. She actually wanted to say the same. But that would be rude. She likes Master very much, so she can't understand why she can't combine with him just because the other party is a member of the Fools. Isn't marriage free? At this time, Qin's expression suddenly froze, and she quickly waved her hands. That's not what I meant. No, I listened to what you and Amber said. You just want to forcibly separate Noelle and me, just because of your unsubstantiated slander and wishful thinking, Yin Shi said indifferently. I like it very much, Noelle, so, with her, we will not end because of your meddling. However, it really disappoints me. I didn't expect that Mond, who claims to be free, is Zhao Haohao, still talking about the ancient noble request. Yin Shi shook his head. At this moment, he passed Qin with a livid face, and came to Noelle's side. Under Amber's glaring gaze, he held the Maid Knight's catkin. Let's go back to Mond. Noelle, no matter what, I will stand behind you. The relationship between love and marriage does not have to be separated just because we are Zedong people or Mond people, two different countries. Just now, didn't mean that. At this moment, Qin whispered angrily. Then, she pursed her lips aggrievedly, quietly clenched her fists, and looked at the back of Yin Shi and Noelle leaving holding hands. Silver teeth, immediately clenched down, Principal Qin. Amber asked weakly. Go, follow, back to Mond. After taking a deep breath, Qin said solemnly and irritably. Chapter 173 Lady's Eyeliner. Eat up the hidden mirror lady and the warlock Lei Ying? Mond, Knight's headquarters. Qin, who came back, stretched for the first time, then came to her desk, sat lazily on the armchair, and stretched her body to her heart's content. I hardly slept all day yesterday. During the day, he was busy with business affairs, and at night, because he was worried about the safety of Noelle, who was taken away by the lieutenants of the executive officers of the Fools, he continued to cooperate with Amber in the field alone in the search. Now just came back from the wild. Fortunately, Noelle has brought it back. However, Qin, who has accumulated more than a day without rest, feels really quite tired. Are you okay? Why don't you sleep for a while? Looking at her girlfriend with some distress, Lisa shook her head lightly, then came to her side, stretched out her hand and gently kneaded Qin's temple, until the other party shook her head full of kindness and gratitude to express that she was fine. After that, let go. This little tiredness will not knock me down. Now there's a disaster of wind and dragon outside, and fools are making trouble inside. I can't just let it go. After Qin said softly, then, as if thinking of something, she stretched out her hand in a complicated and serious manner, and rubbed the center of her eyebrows. Noelle's situation is not worse than my wife's. Hearing this, Lisa was sitting opposite Qin, and she was a little surprised at the moment. Why didn't she get it back successfully? How can it be so simple? Qin said complicatedly. According to what Amber said, at that time, she saw Noelle and that guy from the Fools, who seemed to be in love. Lisa was taken aback for a moment, and then she couldn't help but chuckled. Is that so? However, Noelle has also reached the age of falling in love, and our acting team leader can't control it. Lisa, Qin was a little annoyed and said quickly at this moment. That's not what I meant. The person Noelle is dating now is not an ordinary Mond or Solstice, but an executive adjutant of Fools. In our 523, there has always been an old saying that threats and opportunities coexist. Lisa shook her head lightly, and said gently at this moment. You might as well wait and see, but... I remember this guy, isn't it Mond who came in recently? Hearing this, Qin felt a little emotional and helpless. It can only be said that that guy is a playboy. He can easily impress girls. Qin recalled the encounter this morning, and after a while, she suddenly became a little angry. That Yin Shi's tone, as well as the words he said, are really annoying. After exhaling lightly, she seemed to think of something. At this moment, Qin gently said, Noelle, he was called Mr. Master, and the reason why he disappeared was because that day, this guy named Yin Shi was teaching her swordsmanship. Later, when I asked for proof, I found that Noelle's strength has indeed been greatly improved. However, I haven't competed with her, so I don't know the specific progress. Qin said in a complicated way, and at the same time, she gave the pierced and shattered chaos furnace heart to Lisa in front of her. This is no eye. Your masterpiece. If you succeed in one blow, your strength should have been greatly improved. At this time, after looking at the damaged chaos furnace in front of her for a while, Lisa nodded slightly. The remaining power of the rock element is a good proof that this is exactly what Noelle did. It seems that the girl's strength has indeed been greatly improved. Start as a master and apprentice. Then, slowly develop emotions. No matter how you say it, just a day or two, isn't it a bit too fast? Advertisement. After shaking her head with a chuckle, Lisa said softly. Is not that right? Chin was also a little speechless and helpless. However, this is also a good growth opportunity for Noelle. Chin, we can only pull in, BDCC, at the right time or take care of her occasionally. It is impossible to really take care of her in every possible way like biological parents. In the course of life, love is bound to be discussed, and now, it is also an opportunity for Noelle to remember. Lisa said gently. We can stop the loss at the critical moment, and it won't make Noelle too sad. Now Noelle is staying with this foolish little guy. The level of strength in swordsmanship will be improved, and even if Yin Shi has evil intentions, I think that at that moment, Noelle will still be on the side of Mond and the Zephyr Knights. Her innocent personality will also grow after this, although it is a bit cruel. Chin heard the words for a moment, then pursed her lips. Thinking of Yin Shi and Noelle, who were so obedient to each other this morning, they couldn't help snorting lightly, then nodded slightly. Well, that's okay. My simple personality really needs to be changed, and Yin Shi is indeed a very good whetstone. Chin said softly. Then, I also have the opportunity to teach this stinking bee ******** DA lesson at that time. Even Chin herself didn't know, at this moment, in her heart, her impression of Yin Shi had already deepened a lot unconsciously. Mond Hotel. You are very good at dating. You captured the heart of a girl in just a day or two. But, we fools, we don't want you to use this identity to run amok. Mission number 1. Vladimir. You can't affect our plan because of your own selfish desires. At this time, Rosalind folded her arms around her chest, looked at Yin Shi who was on the opposite side with a gloomy expression, and said coldly. Really, I don't think so. Rosalind, the purpose of our fool's trip is not for anything else, but for the god's heart of Mond function, isn't it? Yin Shi said calmly. If that's the case, why don't we give it a try and see which one of you who has been dormant here for so long, or me who has just arrived, can harvest the heart of function faster? The lady who was a little shy and annoyed just now, who had clearly told Yin Shi not to call her by her name, suddenly froze at this moment, and then looked at Yin Shi thoughtfully. I don't seem to have talked to you about the purpose of the fools, have I? How do you know? These 2 days, I didn't do it for nothing. Yin Shi smiled, and said lazily. Chengxi Winery began to use large-scale funds to compete with us not long ago, to acquire certain things. In the German church, a large number of our personnel have infiltrated. All the signs have proved my guess. How, do you still feel that I am doing something wrong, fishing in troubled waters? Rosalind frowned slightly, and a complicated and dignified look appeared in her eyes. After a while, he said softly, Forget it, so you already have functions information? Not yet. Of course Rosalind didn't believe it, but looking at Yin Shi with a malicious smile on her face, she knew very well that she would never ask anything. I couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. This guy is very powerful, and is his ability to collect information so superb. HMPH, since you want to compete with me, then come. Rosalind said calmly. It's just right, I can also keep an eye on you. The reserve knight of the West Wind Knights named Noelle, you are in contact with now has a very special status. Let's do it next to you, put the task first. You can't suddenly intervene like today, and almost caused a full-scale dispute between us fools and the West Wind Knights. Advertisement, ordinary Mond residents, you can deal with them as you like, just be careful. The West Wind Knights can only turn a blind eye if there is no evidence. However, if you attack the West Wind Knights and their people, that's another story. Rena. Mira. Not giving Yin Shi a chance to refute at all, Rosalind turned around and said indifferently. The next moment, under Yin Shi's thoughtful gaze, the door was pushed open, and 2 ladies entered. A tall and proud man, dressed in an ice blue long dress similar to a cheongsam, like a nun, with a towering crown covering the upper half of her delicate face, unable to see those bright eyes, holding her heart in her hands, looking quite sacred and noble. One is the same height as Yin Shi, with a slender figure, wearing a purple hooded robe, with 2 headgears on the hood, which looks like a rabbit. The lower body is covered with black socks that modify the shape of the legs, and they are worn into mid-calf boots. Ladies with hidden mirrors, and Warlock Lei Ying. This is Lena, Lady Hidden Mirror, and this is Mira, Warlock Lei Ying. From now on, they are yours, Rosalind said calmly. You can deal with them as you like, according to the mission arrangement. Or, in private, it's fine, but one thing you have to pay attention to is that you can't hide anything from them in the future. Yin Shi frowned slightly. At this time, the bodies of the 2 women who were called over were slightly stiff. Although their faces turned pale, they still remained calm without any resistance. At the same time, Rosalind said softly, don't think about refusing. Since you want to be a member of the executive officer, you should accept the arrangements and tasks. Freedom is possible, but everything must be prioritized. You really did everything you could to prevent me from getting in touch with Noelle. Yin Shi said with emotion, whatever you want. The corners of Rosalie's eyes twitched slightly, and after taking a deep breath, she turned around and left. Leave Yin Shi and 2 ladies, Lena and Mira, here, but Yin Shi's own room. After pondering for a while, Yin Shi said softly, in this case, you come in the inner room. From today on, you are my people. Although you have responsibilities, you are my property. No problem? The lady in Tibetan mirror and warlock Lei Ying looked at each other, and then looked at the door Yin Shi opened, which revealed a huge bed. Both of their pretty faces blushed. After a while, they didn't have any more struggles, and followed Yin Shi, who walked into the room. They grew up in the hearth house, and the executive officer, servant, is their mother. Mother's order is absolute. Swearing allegiance to the fools means that they will absolutely obey the executive's orders, and now, lady, madam, who is also the executive, has given a clear order. All they can do is obey. As for Yin Shi, do you feel regret and conscience uneasy about forcing this kind of thing? That's not true, he's just a pure bad guy. However, Yin Shi will be responsible. This is the biggest difference between him and ordinary scumbags. Chapter 174, this so-called intertwined protection. Reina and Mira, the names in this side world can indeed be said to be quite popular names. Since they can remember, they have lived in an orphanage called House of Hearth, in the Winter Kingdom. The scenery of the northern country is covered with ice for thousands of miles and snowdrifts for thousands of miles. Sunny days are very rare in the solstice winter country. Pedestrians who came and went absolutely admired dignity and glory. They devoted their allegiance to Her Majesty the Queen wholeheartedly, and these orphans who had no father or mother, these war orphans who were born in the Hearth House, carried out this purpose even more. The founder of House of Fireplace is the fourth chief executive officer of Fools, Master Servant. The purpose of creating this House of Hearth orphanage is certainly not the whim of Servant. In fact, most of the orphans will eventually end up as members of the Fools, either becoming users of the Evil Eye, or becoming the advance army couch moved thunderous iron hooves to announce the arrival of Solstice. House of Hearth is looking for something to raise those war orphans into fools to serve as fresh blood. Therefore, it is not moral, but there must be kindness. Lena, the lady with hidden mirrors, and Mira, the warlock Lei Ying, are orphans born in House of Hearth. They only know that they were born in the Winter Kingdom, but they don't know anything about their parents and relatives. Ever since he became sensible, he has been brainwashed by the thoughts of loyalty and glory. Therefore, for them, family affection, friendship, love, everything is not as important as task priority. In order to realize the wish of Her Majesty the Queen, for the fools, and for the glory of Jawinter. Therefore, even if it burns out and turns into ashes, they will not hesitate. These were the two of them. After hearing Rosalind's order just now, although they showed sad and desperate expressions for a moment, they quickly controlled themselves and quietly accepted their fate. At this time, for Yin Shi, the impression given was like two marionettes, quite clumsy, and he almost had to control it with his hands to proceed to the next link. This makes no sense at all. Yin Shi didn't want to spend an afternoon like this. He hasn't had a good time in Mond yet, so his current plan is actually to use the eyeliners sent by the two Rosalinds, so that they are completely exhausted and have no energy to follow him, and then he fled boldly to witness this free wind, Kingdom Night. However, seeing the extremely stiff movements of these two people, Yin Shi felt a little helpless. Although he had a premonition, he was a little irritated by the blockage of cooperation. Is this how you obey my orders? At this moment, Yin Shi finally stood up unbearably, put his hands on his hips, looked at the two clumsy guys, and finally spoke uncontrollably. If you don't want to, I will let Rosalind call the other two subordinates to take your place. Saying this makes Yuan Shi really look like a pure villain at this moment. The lady in the hidden mirror and warlock Lei Ying also looked at each other in embarrassment at this moment, and then, for a long time. Finally, the hidden mirror lady said softly, I'm sorry, Mr. Feladimir. Stop, this name is too awkward, just call me Lord Yin Shi or the Master. Yin Shi waved his hands, then said with a soft snort. Lena and Mira looked at each other, feeling a little annoyed in their hearts. Advertisement call you Master. They were extremely angry and unhappy in their hearts, but the two of them remained calm, just barely suppressing their anger. Tasks are given priority, for the two of them, this is the first purpose that must be implemented. Okay, Lord Yin Shi, however, to call out the title, Master, even if the task is the first, the two still can't say it out loud. Since Yin Shi said to choose one of the two, it must be the former and call Yinren directly. At this time, Reina began to speak slowly. We have no experience in doing this, so. A lot of instructions given to us by adults, we only know what they are and don't know why. Mira added at this moment. Looking at the disappointed and shy expressions of the two, it never occurred to them that these two people who seemed to be above the age of adults did not have this kind of knowledge, Yin Shi's complexion. There was a touch of weirdness and shock. After a while, he couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose lightly, and said with some emotion. Okay, if that's the case, then, it's time for me to teach things by hand. Now that you know why this is the case, then it's easy to handle. Next, listen to my instructions carefully, and then just enjoy it slowly. Hearing this, the lady with the mirror and the warlock Lei Ying in front of her were a little at a loss. However, he still accepted Yin Shi's order obediently and shyly, and began to act according to his instructions. Noel, tell me the truth, how did you start with Yin Shi? With his hands on his waist, Amber looked at Noel in his own home at the moment, and spoke at this moment with some headaches. Just like Master said, it was love at first sight. Noel said with some embarrassment. Isn't that even more wrong? Since you know he is Master, you shouldn't fall in love with him, right? Amber rubbed the center of his brows in distress, and then, Mao sighed and said in frustration. You don't know this person, so you just think he is your good match? I think, the way Lord Yin Shi looks at me, you can't fake it. It also reacted to the point that it seemed that Yin Shi could no longer be called master like this. What a shame. At this moment, Noel chose to speak softly at this moment. Amber, who heard the words, couldn't help raising his eyebrows in surprise. She naturally believed Noel's words. Yin Shi's eyes are very clear and clean. So, really, love at first sight? Amber could not help but slightly frowned. As Noel's good friend, Amber knew very well that girls would not lie, and if she lied, it would be easy to expose. But Noel's performance now clearly shows that she didn't make a mistake or lie. Yeah. For some reason, Amber felt something was wrong with Yin Shi the first time he saw Yin Shi. Advertisement asked for flowers, from top to bottom, there is a strange and inexplicable aura, a very evil kind. However, there is another kind of person who is chosen by heaven, as if he has been blessed by countless people. At this time the snake spirit began to launch an attack on the asymmetrical petals, and the juice of the stamens began to flow gently. In the dense valley, the two overlapping mountain ranges make the flowers in the valley look complementary and beautiful at this moment. This also allows the snake spirit to have room to display, so that it does not run from east to west. At this time, the snake spirit can unscrupulously attack the two kings at the same time. Just like the countries that have made a covenant, as long as one country is attacked by the snake spirit, the monarch of the other country will also convulse and tremble because of empathy, and the impotent anger will not help the matter at all. But at this time, in the sound of the snake driver's flute, the scorching fire snake spirit finally began to shrink back. The residents of the two trembling territories were left in fear of the raging flood and the coming of the next war. However, to the disappointment of these people, this time, it was no longer a tentative attack. Accompanied by the whistling of horns, it was a sign of a full-scale attack. At this moment, in the air, a wave of elemental fluctuations was involuntarily released. The ripples of the water circle spread involuntarily due to the panic of the users, and the rapid appearance of Lei Ying came here, which also announced that the masters of these Lei Ying are in panic at this moment. However, the source of all these dealings is not the king who is unscrupulously leading the army in the two valleys and thinking about where to attack first to control the snake spirit. With just a wave of his hand, the elemental fluctuations of this riot spread out under Yin Shi's control. He didn't want to be attacked at a critical moment, so the elements of the riot, Lei Ying, had better evacuate first. Etc. However, just when Yin Shi finally made up his mind and found a good entry point. Suddenly, he heard a sudden sob, but soon, the two weeping monarchs regained their composure. Although it is quite aggrieved, they still choose to continue to form an alliance at this moment to face Yin Shi's leading army aggression. I'm so strong, I'm such a bad person. Seeing this scene, Yin Shi felt pity and emotion, and couldn't help sighing inwardly. Then, go ahead and act on your will. The two monarchs watched in horror. Under the Black Army, the cavalry came at this moment with almost the strongest battering ram. Chapter 175 Mon's Night, date with Noel. After the Legion's charge was strongly blocked at first, it was stained with the cruel blood of innocent people. Then, gradually, they began to fall into the heavy siege of enemy soldiers, and fell into the muddy and protracted death battle. Justice can't be killed. The impression presented to Yin Shi, the main fighter, is quite different. If it is said that the warlord Lei Ying, who is lying on the side and has completely lost the ability to fight, will be counterattacked by the magic device of the palace gate every time he charges to the gate of the palace, like getting an electric shock. Now, the ladies in the Tibetan mirror are in the small distance between the city gate and the country gate, and there is a sense of déjà vu as if the sky and the earth, making Yin Shi feel like he was in a dilemma when facing Kochou Tuhui. Moreover, the particularity of warlock Lei Ying also made Yin Shi suffer too much before. Never thought that the evil eye of the element of thunder would have such an effect. If it wasn't because his physique was much stronger than before, and he was still the incarnation of Qinglong, otherwise, almost when facing warlock Lei Ying before, Yin Shi would be killed by the opponent when the opponent collapsed. At this time, Yin Shi's feeling was actually not much different from 600 compared to warlock Lei Ying's. It seems to be in the mud, and it seems to be under the deep sea. It's like thumping in a huge water polo, throwing fists and thumping like a drowning person, but still falling into the abyss step by step. No matter how hard he punches, there is a feeling of being unable to release his strength everywhere. Lei Ying warlock Yin Shi actually dealt well, and it can be said that the opponent fully realized the treatment of the defeated country. However, it is different for ladies with hidden mirrors. Not only was he greatly hindered during the attack, but at the same time, the imperial guards from the palace gate would firmly bite Yin Shi's attack. The strong resistance made Yin Shi a little moved. To use an analogy, this lady with a mirror, relying on the natural tall physique of the race, to win her people, and the proficiency of the power of the water element with the evil eyes of the water element, coupled with the particularity of the city gate and the gate of the main body, let Yin it was quite difficult to command the army to fight. Unexpectedly, the effect of such a physique combined with the nation's heaviest weapon is far greater than the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Moreover, since Yin Shi's height has not yet grown, she is only about 1.73 meters tall, which is far shorter than the 1.98 meters tall of the Tibetan lady. The weight of the two of them can be said to be more than 10 caddies heavier than that of a Tibetan lady who exercises her body every day. So, now it seems neither fish nor fowl, to some extent, it is still in the range of being held hostage. But obviously, for now, it is too difficult for Yin Shi to gain a complete advantage like he did against warlock Lei Ying. But now, the Tibetan lady who is more and more proficient at resisting, has quickly accumulated experience and surpassed warlock Lei Ying, the 5 scumbags of war. the holder of the evil eye of the water element began to learn how to sing for resistance from someone in leeway. When Yin Shi finally completed his thorough attack on the palace, the resisting lord trembled slightly, and once again assembled his army to counterattack against Yin Shi's army that had just slackened down a bit. Immediately afterwards, Yin Shi found out in shock. The holder of the eye of the water elemental god actually wants to be like His Majesty Muzan. However, compared to His Majesty Muzan's relatively weak body, at this moment, this 2-meter-tall person is full of extreme might with his large body, raising his hands and lifting his feet. At this moment, the attacking legion was directly beaten from the attacking side to the defending side in shock. The commander Yin Shi who commanded the battle was surprised, but also became aggressive. If you want to collide head-on with me, then come on. Let this lady with hidden mirrors boldly grab her ankles, and the head-to-head wrestling between the two monarchs begins. Advertisement. At this moment, the holder of the water element evil eye has only one thought in his mind. Since this battle was caused by Yin Shi, and, even now, it is still possible to fight. Then, he should pay for it. Into the night Mond finally leaving her room, Yin Shi, who had already showered and cleaned, came to the street outside, and after feeling the slightly cold breeze, she couldn't help but exhaled lightly. Then, Yin Shi stretched out his hand and wiped the sweat from his face. I have to say that this time, it really gave him a very unusual experience. Because in the past battles, Yin Shi almost always won the victory unilaterally, even in the face of multinational coalition forces. But today, when facing Ms. Kangjing with such a huge physique as an opponent, the opponent's advantage is too great, and Yin Shi herself is not in her prime. If it hadn't been for the fact that he was superior in the end and found out that the earlobe was his weakness, Yin Shi might really have knelt down. The holder of the evil eye of the water element is so terrifying. Also, the holder of the evil eye of the thunder element is equally terrifying. Normal people wouldn't expect to be hit back by an electric shock, would they? What's more, the Tibetan lady is not an ordinary person. At that time, the fight was so dark that even Warlock Lei Ying, who had lost the ability to fight, was woken up at the end, watching the tragedy of the collapsed wooden table in horror. At this moment, Yin Shi's whole body is full of Buddha nature. In any case, he completed his idea. At least, Warlock Lei Ying and Lady Kangjing probably don't have the energy to come over and monitor what they are doing tonight. Mon's nocturnal activities, on weekdays, except for drinking, there is nothing else. Therefore, at this moment, what Yin Shi considers is where to go for a drink. Isn't the tavern the best place to inquire about information and get closer? Moreover, you must know that a certain bard who is the freest in Mon City has been hanging out in the hotel all the time. Now, the choice before Yin Shi is actually which tavern to go to. Is it Cattail Tavern, with Diona as a special bartender, or Angel's Gift, with a great chance of catching bards? The key is that the object of encounter is different. There is a great possibility in the Cattail Tavern, where you can meet Diona and the vengeful knight Yura. And Angel's Gift. There is a high probability that you will meet D. Luke, Kaya, Rosalia, Wendy and others. The latter, now cannot deal with Yin Shi. And Yin Shi didn't have the idea to test each other's details with a few big men, that way, he would lose the mood to relax all night. D. Luke, Kaya, and the nun Rosalia who belongs to the Dark Church of Mond, are not all fuel-efficient lamps. Advertisement and the most important thing is actually, Yin Shi doesn't have too much mora. Although Rosalind gave him a large amount of funds for his daily expenses, the currency relationship in the Tivat world has always been chaotic, and he doesn't know how long he can enjoy the amount of about 200,000 mora on hand, although he can ask for it when he runs out. It is said that if there are double outbreaks of gold reserves in the real world, then the source of mora is actually easy to say. In any case, it is not my style to rely on fools and Bigwo Bank for money all the time. Take a chance to think about the current Tivat. What are the novel and promising businesses that can make money quickly without breaking the law? Then, as if he noticed something, Yin Shi looked thoughtfully at the goods carriage parked at the city gate. Then, thoughtfully, he stretched out his hand and stroked his clean chin lightly. Master, at this time, just when Yin Shi suddenly thought of a good idea, a female voice suddenly came from behind. According to the reputation, it was the maid knight Noel who had just parted this morning and agreed to meet again tonight. Yin Shi's eyes suddenly softened, and he waved his hand to signal that he was here. Then, he gently held Noel, who was jumping over happily, and gently grabbed her little hand. At this time, Yin Shi asked gently, Noel, how did you go back today? Did you make things difficult for others? No, my lord. Hearing this, Noel smiled gently, shook her head lightly, and then said gently, after you left, Captain Chin and Senior Amber told me that although they disagreed, they would not the matter between me and you was leaked out at will, so there should be only one person who knows now. Yin Shi was a little speechless, and he didn't want to reveal it casually. Only 3 people knew about it in one day. But besides Amber and Jean, who else knows? It's Sister Lisa. Sister Lisa is a good person. Don't blame Captain Chin. Leader Chin just wants to ask his friends how to deal with it. Noel, who was walking with Yin Shi, softly said 5.3 at this moment. Next week is the formal assessment of the knights, I will work hard. Then, keep going, Noel, no matter what, if you need help, I will always be by your side and respond to you as soon as possible. Gently clenched the girl's katkin. At this moment, Yin Shi said softly. Okay, Noel nodded a little moved. By the way, have you had dinner yet? Do you want to go to the Deer Hunter restaurant? If so, how about I take you to the Cattail Bar to try the novel sparkling water? As for the special bartender of the Cattail Bar, I am always interested in. It's Diona. Well, since Master wants to drink, then drink it, but you can't drink alcohol. Okay. After pecking at Noelle's little face, which made the girl's pretty face even more blush, Yin Shi walked forward with a smile and took her hand. Destination, Cattail Bar. Chapter 176 First Encounter with Eula and Diona, the Drunken Vengeance Night. In Mond at night, the Cattail Bar is full of people. After all, this is one of the only 2 taverns in Mond City, and, although it has not been open for a long time, with its unique operation method, it can compete with the old store, Angel's Gift, that has existed for at least 100 years, which shows its development potential. You know, the power behind Angel's Gift is an ancient noble family that has survived since ancient times, the Lelian Fen family. The planting of hops and grapes is the best in the world of Tavat. And if they can compete with each other after a few years of operation, it is conceivable that Cattail Tavern is by no means in vain. Just approaching, you can hear the shouts of human voices, and you can vaguely hear the soft meowing of a few cats. This is one of the special operating methods of Cattail Tavern, which uses cute cats to show off their cuteness to attract customers. It just so happens that it can also correspond to this signboard and complement each other. Of course, in fact, there is another important reason. The main reason why Cattail Tavern and Angel's Gift can equally share the 2 major wine businesses in Mond City is because of the specially hired bartender who works in Cattail Tavern. In fact, Margaret named this tavern the Cattail's Tavern because of this. At this moment, looking at the one at the bar, using a lot of strange things, after squeezing the juice, put it into your own small kettle, shake it gently, and pour it into the glass, but the color and taste of fine wine appear in it. Yin Shi, who was holding Noelle's little hand, just came in, and everyone was dumbfounded. He saw with his own eyes that this 3-flowered catgirl, Lolita, just now used blue frogs, Kochou, lizard tails, and 537 to have a bunch of strange slime. The wine that was concocted turned out to be full of color, fragrance and taste. Noelle, why are you here? Who is this? With a look of disgust, she pushed the wine glass in her hand to the sleepy, drunk bearded man in front of her, and walked around the bar. Diona ran up to Noelle excitedly and greeted Noelle with a smile. Cast your eyes on Yin Shi's position. Diona, excuse me, we are here to take care of your business. Mr. Master wants to drink sparkling water, and you just came to Mond, so I would like to ask you to help me. After Noelle spoke gently, she looked at Diona in front of her with some expectation in her eyes. Okay, but it can only be sparkling water, I will strictly control the alcohol level. Diona put her hands on her waist helplessly. She and Noelle are good friends, since the other party has requested this, and she didn't drink by herself, there is no other way. Ah, isn't this the maid night of the Zephyr Knights? Why did you come here? This is not a place where children can come. Yeah, Noelle, hurry up and go. By the way, has Noelle found a boyfriend? Why is she holding hands with a strange boy, neither of them is of age? At this moment, just as Diona left to go to the bar, most of the people in the tavern started booing at this moment. The maid knight blushed suddenly, she couldn't cope with so many people's sudden concern and ridicule, and Yin Shi also saw this, and after lightly clenching her hand, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. Communicating with drunks is the most unnecessary thing, because it will only make the noise more violent, and the more noisy the conflict, the more intense it will be. Therefore, at this time, it is enough to simply use power to suppress people. Advertisement, I am the executive officer of the Fools, Ms. Adjutant Feladimir, throwing a token to release the bright ice seal that belongs to the Fools in midair. Please give me some face. Drink after finishing the drink in hand. I will leave here. I want a suitable space to be alone. At this moment, on the second floor, Margaret, who was looking forward to seeing what kind of method Noelle, the little boyfriend, was going to use to block the mouths of these drunks, stretched out her hand to cover the little girl in surprise at this moment. Mouth. The lieutenant of the Fools executive officer, Ms., the guy with the codename, Devil, that has been rumored recently? Yes, although Yin Shi has only come to this world for not even 3 days. His name was promoted by some resentful people from the Fools, as well as the West Wind Knights. In fact, almost everyone in Mond now knows it. After the words fell, the tavern fell into dead silence at this moment. Fools not as easy talking as the Zephyr Knights. If you offend such a high-ranking guy, it can almost be said that even with the protection of the West Wind Knights, it is definitely considered a death penalty, a living crime, a severe beating, hidden diseases or disabilities, and that's Fools. Almost quickly, at this moment, more than half of the people in Mayotail Tavern had left. And to see those annoying drunks actually leaving, not having to work overtime today and not seeing those hateful guys, at this moment, Diona is also extremely happy. Of course, for Yin Shi, she didn't actually gain any favor. Fools, even at a young age, she had heard a lot of bad things they did. So now, she looked at Noelle with some concern. Why, how did my friend end up with such an evil guy? Master, looking at Yin Shi beside him in frustration, Noelle pursed her lips lightly at this moment, muttering softly in a somewhat complicated way. Noelle, as a master, I can't see my disciple being wronged. After Yin Shi explained a little, he said calmly, BDAJ, besides, these people are obviously bullying. You see, the one who is really drinking is the blue-haired girl opposite. I don't mind, I've been drinking alone since just now, such a quiet drinker is suitable for our next date, isn't it? My Noelle, you are only allowed to bully me alone, right? At first, I was a little frustrated and ashamed of how Master Yin Shi treated those innocent citizens of Mond like this, but at this moment, after hearing Yin Shi's explanation, the little maid knight's eyes couldn't help but sparkle, and she immediately looked at her. These unhappiness were thrown into the sky. Inwardly, he also became a little shy. My Noelle. Noelle turned her head shyly, tapped the floor lightly with her toes, and then, when the corner of her eye caught sight of the only drinker who was still sitting in front of her, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in surprise. Senior Yura. Advertisement. He tugged quickly and looked at Diona's three-colored cat-eared Yin Shi's clothes with some playfulness. In Yin Shi's bewilderment, he led him to catch up immediately. Then, Yin Shi saw this girl whom Noelle respectfully called her senior. She is a lady with blue shoulder-length short hair. She wears a black hairband on her forehead to fix her blue bangs, making her small face look more cute and three-dimensional. On the other side, she also wears a beautiful flower-the-ice flower headdress made people look noble and pure. Bright eyes and white teeth, red lips and white teeth, icy muscles and fine bones. At this moment, due to drinking too much wine, the little face looked drunk and flushed, and it looked quite cute and attractive. Wearing a slim black and white bodysuit uniform, from the waist to a little bit below the thigh, it is covered by pure black cloth, and the upper body is a long-sleeved silk dress with exquisite workmanship. On the lower body, he was wearing a pair of black leather trousers that stretched the legs, showing the straight and slender legs to the fullest, and one can also see the rather astringent flesh, the strange balance of fat if one point is more, and thinness if one point is less by, stepping on a pair of blue high-heeled boots mixed with silver. This is the senior that Noelle mentioned. The leader of the Zephyr Knights guerrilla squad, Spray Rider, Yura. At this moment, in the haze, seeing someone dared to sit opposite her, Yura raised her head with some doubts, and then, after discovering that it was Noelle and a strange boy, she hummed softly, "Dare to be alone with the big sister? Buy wine and sit down and talk to someone when they are drunk? I will write down this enmity." Ah, Senior Yura. Noelle waved his hands in embarrassment, looking quite embarrassed. How could it be so? How could it be so? Then, she looked at Yin Shi beside her with some concern. Senior Amber once told her, "I will write down this grudge." Come on, this is quite rude behavior. She was very worried that Yin Shi would be angry when he heard it. After all, judging from the performance just now, it seems that Master has very little patience for unfamiliar people. However, it was destined to disappoint her. Seeing this Eula who really appeared in front of her and said that classic line to herself, at this moment, Yin Shi's eyes are quite complicated and emotional. For you, I swiped the rock dragon countless times, you know Eula? For your injury cup and crit head, I almost threw up when I brushed Japan. Yin Shi really wanted to make a silent accusation against the rightful lord at this moment, but he didn't choose to do so. It was such a blessing to meet her in person, however, I never thought that although I had a feeling that I would meet you today, it would happen so soon. It's our first meeting, Miss Splash Knight, but you should be drunk, and you shouldn't be able to hear my self-introduction. After Yin Shi shook his head, he said with some emotion, "Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 177. The Drunken End. Noelle is still young. Normally, it is impossible for a tavern to provide real alcohol. Moreover, as Noelle's friend, Diona naturally would not do such a thing. As for Yin Shi, although he is such a high-level existence as the executive officer and adjutant of the fools, Diona still has her own persistence after all, so she treats Yin Shi equally, and gives Yin Shi the same sparkling water as Noelle. After thanking the cat-eared Lolita, Yin Shi, who was sitting side by side with Noelle and opposite Eula, looked at Eula who was so drunk that she seemed to be asleep, and couldn't help feeling a little bit in her heart. Sigh. Noelle, I should be staying in Mon City for the past few days, tomorrow or later, are you free? Yin Shi asked leisurely, looking at the side at this moment. Noelle, who had just finished drinking the sparkling water in the glass in his hand in one go, said with gentle eyes. Hearing this, the maid knight was slightly taken aback, and then quickly shook her head. No, originally. Everyone in the knights may actually need my help, but Captain Chin has an order this morning. She poked each other shyly with her fingertips. Until the formal assessment of the night order, I should be quite free. Of course, there are still things to do, such as welcoming foreign guests, introducing and taking care of Zedong's friends. Noelle became even more shy after speaking. And Yin Shi raised his brows in surprise. He didn't expect that the head of the piano team was so easy to talk to. When I really faced her this morning, her first impression was not like this. At this time, Eula, who was sitting across from her, put her hands on the stage playfully and supported her chin. The alcohol paralysis made her groggy now, but she could still do it with a barely conscious sane remnant. At this moment, looking at Noelle and Yin Shi in front of him, a hint of doubt appeared in the eyes of this Spray Knight. In memory, Noelle has never been so close to a strange boy, right? He took a good look at Yin Shi's appearance for a while. She has short silver hair, a pair of amber pupils, fair skin, and a high nose bridge. If it weren't for the huge proportion of heroism in her eyebrows, this appearance would look more like a girl. Excellent appearance, good figure, good clothes. Eula chuckled, and said softly, Noelle, is this your little boyfriend? So you like this one? It is indeed a very good little milk dog with great potential. Woo! Noelle, who was discussing with Yin Shi, was caught off guard by Eula's sudden question. Her pretty face flushed, she lowered her head and was speechless. At this time, Diona, who was refilling the glasses for Noelle and Yin Shi, also stepped forward, and after handing over a brand new double sparkling water, she also looked at her friend and Yin Shi suspiciously. This three-flowered catgirl Loli has short pink hair, and she is always angry and dissatisfied. However, it is also because of this that this catgirl looks so cute. Yeah, Noelle, how did you meet this guy? Diona glanced suspiciously for a while, then looked at the shy Noelle, and couldn't help asking. Noel couldn't bear the eyes of his seniors and friends, and then began to tell everything about the encounter between himself and Yin Shi. After hearing that the two guards were defeated in Changfeng Temple and Tian ruins, they began to clarify their feelings. Eula and Diona were also a little surprised and yearning. This date. The accumulation of all the emotions, there is a natural but unexpected development. But, although Eula was drunk, she could still see the characteristics of the clothes Yin Shi was wearing at this moment. Advertisement, that's the uniform of fools. When she led the guerrilla team and constantly wiped out the criminals who endangered Mond, she came into contact with fools more than once. Therefore, she is very clear about the characteristics of the fool's uniform. Those people's costumes, even with her tricky eyes, had to be said to be full of characteristics, but wearing a mask was a huge flaw. However, Yin Shi in front of him was not wearing a mask. Moreover, the uniform on his body actually has its own characteristics to a large extent. Eula once saw it once before, during the Mond Dragon disaster, but it was not the current Wind Demon Dragon disaster, but the earlier Demon Dragon USA disaster. When I visited Mond, the elegant and luxurious winter robe and cloak were so noble and gorgeous. And now, what Yin Shi is wearing actually has many similarities. The reserve knight of the West Wind Knights, the girl who was generally trusted by everyone in Mond, was picked up by a Winter Man. For some reason, Yura suddenly felt very funny. Of course, she doesn't really have any opinion on this. Others are talented and beautiful, and they are a match made in heaven, so how can you use your crooked melons to talk nonsense and nonsense here? When she thought of this, she thought of what Amber said to her when she came back. It turned out that it was Noel, ton. Picking up the wine glass, drinking tons and tons of butterbeer in it, the corners of Eula's mouth slightly curled up. Mond is free. The right to fall in love belongs to you. No one can do it, Noel. However, even so, how do you deal with gossip? The formal assessment of the knights next week. If nothing else happens, you should be able to draw and defeat that guy Kaya after gaining power, but once you become an official knight of the West Wind Knights. Because of your relationship with Yin Shi, maybe everyone will gradually exclude you from the inner circle, or be wary of you. At that time, what should you do? After all, the person you are dating now is not an ordinary person, but the strongest newcomer who I heard is expected to hit the fool's executive seat in the near future. Hiccup. As she said that, Eula, who suddenly had a belch, didn't wait for Noel Nuo's speechless response, and suddenly fell asleep on the table like a salted fish. Yes, at this time, Yura is finally drunk. Looking at the 6 empty beer glasses on the table, Yin Shi estimated in his heart that each glass should contain about 1,000 megaliters. And looking at Eula's actions just now, it is obvious that the other party drank the whole cup in one gulp. Finally drunk, it's normal. At this time, Noel, who was being questioned, became extremely nervous and flustered. She doesn't know what to do. At this time, Yin Shi beside him knew this very clearly, reached out his hand, and gently held her hand. Asking for flowers. It's okay, I'll figure it out. But Noel, you have to know that it is impossible for a person to be perfect all the time, and it is impossible to maintain a friendly relationship with everyone all the time. If 2 of your friends are enemies with each other, then you have to treat one of them as enemies. When you are friendly, you are like an accomplice in the eyes of the other party, and the favor towards you will naturally decrease. Advertisement, Yin Shi said softly. So, the key is that you have to think clearly, which people are worthy of deep friendship and worthy of your continued relationship, and which people don't matter even if the relationship is cold. Of course, I'm not advising you to keep a distance from these people in the future, but to let Noel know one thing. People are different. Suspicions and scruples will always exist, Yin Shi said gently. Noel is a very good person, but that doesn't mean that everyone in Mond is the same as you. So sometimes, Noel also has to have his own careful thinking, to determine who can be a good friend, who can be a friend, and who can be a passerby. Yin Shi stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the girl's head. Noel nodded thoughtfully, her eyes flickering with some doubts. 0.00 Then, he fell into deep contemplation. I understand, master. After a while, Noel, who had thoroughly clarified the relationship, and was mentally prepared after thinking about the situation, looked at Yin Shi solemnly, and nodded slightly. Seeing that the girl was successfully enlightened, Yin Shi couldn't help but draw the corners of her mouth gently. Children can be taught, however. This vengeful knight actually clarified the pros and cons in front of him and made the maid feel sad. Sure enough, a small punishment is needed. Noel, let's get Eula up to the 2nd floor first, greeted Margaret, who was talking to Diona in the distance at the moment, under the threat of Yin Shi's eyes. The proprietress hurried over trembling and said haha, and then, after receiving Yin Shi's order, both she and Noel widened their eyes in shock. Oh, master? Why didn't you bring Senior Eula back to the headquarters of the Zephyr Knights? Noel asked with some doubts. The people at the headquarters of the Knights may not necessarily treat Eula the same as you, Noel. Seeing such an official knight of the West Wind Knights who was drunk and lost his face, he was brought by fools. Guess what? What would these people think? Yin Shi said softly. Therefore, it is the most correct way to put her in the private room on the 2nd floor first, and then ask Noel to call Eula's good friend Amber. Margaret was still a little nervous. Yin Shi probably wanted to plot something wrong. She also knew Eula, so naturally she didn't want to see such a thing happen. After listening to Yin Shi's words, both she and Noel were a little shocked. So, do you still have such deep concerns? I see. Noel no longer doubted, picked up Eula, and followed Margaret, who led the way up to the 2nd floor. At this moment, Yin Shi folded his arms around his chest, thinking about it. The plan is going on as scheduled, but this time is definitely not enough for Yin Shi to eat up. Well, let's have a good mouthful first. Chapter 178 The Price of Justice, Margaret fell. Noelle retreated very sensibly. She believed that the master would take good care of the drunk senior Eula with Aunt Margaret, the proprietress of Cattail Tavern, before she brought Amber back. And her duty is to quickly come to Amber's house and talk to Senior Amber about the situation here. Noelle is very clear. In the Knights of the West Wind, in terms of the closest relationship with Eula, it must be Sister Amber. And for Sister Amber, the same is true. Senior Eula, it seems that the former master was Enstuda. And Amber's grandfather was the previous captain of the scouting night team. Seeing that Noelle obediently went to find Amber, although he didn't know how long it would take, Yin Shi didn't think about eating it directly. For Yura, there's no need to do this, is there? Yin Shi, who knows most of the plot, is very clear that if he wants to capture Eula's heart and make her his captive in the end, he doesn't have to use such means. Although her current situation has improved after joining the West Wind Knights and making great achievements, in general, there are still quite a few Mon people who don't like her. I have to say this is a very ridiculous thing. Eula's 790 appearance is quite soft, and she has a noble and impeccable etiquette, and she is also strong. Logically speaking, she should be quite popular. However, in fact it is not the case at all. If it is not with Amber, it is really quite difficult to buy daily food, even in this crowded tavern, who is willing to share a table or strike up a conversation with such a beautiful woman. Almost no one. It is conceivable how embarrassing the situation Eula is actually facing. Of course, in fact, the reason for this is Eula's mouth habit that always hangs on her mouth. I will write down this hatred. And, because of the aristocratic attitude cultivated since childhood, some people are angry and ashamed. Then I thought of the other party's surname, and how their noble family had persecuted Mond in the past, and I became even more disgusted and hated. In such a situation, Yura, in fact, really has very few friends in Mond. Good friends, and only Amber. The others, who could be regarded as friends, were also nobles and had the same status as her chin. Then, there is no more. Most of them are colleagues and colleagues. Most of the people in Mond, including the Zephyr Knights, even the rest of the Gorilla Knights. For her, there are probably the following emotions that can be expressed. Insensitivity, disgust, awe. Even the best emotional awe has nothing to do with friendliness. And what Eula has always wanted to achieve is to let the people of Mond begin to accept herself and the Lawrence family. The Lawrence family has not always been an exploiting class. In the ancestors, it was also the existence of the three royal families that helped Mengdu expand its territory. Yin Shi has seen Eula's background story and voice, and is quite clear about her character design and wishes. After all, the favorability level of 10 is not just for nothing. Therefore, if you want to win Eula, in fact, you can do the same as Noelle. By constantly releasing kindness and gentleness, you can slowly capture her successfully. At this time, seeing Yin Shi come into Eula's room after her, Margaret clenched her teeth tightly and clenched her fists a little bit uncontrollably. After the throat moved, a hint of struggle appeared on his face. Advertisement Diona got off work just now, because tonight's guests were all driven away by Yin Shi's self-reported identity, so when Margaret and Yin Shi settled Eula, she said goodbye to the proprietress first, and got permission, already left the Cattail Tavern. So, at this moment, only Yin Shi, herself, and Eula are present. Margaret looked at the half-closed door in front of her, and couldn't help but frown nervously, clenched her fists tightly. At that moment, she saw Yin Shi's eyes. She is very clear and understands. In fact, in his own hotel, or Angel's Gift, it is not that such a thing has never happened. However, they all came secretly. Moreover, there has never been such a blatant act under his nose. There will be no complaints from each other afterwards. After all, the atmosphere is like this, and it doesn't matter if you are not married. What's more, the other party is an official knight of the Zephyr Knights, Eula, who has made great contributions to guarding Mond. Although, her ancestry also made Margaret quite hostile and disgusted. Moreover, Margaret couldn't cope with that strange, revenge, reason. If when the time comes, Eula really wants to take revenge, what should I do? But, at this moment, Margaret, who was stuck in place silently, clenched her silver teeth. In any case, it is impossible for her to see a Yura, who is also a woman, is so defiled by a hateful fool and high-ranking officials. Despicable fools, despicable guests. Noelle, how did you form a relationship with such a nasty guy? The next moment, even though the relationship with Eula can only be regarded as a stranger, Margaret suddenly pushed open the door at this moment, and shouted to Yin Shi, who was leaning towards Eula with her back turned. You stop. Startled by this woman, Yin Shi withdrew his hand, a little surprised at the touch of his fingertips just now. However, the more surprising thing is actually for the current proprietress. How can there be such a fool who doesn't care about the situation? Yin Shi, who didn't feel well, was quite annoyed at the moment. He is not a good person at all, and in the case of inheriting the villain template, his personality is more or less completely on the dark side, but he is not so crazy. However, how can a guy who can set off a frenzy of black death in the Neon Imperial capital, cause millions of deaths, and then successfully pull down the emperor, shut him down and let His Majesty Muzan take over, and succeed in a coup, how could he be a good person? You really dare to come in? You are so brave. We fools do things. How dare you come here to defend? Yin Shi said calmly. Even if I kill you now and buy your Cattail Tavern, afterwards, it only takes a few operations, and the West Wind Knights will suffer helplessly. Under such circumstances, you still stand come out? Margaret gritted her silver teeth tightly, and her pretty face was covered with cold sweat. In fact, she knows this too. In terms of diplomacy between Zedong and Mond has always been on the weak side, and the conscription incidents that happened a few years ago are a good proof of this. Solstice needs recruits to fill, and then comes the Mond soldiers? The point is, in the end, Mond was forced to compromise under pressure. Advertisement so, if she stops what Yin Shi is doing out of righteousness, then she will be wiped out by Yin Shi. I am afraid that, as this man said, the Knights of the West Wind will finally choose to turn a blind eye to what has happened under pressure and just expose it. A weak country has no diplomacy. What's more, it's still their country, abandoned by the gods. Function, it's been a long time, and he hasn't appeared. At this time, Yin Shi, who had been made moveless by Margaret, turned around with a cold face, and let go of Eula, who was sleeping soundly at the moment. He didn't even have time to make a good move just now, he just felt the amazing quality of the leather pants, and then was stopped by Margaret, who broke in an instant. What Yin Shi hates the most is being interrupted at critical moments. Therefore, at this moment, even if Yin Shi didn't do anything, but between the words, the three deterrent forces of the Dragon King's demeanor and the ghost aura, and the Overlord domineering aura are mixed and superimposed, making Margaret, who is an ordinary person at this moment, almost in an instant, he was exhausted and slumped on the ground, opening his mouth wide and waving his hands in fear, begging for mercy. However, Yin Shi's cold amber eyes and the way he looked at the garbage clearly proved that he would not let Margaret go like this. Kill her? Because she offended herself and interrupted her plan. Moreover, she was really upset about this sudden act of justice. Yin Shi's eyes flickered. Then, looking at this Margaret who started to collapse, crying with some fear and trembling all over. A sneer appeared in Yin Shi's eyes. The adrenaline wears off, you start to relax from the rage, and then you realize that you have done something stupid and irreparable, and you show despair. Hey, ridiculous. But, as if thinking of something, Yin Shi stretched out his hand and stroked his clean chin. Having said that, there is a strange sense of déjà vu. 4.0, the high-level identities of fools, in Mond, seem to be able to play a greater role than I imagined. When I was in Ghost Slayer, I pretended to be a ghost, but it didn't seem to be as easy as it is now. Yin Shi looked at this desperate woman, and after a while, he suddenly said softly, "No, forget it, I won't kill you." But, Margaret, do you know what the price of justice is? A dead woman, a lost opportunity to communicate with Diona, and a cattail bar without Diona working. This is not in Yin Shi's interest. The living, sometimes, are more useful than the dead. Just like now, what if Margaret becomes one of his own? Aren't you standing up for justice? That being the case, then you will replace Yura and bear the price of justice. And then, more than 10 minutes later, finally, Noelle brought Amber and arrived at the Cattail Tavern belatedly. Aunt Margaret, over here, chapter 179 separated by a wall. Noelle, I'm sorry. Aunt Margaret, what's wrong with you? Noelle, who led Amber up to the second floor, called out softly to let the other party come out to meet him, and then saw a door that was not hidden, and Aunt Margaret's pretty face appeared at the crack of the door. After greeting Noelle and later Amber, she blushed and said softly at this moment, You're back. Yura, she is in another room, here, right there, let her go back quickly. At this time, Amber followed Margaret's quivering cactus fingertips and followed the direction she pointed, and immediately saw his best friend who was sleeping like a dead pig. Saliva is pouring out, this idiot, didn't he talk about drinking and hiding things? What's going on today? Amber was a little mad inside, but he quickly controlled himself and hurried forward, together with Noelle, help up the unconscious Eula. What's going on? Eula wouldn't make such a mistake logically, why did she drink so much today? Amber looked at Noelle beside him with some doubts at this moment, and couldn't help asking softly at this moment. Hearing this, Noelle also shook her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry. My master and I also came to the Cattail Tavern tonight, and later saw Senior Eula drinking there alone. We just went there together and she kept drinking beer and we kept drinking sparkling water, and then it went like this. Oh my god. Amber rubbed the center of her brow with one hand in a speechless manner, so she just said, 13. Generally speaking, Yura is still very wary, so, did someone accompany her today? I was a little relieved in my heart, but also a little worried. What if I meet someone with a bad intention next time? Yura, this guy. Really, so, it turned out that night, it was Noelle who came to him to explain the reason for Yura, and it turned out that it was here. Amber understood everything at once, however, a question suddenly arises. So, what about that nasty guy with Noelle? At this time, Noelle also noticed this, and the two supported Eula, who was unconscious and drowsy, and then, Noelle asked Margaret with some doubts. Aunt Margaret, by the way, didn't Yin Shi take care of Senior Eula with you? Why isn't he here now? Huh, wow. Margaret, who was about to speak, trembled all over the next moment. Then, after smiling awkwardly at this moment, he said softly, I don't know about this. Why? Both Noelle and Amber's eyes widened in shock. Then, the next second, Margaret suddenly clutched the door tremblingly, pursed her lips tightly and shook her head frantically. No, sorry, I didn't mean that. At this moment, no matter how dull they were, Amber and Noelle clearly noticed that something was wrong with Margaret in front of her. Her face was flushed as if she had a fever, and she had an inexplicable and quite attractive aura let it out. At this moment, Margaret turned her head in embarrassment and confusion, and seeing Noelle's pure eyes, she felt that she was really in a **** hole. No, it shouldn't be me who feels ashamed. Margaret panted, and said softly. Yin Shi said that he has an urgent task there, so after he arranged Eula, he left first. According to him, he is a high-ranking fool, can't and shouldn't appear on such an occasion, accompanied by a drunk official knight of the Zephyr Knights. Amber and Noelle's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Advertisement then, Noelle raised the corner of her mouth gently and said softly, "Hey, you are indeed my master." At this time, even Amber was a little moved. In this way, the character shown by Yin Shi is really the same as the gentleman that his grandfather said. He really is from Liyue, right? Amber's affection for Yin Shi quietly increased a little in his heart. But at this time, Margaret, who was tightly clutching the door, lowered her head somewhat unbearably humiliated. What a fart! This kind of lying under such circumstances, she really felt that her whole body was going to burn. So shameful, so despicable, hateful, despicable, disgusting fools and imps. Your words are so clever, but do your actions match your words? When I think that I have become his accomplice so shamelessly and, I'm sorry. Noelle. Margaret tilted her head and breathed lightly, although she was in a very broken state now, she could not admit defeat. Can't be found either, can only break silver teeth and endure everything. At this time, when Amber and Noelle were about to say goodbye, they suddenly stopped. Looking at Margaret, who was showing half of her body, but felt her body trembling all the time, Noelle and Amber looked at each other, wondering whether Margaret was sick and had a fever. Why did she behave like this tonight? Weird. After placing Eula on the chair to let her rest briefly, Amber otherwise took good care of her, and then Noelle chose to go up to the second floor to find Margaret, who was leaning against the door with a dazed expression. Noelle, why are you back? The Lord is in front. At this moment, Margaret, who was half hidden, said quickly with some nervousness and embarrassment. Auntie, are you really okay? Do you want me to call the doctor for help? It feels like you have a fever, your face is covered with sweat, and it's weird. Noelle asked in a worried voice at this moment. Yes, no matter when and where, Noelle has always been so kind and gentle. And this also made Margaret, trembling all over at this time, feel even more guilty. I'm sorry. Noelle, hey, why did Auntie apologize to me? Noelle hurriedly shook her hand and said in a panic. No, Margaret said softly, then, gritted her silver teeth slightly, and suddenly exerted strength. At this moment, her resistance had achieved results as expected. Taking advantage of this hard-won time, Margaret said softly. I'm fine, it's just because the weather is too hot. I'm sorry. Noelle, I made you worry, I have no problem. Advertisement, woo. You and Amber can just take Eula back. Margaret began to struggle again, and then said softly. I just want to stand for a while, and besides. Yin Shi, your lover, he said. He will continue to date you tomorrow. Noelle, you have to be good. Also, don't be fooled. Margaret spoke slowly with difficulty. Noelle pursed her lips and nodded lightly. She always felt that something was wrong with Auntie's situation, but she had already said that, and she didn't need her help, so there was nothing she could do. I see, Aunt Margaret. Master, you won't lie to me. After Noelle nodded slightly, she said softly. Then I'm leaving, Auntie, and I'll come to see you later. If Yin Shi also wants to drink sparkling water 370 tomorrow night, we will come again. Forehead. Margaret blushed with embarrassment, and then, after a wry smile, she answered lightly with complicated eyes. Suddenly, her whole body trembled, and the focal length of her pupils contracted and enlarged rapidly at this moment, and then she let out a piercing scream. After Noelle's body trembled in fright, she stretched out her hands nervously, ready to help her up. At this time, Margaret gritted her silver teeth tightly, panting and gently patted Noelle's hand away. Noelle. I'm sorry. Looking at Aunt Margaret, who apologized to her suddenly in tears, the maid knight looked dazed and shocked, and waved her hand. She didn't know what was going on, but just when she wanted to ask a question. Okay. You go down. Together with Amber, take Eula away immediately. Don't stay here anymore, I'm fine, Margaret said softly. If something happens, I am also an adult and will take care of myself. Oh, I got it, Auntie, then I'm leaving, Seeing Noelle, who went downstairs a little bit disappointed, then helped Eula up with Amber and left the tavern. Margaret couldn't help but feel a little tight in her heart, and then became even more uncomfortable. Sorry. Yin Shi, you, nasty B*******************. D. Margaret, her eyes were red, her beautiful eyes were full of tears, and she gritted her silver teeth and said at this moment. You're being presumptuous again, but, it seems, you still seem to be enjoying it? You talk nonsense, you just, Chapter 180 Thorough Strategy. Margaret's heart. Looking at Margaret, who was lying down with a dazed face, Yin Shi picked up a glass full of cream beer on the table, took a sip of the beer in the glass, and said calmly, It seems that you are very satisfied. Hearing this, Margaret blushed and said nothing, but buried her little face in the pillow without saying a word. On the one hand, it is indeed as Yin Shi said. After all, she has not experienced such an experience for a long time. Logically speaking, given her condition and appearance, although she is always called an aunt, in fact, she is around 30 years old, and her appearance is the same as that of a girl in her 20s because of her well-maintained appearance. Such a woman, and she is also a rich woman, looks good, and is still divorced. Logically speaking, she should be very attractive. But, in fact, because of the special reason that Margaret herself was so ambitious, no real man could walk into her heart after the divorce. Although it was unilaterally threatened this time, I don't know why. After seeing Noel's innocent little face who didn't know what happened, and Yin Shi's presence behind him. In any case, she can be said to be quite satisfied with this strange sense of déjà vu. Whether it is mentally or physically, there are strange things that are suddenly developed. On the other hand, now, it is impossible for Margaret to get out of the guilt and self-ashamedness towards Noel so quickly. What's more, she also suffers from backache and back pain now, her wound is red and swollen, and she is numb. Yin Shi, no matter how you evaluate him, is an absolute beast. At this time, Yin Shi took out the pocket watch from his pocket, looked at the time carefully for a while, and raised his brows slightly. It's getting late, tonight, anyway, I probably won't be able to sleep. Now that my physical fitness is strong, it doesn't matter whether I sleep or not. Anyway, it has always been the most powerful form of the body. There was no response. At this moment, Yin Shi couldn't help shaking his head regretfully. I'm leaving, you take care of yourself, Yin Shi said lazily, the supper tonight is very good for me. After finishing speaking, Yin Shi stood up, the clothes on her body were ready long ago. Now, too, is time to leave. Compared to Margaret, he actually cared more about Lena and Mira in his own room at the Mond Hotel. As for this woman, originally, she did not exist in Yin Shi's plan. Will you come back later? However, just when Yin Shi was about to be a standard jerk, Margaret suddenly felt a little disappointed, and then looked at Yin Shi expectantly and said softly. Are you in love with me? Yin Shi sneered, the previous ones were all punishments, Aunt Margaret. According to Mond's law, you are a crime? Margaret blushed immediately, of course it was a crime. Moreover, it is quite contrary to Taoism. Thinking about the fact that I have received so much help from Noel, and that the other party is so kind-hearted, but this bad aunt of myself. Whenever she thinks of this, Margaret feels extremely ashamed, and also has a strange sense of excitement. Advertisement, although she also felt that this was wrong, and she should feel ashamed and disgusted. However, once you have tasted it, it is impossible to forget it so easily. It would be really unacceptable for Margaret if she didn't continue to have an experience similar to today's. Yin is this nasty little devil. It's not like an ordinary kid of the same age at all. Whether it's character, ability, or skill. Obviously so handsome, why is he a villain who does all kinds of evil and is good at lying? However, Margaret is in a mess right now with such an extremely evil and hateful guy. Seeing Yin Shi was about to leave directly, I felt that if I let it go like this, it is very likely that I will never have such an experience again in the future. Therefore, at this time, no matter how shy you are, no matter how much you say sorry to Noel in your heart, you will feel extremely ashamed. At this moment, Margaret looked a bit like a drowning person, eagerly looking up to see if the dawn could help her. But that's not the dawn, that's the call of the abyss. At this moment, Yin Shi really wanted to mock this woman. You know, the reason why he did that at the time was nothing more than because this guy stopped him out of justice, which made him annoyed, and then decided to change the plan altogether. However, looking at the situation now, it's not that I need her, but the other party, who seems to be inseparable from me at all. Do you know how thick-skinned your words are now, Aunt Margaret? Yin Shi said playfully. You are so much older than me, yet you beg me so shamelessly, and, you know, I'm your junior, Noel's boyfriend. At this moment, Margaret's pretty face was so blushing that water dripped out, her silver teeth were clenched tightly, and she buried her head deeply in the pillow, her body trembling slightly. Sure enough, once the truth of the matter was revealed, she really felt that she was really shameless. You not only violated Mond's law, but also caused moral collapse. Are you worthy of Noel? Yin Shi said playfully at this moment. Aunt Margaret, don't you feel ashamed? Don't you too? Margaret was a little bitter, pursed her lips, and opened her mouth softly at this moment with some struggles. From the beginning to the end, I have always wanted to open a harem, which is completely different from your blatant betrayal. Margaret gritted her silver teeth, feeling ashamed and angry, and then, extremely ashamed, buried her pretty face in the pillow even more. Besides, I'm still a reserve member of the executive officer of the Fools. As a Mond, you just sold your identity and devoted yourself to an enemy. Margaret, am I just so fascinated by you? Yin Shi opened his mouth slightly at this moment playfully. Yes, he saw it. Since Margaret seems to be quite playful, then he doesn't mind killing her self-esteem completely at this moment, pushing her into the abyss, and making it easier for him to master. People whose moral beliefs have all collapsed will fall into absolute darkness. And in this case, even the dim light released by the abyss would be as irresistible to her as a flickering candle attracting a flying saucer. Me. At this moment, under Yin Shi's aggressive words, Margaret's layer after layer of weak outer protection was completely broken through. Advertisement with tears in her beautiful eyes, she pursed her lips, tremblingly looking at Yin Shi, who now had a cruel arc drawn to the corner of her mouth, and then, her body trembling, she quickly turned her gaze away. Now, she finally understands her identity and psychology. However, I am very relieved. However, just when this woman was so humiliated, she felt that she might as well die. At this moment, Yin Shi changed his offensive and said softly. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and gently pinched Margaret's chin, making her look up at herself in a trance. Looking at this young woman, Yin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. In his 30s, for a Saxon, he can actually be called the pinnacle of appearance. This is a tough beauty that is completely different from the soft and beautiful faces of the Oriental people. Only when the age reaches a certain level can this advantage be fully reflected. At this moment, looking up at Yin Shi's handsome and charming appearance, Margaret's eyes flickered a little bit, But after a while, she recovered and recognized her position, so she looked at Yin Shi with a gaze that begged for extravagant hope. Looking at this young man who has at least played his own round. It's good that you can see who you are, Margaret. Yin Shi said softly. However, you have to perform well to me and show your value to be worthy of my reward, isn't it? Margaret trembled slightly. Come first, Margaret, and call me master. A smile came down on Yin Shi's face, and then, the corners of his mouth were slightly drawn, and he said in a wicked way. Margaret's pretty face instantly flushed with blood. Fen's fist was clenched down, her eyes had some, Wang Jiao, urge to breathe fire. Owner, how could she call such a name that lost her dignity and her personality? Moreover, he is still a young man who is a little younger than himself, how can this be possible? I am a citizen of a free country, I believe in the wind god, and I worship the freedom of the wind. How can one succumb to the iron hooves of ice, like returning to Gouda, like a slave, calling the noble lord master? Margaret trembled all over, and then softly groaned, Master. My master. Please give me a reward, please don't abandon me. Margaret, in shame and extreme excitement, surrendered to Yin Shi's order. At this moment, she completely lost her modesty and personality. She only wants Yin Shi, who can give her reward or punishment. This moment, for Margaret, is destined to be the beginning of a brand new destiny. She will never be able to go back to the past, but whether that's good or bad will have to be left for later, maybe soon. Her baby was born and looked again. Chapter 181 Ladies and Warlocks. Please don't abandon us. Although Margaret was a Saxon, she couldn't stand the stormy offensive of the strengthened Yin Shi. What's more, she hasn't had such an experience for a long time. Therefore, after making Margaret understand her position, the second thing Yin Shi did was not to continue to aggravate Margaret's injury, but to let the other party start to perform well. At that time, her whole body was sore and numb, and she felt aggrieved and didn't know what to do. After knowing Yin Shi's thoughts, Margaret blushed immediately. However, since it is the order of the master, then it can only be obeyed. However, as in the past, the mistakes that those people make the first time are the same. Yin Shi's feeling is actually not good. After all, Margaret had never acted like this before, so it was difficult to completely control her own teeth so as not to hurt Yin Shi. However, it's actually pretty good. Promising that Margaret would come to see her later, Yin Shi left directly. He must hurry back to the Mon Hotel. One must know that in his own room, the lady with the mirror and Warlock Lei Ying are in the same situation as Margaret. Don't favor one person over another. What's more, tomorrow morning, I will have a date with Noelle, so at least I have to prepare well. Mon Hotel back in his room, Yin Shi first untied the silver cloak and robe on his body, hung them on the hanger at one side, and walked towards the bed with a calm expression. The sleeping postures of Reina and Mira are still the same as before Yin Shi left, but with a slight change. It seemed that they slept soundly. Yin Shi didn't want to step in and squeeze the bed with them, Reina is too tall. Entering the past, there is really a sense of sight like being hugged by a doll. Although the experience is quite novel, and 733 has a strange sense of excitement, but in daily life, forget it. Speaking of which, is the evil eye of the hidden mirror lady ice type or water type, or have both attributes, which makes the body abnormally tall. Sitting on the armchair, reading at night with the lamp on, Yin Shi flipping through the books in his hand, thinking silently. Then, he shook his head slightly, closed the books on hand, and then, start to take out the paper and pen, write down quickly, and make pictures. In the TVAT world, the income of the fools is pitifully small, but the pension is the highest in the entire TVAT world. But this is not Yin Shi's wish. He continues to spend money now, of course, after taking over Margaret tonight, he should not worry about spending money, but Yin Shi can't see such a pure shameless behavior. Therefore, you must make a good profit by yourself. And Yin Shi, who has another world and a lot of experience, happens to have a lot of good ideas. Such as winemaking, such as industrial development, water power, electricity, etc. Advertisement. What Yin Shi needs is financial, military and human support. And obviously, the crowd of fools can just come true and fulfill Yin Shi's wish. In addition, the Biguo Bank, where the executive officer, the rich man, turns over, can provide a large amount of funds to realize Yin Shi's plan. Quickly draw the blueprints and templates in my mind on paper, such as the operation mode and production methods of bicycles, such as the brewing and purification methods of rice wine and wheat wine. Finally, Yin Shi began to quickly sketch the appearance of the car, BDCI, on paper. In the current world of TVAT, I don't know what the technological strength is, but if it's just a power source, it should be possible. According to the power drive that Li Wei showed when she faced Oser at that time, it can be done. Yin Shi's eyes flickered. He doesn't need too much money to fight for the position of the #1 richest businessman in TWAT or something. He only needs to have a lot of money, food and clothing, enough to realize his wishes and ambitions, and it will not hold him back. At the end of winter, after the demise of Kanria, TVAT is currently the world's highest scientific and technological force. Therefore, Yin Shi felt that these ideas of his should be realized. At that time, relying on the patent and the dividends, it will be enough for him to escape the limit of 200,000 moras a week. Moreover, Yin Shi didn't like this kind of practice of taking the money given by the woman and spending it himself. Even if the person who gave it now is his colleague, the executive officer, Ms. Moreover, it has nothing to do with myself. However, Yin Shi just didn't want to. It was just dawn. On the bed, the lady in the mirror and Warlock Lei Ying woke up leisurely and yawned. They looked out the window with sleepy eyes, and soon noticed Yin Shi, who was reading a book at the table. They couldn't help being startled, then a little nervous and a little shy. Just when they were about to stand up and take a salute posture to pay respects to Yin Shi, they almost got out of bed when both of them cried out in pain at the same time, with uncomfortable expressions on their faces, and sat back down again at this moment. At this moment, the second daughter looked at Yin Shi, who cast her eyes shyly and nervously, and said apologetically at this moment, "I'm sorry, Master Yin Shi. We." Obviously, they still remembered what happened yesterday, and they called Yin Shi, Master. Yin Shi shook his head, forgiving the two for their faux pas. He is naturally clear about how much he went too far yesterday. Therefore, at this moment, even if his thoughts are not interrupted, he will not be too angry. After all, now that the sequelae are coming, their physical fitness is not the type that can immediately recover from injuries like the ghosts. "I'm going out today, continue to date Noelle, you can't come with me," Yin Shi said calmly. "Although Rosalind has told you to follow me and watch over me. Serve as her eyeliner, but that's where I end up talking." The pretty faces of Lena and Mila were instantly pale as paper, and then they lowered their heads with some grievances. Nuo dared not speak. "Advertisement, however, it's not like just abandoning you and ignoring you, just letting you be in a dilemma." Yin Shi touched his nose helplessly. These two people are different from Margaret, so, for them, Yin Shi he looked a little more gentle and peaceful. "I need some money, but with the monthly remuneration given to me by the fools, I feel that I will be delayed at any time." "Stop, I am not asking you to take out your own wallets." Yin Shi stopped the two women from subconsciously taking out their wallets from their clothes with black lines all over their heads, and said helplessly at this moment, "Although you can't come with me today, I will make it up to you later. Before that, I need your help." After the words fell, Yin Shi, who stood up at this moment, took all the blueprints of his overnight results on the table in his hands, and walked towards the second daughter who was sitting a little uneasy. Just as Lei Na and Mila were about to stand up, they were gently pressed down by Yin Shi. Then, Yin Shi sat between them and handed half of the work in hand to the two of them. Warlock Lei Ying looked at it clumsily. She couldn't understand it at all, but it seemed miraculous. As for the hidden mirror lady, although she had some doubts in her heart at first, after studying it carefully for a while, her expression became more and more shocked. Yin Shi was a little busy to be satisfied with the changes in their expressions, and said softly at this moment, "You guys stay here today to recover from your injuries, and help me pass this on to Rosalind. I might not be able to live with the 20W more a week, Mond, the price is too expensive." Thinking that 2 glasses of sparkling water cost 2k more at that time, Yin Shi felt the urge to exhale the fragrance. With such a high price level, how long can 20W more take? At this time, Lena and Mira couldn't help but look at each other, and after a while, Lena spoke first, "Master Yin Shi. If you are short of money, you can come to us at any time. If you are a reserve member of the Fool's Executive Officer, North Country the bank will provide you with no strings attached. Also, me and Mira can help you too," Reina said in a complicated way. At the side, Mira also nodded hastily at this moment. "I'm not an executive officer of the Fools yet. I will be promoted after I first get the God's Heart of Function. Before that, I was short on funds, and I would not take other women's money to F***K other women." Yin Shi said calmly, "Money, I can earn it myself." Lena and Myra's eyes flickered slightly, looked at the person in front of them, and then nodded with some emotion and complexity, expressing that they understood. "See you tonight." Yin Shi stood up and said softly, "Don't forget to help me with this." We will properly inform Lord Rosalind about this matter." The second girl opened her mouth softly and said softly, "A breakthrough has been made in the actual relationship, and I have also begun to understand that Yin Shi's character does not seem to be so bad." The two of them also began to slowly accept Yin Shi with open hearts. "Like now, recover well." After a long silence, before he was about to leave, Yin Shi suddenly sighed softly, and then, under the surprised gazes of both Lena and Mira, each of them lightly pecked at the corner of the library. Then, Yin Shi left. The two fools and elites were left standing there, shy and at a loss. In this case, they probably won't be abandoned. Chapter 182 The Wind Blows, A Picnic Date with Noelle. These are Yin Shi's ideas. Does he still have this ability? Looking at the document report handed over by Reina and Mira, at this moment, after reading it, Rosalind looked quite surprised. After a while, she put these aside, looked at the two people in front of her and spoke thoughtfully at this moment. Hearing this, Reina and Mira also hurriedly nodded. This is Yin Shi's order, and it also happens to be the task that the lady gave them. I will send these to open black lens bracket Dr. Close black lens bracket. Besides, that guy asked you to give me these, does he have his own purpose? Rosalind took a sip of the black tea in the cup calmly. She just had breakfast, and she has nothing to do now, so, enjoying the scenery of Mond and savorings and black tea brewed from the hardcover tea leaves from Leeway is also a good choice. Reina and Mira looked at each other in embarrassment, and then chose to answer Rosalind's question. After learning that Yin Shi actually felt that she didn't have enough money to spend, so she came up with these ideas in order to make money, Rosalind thoughtfully stroked her smooth chin. Then, with some doubts, she looked at Reina and Mira. Let the two of them go down as eyeliners and do things for Yin Shi. Can't they help him for a while or give him money? Northland Bank will give them compensation and feedback, and will not let them down. As if seeing the displeasure and unkindness in the lady's eyes, Mira, the lady in the hidden mirror, waved her hand quickly at this moment, and said softly at this moment with some complicated emotions, It's not what you think, my lord. In fact, it's because of Yin Shi the adults don't like to take money from us. His original words are, he doesn't like to take other women's money to pick up other women. Speaking of this, the faces of this lady with hidden mirrors and Warlock Lei Ying beside her turned red with embarrassment. And Rosalie raised her eyebrows a little funny, but soon, she thought of something, and looked at the two with a slightly changed expression. At this time, she noticed some characteristics that were different from the past in their bodies at this moment. The appearance seems to be more feminine, and the standing posture is also a bit strange. Immediately thinking of what they might have encountered, Rosalie's pretty face turned icy. After a while, she exhaled lightly, and rubbed the center of her brow helplessly. I see, that B*****************. Where did he go? In addition, didn't I tell you the mission to let you keep an eye on him all the time? Rosalind asked calmly. Well, Mrs. Yin Shi said that he has an appointment for this day, and it is enough for us to stay here to recuperate from our injuries. In addition, it is enough to complete the tasks he asked. As for the taking of the function's God's heart, Lord Yin Shi's reply is that it is not yet the time. Hearing this, Rosalind stretched out her hand thoughtfully and rubbed her smooth chin, and then looked at the two respectful people standing in front of her with some complicated eyes. After a while, she nodded lightly and let the two of them go on, giving them a day of rest today. Meanwhile, on sunny, breezy days, Yin Shi, who had an agreement with Noel, brought this maid knight to the land of the wind, which is in the plains, under the tallest and widest giant tree, to have a picnic. Advertisement Noel has already made all the preparations and, for this date, made a delicious breakfast and afternoon tea. Heat the kettle by firing the slime to make hot black tea. I have to say that Noel's preparations are really adequate. Yin Shi sat opposite Noel, chatting with each other about trivia and anecdotes. Yin Shi didn't want to ask Noel about Mond's secrets, but just followed her tone, divergent thinking, and knew more about Mond unconsciously. Although, Noel is very strong in keeping secrets, and there are very few things that can be revealed. Mostly, boudoir tidbits, like Amber and Lisa are like sisters, and Amber and Eula always stick to it. Then, I talked about Noel's own yearning and belief in becoming an official knight of the West Wind Knights, etc. Yin Shi listened to Noel's words with a gentle smile all the time, and inserted a few words from time to time, so that Noel would not be embarrassed, and would also give her a sense that in fact, she had been listening carefully and earnestly. Join the chat. Emotional goodwill is rapidly heating up at this moment. In this way, the two of them ate the sweet desserts and more meat in the box during the spare time of communication, and then under the large tree canopy, the sitting posture gradually evolved into sitting side by side, talking softly and warmly. Master, it has only been a few days since I learned the breathing method, and the sword method you taught me. Every time I start practicing, I feel a different and novel experience. Noel said softly at this moment, it's like this morning, I got up early and practiced, it feels like I've become much stronger. In the past, although I had a lot of strength and could easily swing the giant sword in my hand, when I released the element burst of my rock element God's Eye, the sword body would burst out with powerful rock attribute airblade power, causing the sword the body has become heavier, and because it is too huge, the center of gravity is quite difficult to grasp. Now, such a situation will not occur. This might be the sword shape tailored for you. Yin Shi stretched out his hand, and at this moment, gently rubbed the girl Noel's head. Then, he said gently, however, don't be careless and slack on this, Noel, if you want to become a qualified official knight of the West Wind Knights, you must pass the actual combat assessment, and you must also pass the cultural written examination. It's okay, you have to review your homework all the time. Yeah, don't worry, master, I will definitely work hard. After stretching out her kaken and waving her fist at this moment, Noel said firmly. At this moment, there was a warm expression on that soft and pretty face. Yin Shi felt a little impulsive looking at it, and couldn't help but immediately lowered his head under Noel's somewhat panicked gaze. Although a little worried and afraid, Noel did not resist. Instead, after a moment of stiffness, he gently responded to Yin Shi's move. Until the silver arc pulled out in midair, Yin Shi coughed lightly and said gently, however, even so, I am still a little worried, will you be targeted by Qin at that time? Asking for flowers. Speaking of this, Yin Shi couldn't help but have a serious expression. After all, although I can help you do so much, correspondingly, now the leader Qin of the West Wind Knights thinks that your relationship with the fools is too close. For you, it's actually a burden. Advertisement, it's okay. I believe that everyone has paid attention to my hard work over the years. With that said, little Noel waved his hand. Also, even if you are a fool, sir, you are not necessarily a bad person. How about, master, you too, like me, become a knight of the Zephyr Knights? Noel said expectantly. Silly girl, my identity and background are so special, I'm destined not to become one. After lightly rubbing Elle's little head, Yin Shi thought of something again, his eyes sank, and he began to think. Speaking of which, most of the main force of the West Wind Knights are now on the expedition to the Sea of Silence with Grand Master Fulga. That being the case, under such circumstances, the West Wind Knights who stayed behind in Mond will also have an impact on the newly recruited knights, that is, the knight assessment? A traveler who has made great contributions cannot become a regular under such circumstances, and can only become an honorary knight, which explains the problem. So, for some reason, he always felt that even if Noel defeated or passed Kaya's test in the formal knight assessment or actual combat assessment, there was a great possibility that he would not be able to officially become an official knight of the Knight Order. At that time, Noel will be very sad, right? can't help but rub between his brows helplessly. Yin Shi felt a little emotional. Huh? What's the matter, master? She seemed to have noticed the change in Yin Shi's facial expression. At this moment, Noelle asked nervously and worriedly. No. Girl, next week's official night assessment, if you pass the test successfully, I will give you a gift. Hearing this, Yin Shi shook his head and said gently at this moment, the gift will definitely suit your heart, so, you must work hard. Well, I will not disappoint Master's expectations. Noelle said shyly and nervously at this moment. Then, looking at Yin Shi with piercing eyes, he opened his mouth slightly and said in a shy voice. The gift? Yes, is it the reward you got for defeating the Ruins Guard like yesterday? Of course not. Yin Shi stretched out his hand gently, wrapped his arms around Noelle's slender waist, and said softly, you can give Noelle the reward from yesterday at any time. Woo. The next moment, Noelle, who was suddenly attacked by Yin Shi, closed her beautiful eyes after being at a loss for a short while, slowly enjoying the warmth from Yin Shi. Chapter 183 is about to lose, Amber Muzan? The tyranny of the Kochou people? The silver wire began to shatter in midair due to the long distance, which also made Noelle feel even more shy. After coughing lightly, Noelle looked at Yin Shi with a joking smile on his face, and said softly shyly, Master is a bad guy. Okay, I won't tease you. Stretching out his hand and gently rubbing Noelle's little head, Yin Shi said softly, Noelle, do you want to continue walking? Of course the girl chose to agree, since being told by Captain Chin that he will take care of and keep an eye on Yin Shi, for Noelle, it is actually a very good opportunity to get along with the master, so he doesn't have to stay in the nights all the time. Although Noelle also wanted to help the people of Mond, but, sure enough, if it was an intuitive comparison between Master, the citizens of Mond and the seniors of the West Wind Knights, Noelle would like to have a little selfishness. I just want to stay with my master until the formal night assessment of the night order. The two quickly began to sort out the current equipment, packed the picnic tablecloths, food boxes, teacups, and kettles. Then, Noelle put all these into his rock element god eyes, looked at his master who was smiling and looked at him, and stretched out his hand blushingly, holding the heaven he stretched out. Starting from the land of the wind, Yin Shi's goal is Oath Cape in the southeast. The night scene there at night, the brilliant Tivat starry sky, must be as beautiful as the game. The night breeze blows gently, and there is also the most romantic place for lovers to confess their love. Starting from here on the 13th wind, counting the time, Yin Shi and Noelle should be able to reach the top of the Oath Gorge in the afternoon. Coincidentally, Yin Shi can also show off her cooking skills, and under the bright starry night, the last step is a matter of course. If he succeeds, he will completely devour Noelle and leave a deep imprint on himself. Yin Shi thought of almost all the plans right away, but the innocent and pure maid knight Noelle never thought that her master had such thoughts at all. In her mind, cuddling and hugging each other under the chest with Mr. Master, even pecking each other a little, is already the limit of what can be done, and it is quite romantic. Holding Noelle's little hand, Yin Shi gently led her forward, and along the way, began to talk about his experience. For Noelle, he chose to reveal his identity as a visitor from the world. And obviously, after knowing this, Noelle was also a little surprised. However, when listening to Yin Shi's story about his past, the corners of his mouth gradually curled up and he listened softly. Meanwhile, in the Dodapa Valley, this is a high-risk area where monsters are rampant. Even adventurers who have experienced many battles and many adventure experiences are quite taboo about this place. If they don't come here to perform tasks, they will definitely not go. After all, here, almost every mile, you can see a camp of Kochou people. Kochou shamans, Kochou thugs, abyss mages, slime monsters, and even lyre flowers are rampant in it. There is no doubt that this is the lair of Monster Carnival. In fact, the root of the monster tides that have been launched all the time to attack Mond, the source, is here. Even after countless times of costly conquests by the Knights of the West Wind over the past dynasties, in this Dodapa Valley, the monsters are almost never completely extinct. Over time, Monfang can only strictly monitor and keep an eye on the threat level of Dodapa Valley, and occasionally entrust adventurers from the Adventurers Association to clean up some monsters. Or occasionally send out formal knights to carry out activities to clear the monsters among them. Do not seek extinction, only seek to kill the enemy, and after reducing some numbers, retreat completely. And I will not do it again, which is a waste of money and material resources, and there is a great possibility of danger. And now, Amber, the only and best scouting knight of the West Wind Knights, is doing this. Advertisement: she is the last and only member of the scouting knight team of the Zephyr Knights. Very proficient in enemy tracking, solving puzzles and archery. At the same time, he is also a well-deserved flying champion in Mond City. At this moment, what Amber is doing is a routine campaign of suppression. But this time, she made a fatal mistake. Finding the enemy, tracking, lurking, and shooting the Kochou archers and Kochou scouts who looked out, she did everything perfectly and impeccably. However, she overlooked an important point. That is, these days, because of her large-scale actions, the number of Kochou camps destroyed has attracted the attention of some existences. And among these existences, there is even one, the Kochou Rock Helmet King. Knowing how to manipulate the power of rock elements for his own use, he is prone to landslides and ground cracks, shaking the earth. Kochou Rock Helmet King. Even if it is faced by the official knight formation of the knights, it will be extremely headaches, forcible crusades, and there may even be a terrifying existence of great danger to life. Because of Umber's aimless but extremely efficient hunting and destruction operations, the Kochou Rock Helmet King was alarmed. And as a partner, the furry Abyss Mage from the Abyss also decided to cooperate with it at this moment. Therefore, not long ago, because Amber was worried about Noelle's mood, she hadn't gotten better, and the traces left behind hadn't been cleaned up. When she successfully lurked and destroyed a small Kochou camp again, the siege net aimed at her was formed by monsters. 2 Haochu Kochou thugs, 2 wooden shield Kochou thugs, surrounded by Kochou water shaman and Kochou wind shaman who are increasing and debuffing the state, and at the same time, countless Kochou people are coming from all directions. At the same time, Water Abyss Mage, Ice Abyss Mage, and Kochou Rock Helmet King also rushed over after receiving the summons. When Amber realized that he was about to suffer, even though he had already used all his strengths, he couldn't escape the completely formed encirclement by blasting the wind slime, setting off the wind field and using the wind wings to escape. Arrows condensed with flames, thunder, and ice were continuously shot from the crossbow in the hands of the Kochou archers. The traction wind formed, constantly pulling Amber's delicate body that wanted to escape. Yaika. Shoot this human woman down, X first and then kill. Under the huge head of Kochou Yanhelm King, the scarlet eyes flashed with violent killing intent. Kachapupugashe. It's this guy who has been destroying our camp in the past few days. At least a dozen or 20 masters died because of this woman's injury. Kochou Rock Helmet King's furious punch hit his huge chest, and a huge golden light emerged at this moment, forming a burly and sturdy trouser rack, Mananinabayodomu. Now, do it. I want this human woman, and pay the due price. The next moment, with a cry of exclamation, a flaming arrow from a Kochou rocketman successfully smashed the wings of wind behind Amber, who was running away anxiously in the distance. After screaming in horror and falling from midair, the Kochou thugs, as well as many Kochou people, cheered at this moment, and then ran towards the place where Amber fell. The king had already issued an order, although it would be more suitable for them to throw it into the cauldron and boil it, but since the king has something to desire, it is not wrong to let the king satisfy it before eating it. But at this time, when falling from a high altitude, even when the blood was bloody from the smash, at that critical moment, Amber still managed to roll on the spot, and successfully dissipated the force in a dangerous way. However, her foot was still sprained because of it. At this time, Amber, who was an archer, was extremely panicked when he saw the Kochou thugs approaching quickly with fierce eyes. Advertisement. Once the remote output is in close contact with the enemy, if there is no shield and the explosion is not enough and the ankle is stuck, it is pure fish on the chopping board. The marksman's oath in his hand was directly slapped away by the Kochou thug in front of him at this moment, and with a click, it fell to the ground 10 meters away and shattered directly. Amber was extremely terrified. Her beautiful eyes were full of helplessness and panic purple with tears in her eyes. Fear and trembling appeared on her pretty face, and she crawled back. However, how could this Kochou thug give her a chance to escape? What's more, the current Amber is still in the situation of spraining his ankle. How much can he climb when he climbs? At this moment, the 3-meter-tall fire axe Kochou thug grinned ferociously, stretched out his huge palm and directly grabbed Amber's 2 lotus arms at this moment, and then lifted her up in the air like pulling a carrot. Wong 213 has issued an order. Now, this human woman is his trophy, and if he dedicates her to the king, he will be rewarded. Amber, who was crying and wailing, kept crying for help at this moment. She is still young and she has many friends, and she could feel that the eyes of these Kochou people in front of her were quite strange. No, don't, come on, help me. No, don't come here. Both hands were directly grabbed by Kochou's thug with one hand, and Amber, who was hanging in the air, cried out in fear and helplessness. The severe pain in his hands, the pain in his sprained ankle, and the endless despair and loneliness made Amber's cute and baby fat pretty face a look of panic and despair at this moment. But in this lair of monsters, in this Dodaba Valley, it is quite difficult to find a human being. What's more, now, Amber's goal is to find someone who is willing to fight against a huge Kochou camp in order to save her this burden. Including Kochou Rock Helmet King, several Kochou thugs, several Kochou shamans, 2 abyss mages, 10 Kochou archers, thugs Kochou people, and Zhuang Ru, the judge of the Zhuangzhuang people. Land. Even elite adventurers would never do it, they could only stand by and leave with a sigh. Waiting for the fate of Amber, if there is no accident, it will really develop and unfold like the book. Humiliated, and then eaten alive, however, at this moment. Yin Shi, who was passing by here with Noelle, heard the cry for help, which was already very small because of the distance. Amber, is this voice her? In danger? Yin Shi frowned slightly, then hugged Noelle and immediately changed direction. Well, plans have changed. Chapter 184. The hero saves the beauty. The power of phantom beasts can instantly kill Kochou Yando King. Oh my god, it's Senior Amber, her bow was broken, she's in a very dangerous situation now. Being hugged by Princess Yin Shi, I was a little shy and at a loss at first. I don't know why Yin Shi was in such a hurry all of a sudden, and it was not in the direction of the Oath Gorge. However, soon, Noelle noticed the mess left on the ground not far away with sharp eyes, and the shattered marksman's oath made Noelle nervous and flustered for a while. Well, I just heard Amber's cry for help, although it was very quiet when it arrived, I still heard it. Yin Shi said with a serious face. Now we should have reached the nearest location. If nothing unexpected happens, Amber may have encountered an unimaginable enemy. Noelle also nodded solemnly. Yes, master. If that's the case, please let me down. Sister Amber is a senior of the West Wind Knights. I can't just leave her alone, and she is also my very good friend. At this moment, Yin Shi, who finally arrived with Noelle in his arms, nodded lightly at this moment. I know, but it's still a bit too much for you to deal with such a huge Kochou camp by yourself. Yes, standing not far in front of them is a huge Kochou camp. According to Yin Shi's perception, he discovered at least 4 ores that are currently stronger than Noelle, who has learned the breath of rock. The strongest among them is no different from the huge Kochou man who is burly and far surpassing the ordinary Kochou thugs. If Yin Shi did not admit his mistake, it should be King Kochou Yando. Moreover, Amber's situation is quite dangerous now. Looking from the direction of Yin Shi and Noelle, it is obvious that these Kochou people are planning to humiliate her first, and then kill and eat her. Noelle was extremely anxious, but Yin Shi would not choose to let her take risks. After placing Noelle on the tree, Yin Shi said softly, Amber is in crisis. Noelle, the situation is quite urgent now, so, originally I still planned to let you practice your hand, but now it seems that it should not work. Stay here and watch the master show his strength. Noelle blinked her beautiful eyes, then pursed her lips and nodded. Yin Shi smiled, took out his Nichiren blades from the portable space, and jumped off the tree trunk. Following his sudden appearance, several Kochou scouts on the field immediately noticed him, and successfully attracted the attention of these monster scouts, and started yelling at Yin Shi. And what greeted them was a stormy flying slash. The wind blade swung, and in just an instant, all the Kochou thugs who came in front of them, as well as the Kochou archers who were about to shoot their crossbow arrows, were all killed on the spot. The amputated limbs turned into photons and dissipated in midair in an instant, and then returned to the embrace of the earth veins, waiting for the next earth veins to revive them again, and the few Kochou thugs who witnessed this scene did not care about taking the blood on Amber's body. The clothes were completely torn. Under the instruction of the angry Kochou Yando king, these Kochou thugs roared and waved the huge weapons in their hands, and charged towards Yin Shi like a broken bamboo. Although there are only a few figures, the power and influence presented is as terrifying as a small army charging together. At the same time, there are priests from Kochou who are acting at the same time in the far side. A small area of dark clouds began to spread in midair, and at the same time, it was visible to the naked eye that the source of wind pulled up released a powerful attraction. Meanwhile, the attack on Yin Shi is actually more than that. The 2 Abyss Mages, the Water Abyss Mage and the Ice Abyss Mage, both began to sing and dance in midair at this moment. The blue ice crystals began to condense into ice cones suspended in the sky, and the roaring flames formed hot explosive bombs and threw them in Yin Shi's direction. Advertisement facing all these restraints and strong attacks, Yin Shi simply took the Nichiren blades back into his personal space. Although it can break through the encirclement at the speed of the breath of thunder, it can be quickly wiped out one by one. However, such a visual impact is not big enough. Moreover, the Kochou Yando king ignored his existence, and actually wanted to tear off the last bit of fabric on Amber's body. Under such circumstances, Yin Shi will no longer be afraid of hiding his strength. Slightly opened his mouth, hot red light condensed in his mouth. The next moment, Yin Shi's amber eyes flashed a touch of tyranny, and then he opened his mouth suddenly and let out a roar. At this moment, the pillar of blazing flames gushed out through the sky, burning and distorting the air. Even if the grass below was not directly lifted at this moment, it was turned into ashes by the heat in an instant. The rioting wind elements, the small-scale weather generated, and dozens of arrows condensed with elemental power, as well as the violently charging Kochou thugs, as well as the last Sun Priest and Abyss Master. At this moment, the extremely large dragon's breath that was directly released by Yin Shi is all within the attack range. Boom, a thunderous roar, bringing is absolute destruction and nirvana. Noelle covered her mouth in shock, and stared dumbfounded at the shocking scene in front of her. And Amber, who was struggling desperately, was completely stupefied at what happened in front of him at this moment. At this moment, King Kochou Yando also looked at him in horror. Under the huge dragon's breath fire pillar, almost all the enemies attacked were turned into ashes in an instant. The crystalline shield formed by the condensed elemental force of the Water Abyss Mage and the Ice Abyss Mage almost collapsed at the touch of a touch, and the body was instantly evaporated. Yasaki. Damn humans. However, even after seeing Yin Shi's terrifying performance in battle, monsters are destined to be monsters. Even the highest-ranking King Kochou, after a brief shock at this moment, fell into the anger of being wiped out by his clan. Huge golden light radiated from the burly body, forming a thick layer of stone armor. Afterwards, King Kochou Yando ignored Amber, but jumped up suddenly, with tremendous force, condensing a huge rock element force, towards Yin Shi tens of meters away, just like the pressure of Mount Tai. Smash it hard. Boom. King Kochou Yando, who clenched his fists into one, came to Yin Shi in the next second under the blessing of huge potential and kinetic energy, and smashed his arms down. Visible to the naked eye, a layer of huge energy ripples suddenly rippled in midair at this moment. Boom. At the same time as the heavy sound that could shake the eardrums resounded, the ground under Yin Shi's feet was instantly cracked and sunken by nearly 1 meter, showing a huge spider web crack with a radius of up to 3 meters. But at this moment, Yin Shi is only supporting the Kochou Yanduang's double fists with one hand. Advertisement: the power of the rock element that was supposed to erupt later was completely swallowed up by the power of the moment. Otherwise, behind Yin Shi, it should be Kochou Yanduang's elemental force erupting, and the countless small peaks formed are like cliff sword. A tyrannical look appeared in Kochou Yanduang's eyes, and he swung his fists, ready to smash down again. But at this time, Yin Shi made a move. He will not. bear the blow of the enemy in vain. At this moment, the other free hand condensed a black arm domineering, and the focus of the pupils narrowed slightly in the next 2 paragraphs. Black brushed lightning began to coil around the front of the fist, and in the next second, this heavy fist wrapped in the color of the ultimate weapon and the color of the Overlord. Under Yin Shi's special dragon-like transformation, the 2-color domineering wind wrapped around the claws of the green dragon. Boom! With one blow, it directly pierced through the chest of the burly and huge Kochou Yanduang in front of him. And that power, even unabated, tore the countless trees behind King Kochou Yando into pieces in an instant. Dragon Claw. One blow killed all the vitality of King Kochou Yando, and then, Yin Shi withdrew his arm expressionlessly, allowing King Kochou Yandu in front of him to fall down on his side with a weak body, making a muffled sound it rang, and then turned into photons and dissipated in midair, returning to the embrace of the power of the earth veins. Next time, after being revived by the power of the earth veins, its level and aptitude will drop. And, will never be able to become a Kochou king again. Good Li Hao. At this moment, Noel looked at the back of his master in shock. Shi, I have heard that Mr. Master is very strong. However, this kind of fire element power that is condensed to the extreme is almost destroying the sky and flattening the mountains, and there is also the ultimate power to kill Kochou Yando King with one punch. Sir, is it so powerful? At this time, the clothes on his body were quite tattered, but they could still cover up some parts. Although Amber looked more attractive, he looked at Yin Shi who was walking towards him in horror. Is this the strength of the foolish executives that Captain Qin fears so much? It's just a substitute. Strength. Is strength so powerful? Amber's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and he couldn't control himself for a long time. Until, Yin Shi came to her side, tasted the blessing, coughed lightly, and then put the snow country robe on his body on the scouting night. At this moment, feeling the warmth of the coat on his body, Amber, who suddenly realized what kind of situation he was in, immediately turned shy and completely flushed. Chapter 185 Boots off for treatment. Embarrassed Amber. I'm a little late, sorry, Amber, are you okay? After Yin Shi said gently, he lowered his body at this moment, looked at the scouting knight in front of him carefully, and asked softly. You are Noel's friend, that is, my friend, I'm sorry, I'm late. No, how can it be your fault? Unable to adapt to Yin Shi's gentle gaze at this moment, Amber, who was rather shy, coughed lightly, and said with some frustration. It's my own strength. And, if you didn't arrive in time, I will definitely encounter unexpected events. When I thought about the situation that I was in at that time, I was injured and had no support, and then a group of Kochou people looked at me with lustful, greedy and tyrannical eyes. Fortunately, Yin Shi arrived at the last moment, so he was not humiliated. Thinking of this, Amber felt very warm in his heart, and even felt some strange psychological feelings towards Noel's boyfriend. However, soon, Amber, who realized this in his heart, scolded himself secretly, his complexion recovered, and he only expressed his gratitude to Yin Shi in a soft and respectful voice. At the same time, Noel who was in the distance also ran over quickly, squatting down beside Yin Shi at this moment, and looked at Senior Amber worriedly. Amber, how is your injury? The scout knight said softly with some embarrassment. I'm sorry for troubling you. When I spread the wings of wind, I was surrounded by Rocket Hill and Thunder Arrow Hill and fell from a high altitude, broke my foot. Amber looked ashamed and helpless, pursed his lips, and said aggrievedly with tears in his beautiful eyes. I didn't expect Kochou people to be so cunning this time, alas. It should be Amber that you have been too active in Dadaba Valley recently, and you have attracted too much attention. Moreover, when I saw it just now, there are 2 abyss mages here, which are comparable to inferior monsters like Kochou people. By the way, the wisdom possessed by the abyss mage can ruthlessly plot against you when you are negligent. As he said that, Yin Shi stretched out his hand, and when Noel and Amber both exclaimed in surprise, he gently lifted a little bit of the coat. Amber was quite shy, but after noticing that Yin Shi was looking at her injured foot, she immediately relaxed a little. But at this moment, after a moment of panic, Noel, who noticed Yin Shi's movements, also reacted, and hurriedly paid attention to Amber's injury with his master. Amber, I want to take off your socks and boots to see how you are hurt, is that okay? Yin Shi said solemnly. If it is very serious, emergency treatment must be carried out immediately. Otherwise, once the optimal treatment time is exceeded, not only scars will be left, but hidden diseases may even occur. There is a possibility of recurrence of old injuries, or even a delay in speed. Both Noel and Amber were a little shocked. Is this situation so serious? Of course, it's not that serious. However, if he didn't give such an excuse, how could Amber accept Yin Shi's proposal? Just like now, although she was a bit shy, the scouting night girl gritted her teeth, and finally, for the sake of her own future, she agreed to Yin Shi's proposal. Amber wears shorts with long legs, and every time he travels for reconnaissance and enemy hunting missions, he runs in socks and boots. That pair of socks and boots with sparkles in the white has accompanied Amber year after year. Advertisement. After getting Amber's consent, Yin Shi nodded solemnly, with a shocked expression on his face, and slowly took off the socks and boots on Amber's legs bit by bit. Although Noel felt that this was a normal behavior, but looking at Senior Amber's shy expression, she didn't know why she felt a little psychologically uncomfortable. When the socks and boots fade to the ankle, they are the pure boots, and the texture at the beginning is harder than the previous socks. Yin Shi supported Amber's delicate calf muscle with one hand, and when she confirmed to Amber that it could be emptied and that it was not a wound, she gently pressed her calf while Amber was exclaiming, with Noel on the side sitting squatting. The cute little face showed quite complex colors at this moment. This is taking care of Senior Amber for treatment, but Senior Amber is too sensitive, and because of the stimulation of pain, he has the current reaction. Noelle, don't think too much. Not to mention Noelle, who is constantly hypnotizing herself at this moment. Now, with Yin Shi holding Amber's calf in place with one hand, she can naturally use the other hand to finally put Amber's sock at this moment. Boots come off completely. The next moment, Yin Shi couldn't help frowning slightly. The heart that originally planned to appreciate it was gone at this moment. He did not expect that Amber's situation would be so bad, and the degree of her injury was far deeper than Yin Shi imagined. It's hard for her to grit her teeth and insist on not crying out. The pain caused by this kind of injury, even if it's just a slight shaking of this leg, Amber himself can feel quite a lot of pain. The degree of bruising was very deep, and the wound was probably not what Amber thought, it was simply sprained. Falling from a high altitude, the unloading force is uneven, so all the impact force is concentrated on the ankle. If you take her back to Mond, the idle time during this period is enough to cause Amber to suffer from hidden diseases afterwards. Yin Shi's eyes are a bit serious. Is a scout knight who can no longer run happily, BDDA, still a qualified scout knight? It's like slowly killing her dreams. At this moment, Amber, who also noticed his injury, and Noelle, who had been watching, looked nervous and shocked. The extent of the injury was beyond their expectations. Master, I must take Amber back to Mond for treatment immediately. It seems that only Pastor Barbara can help with this kind of injury. Let's go to the Oath Gap later. Noelle said anxiously and worriedly. Hearing this, Yin Shi nodded slightly. He agreed with Noelle's point of view. This kind of injury can be delayed, and I originally thought about bringing Amber and Noelle together, but, in this situation, Yin Shi is not such a selfish person. Let those bruises dissolve first, and try to reduce the swelling to a certain extent, Yin Shi said softly, and at the same time, without any scruples, removed his palms from the exquisitely carved pearls. Then, under Amber's extremely shy gaze, Yin Shi drools on some of her own. This scene almost made Amber faint from embarrassment. Your hand just now was. However, Noelle and even Yin Shi himself did not pay attention to this point. At this moment, Yin Shi quickly took out the herbal medicine from the portable space, ignited a flame to extract the essence of the medicine, and then used his own saliva to make the medicine viscous, and gently stroked it on Amber's ankle, above the lower wound. At this moment, Amber did not dare to look up. Advertisement. Her face was completely red to the point of smoking. And Noelle didn't pay attention to the change of expression on this senior's pre-face at the moment, but kept watching Yin Shi's emergency response quietly. After seeing Yin Shi apply the herbal juice evenly on the swollen wound, she couldn't help but exclaim the next second. Yin Shi could tell that Amber's current condition should be a dislocation, so the next step in removing the congestion should be bone setting. Coincidentally, Yin Shi happened to be in the previous life, and had a good study of traditional Chinese medicine massage and bone setting methods. Now, it just comes in handy. At the moment when Amber screamed with lightning speed, she straightened her bones with a sharp knife. The severe pain at that moment and the shame and anger just now finally made Amber unable to control his mood at that moment and cried directly. Then, he looked at his feet that seemed to be in much better condition, as well as the expectant and worried gazes cast by Noelle and Yin Shi. For some reason, although I received emergency medical treatment, but Amber felt really wrong. This is the first time that a boy took off her shoes and rubbed her feet, although it was because of her sprain that needed to be dealt with, but moreover, not long ago, he was almost bullied by a group of horrible and hateful Kochou people. At this moment, Amber, who felt extremely helpless and annoyed, finally cried out loud. Noelle quickly hugged her friend, and she also sympathized with Amber's situation. But what she didn't expect was that, in fact, the reason why Amber felt quite wrong was because of her existence. Why is it the boyfriend of a good friend who is the first to come into contact with the opposite S*X so intimately? Amber's feelings for Yin Shi are really sympathetic. On the one hand, because he rescued himself from the giant Kochou camp at a critical moment, like a Prince Charming in a fairy tale book, his heart was moved and his affection doubled. On the one hand, because of Yin Shi's subsequent actions, Amber was really ashamed and embarrassed, and her mentality was quite complicated. As for the last aspect, it was because Amber realized that this guy, it's Noelle's boyfriend, as Noelle's friend and senior. How can she fantasize about these things? 8vh Chapter 186. I want to eat you, Amber. Because of Amber's serious injuries, Yin Shi had to shelve the original plan of going to the Oath Gorge with Noelle to watch the starry sky at night and see if he could go any further. Although Amber's foot injury was treated urgently by Yin Shi, although Yin Shi has some experience, he is not a complete doctor. To treat such an injury urgently like this is already the best he can do. I did my best. Amber must receive more professional treatment. Although the plan was put on hold this time, Yin Shi felt it was a pity, but after rubbing Amber's feet up close, and seeing with her own eyes later, Barbara's real appearance is, for Yin Shi in other words, it is also a good choice. However, Yin Shi and Noelle disagreed on how to bring Amber back to Mond and how to go to the cathedral. I am worried about Senior Amber, and I always feel that Amber likes Noelle who is touched by the master. This time, she really wants to carry Amber on her back. Now she has noticed that Senior Amber was touched by the master, the embarrassing and cute look on his face, so his mentality is extremely complicated, a little angry and a little jealous. And Yin Shi didn't want to give up either. Carrying the scout knight at close range to feel the fragrance and softness, it was definitely not a punishment for Yin Shi. Moreover, if Noelle is asked to carry it, the three of them will go back to Mond later, and they don't know how those people think that a big man in such a situation would not carry a girl on his back, but let a girl go help, and watch yourself. Amber itself is not heavy, and even if it is plump and heavy, it doesn't matter to Yin Shi. After a while, Noelle, who couldn't resist the hateful master, had no choice but to sigh softly, and then accepted Master's proposal. But I don't know how long it will take to go back to Mond like this. Noelle looked at the still clear sky with some worry, and said something dignified and complicated at this moment. On the back, Amber, who was close to Yin Shijen, also recovered from the embarrassing state after hearing the words, and his eyes were also a little worried. Unfortunately, after replacing the Kaido template, I have completely lost the ability of the thread fruit, and I can no longer use the empty path. If I use the green dragon in the form of a beast, I can take them back, but it will definitely cause great panic, and it will also expose my combat power and sense of existence, and my subsequent actions will be hindered. For the current plan, there is still another method that can be used. As if thinking of something, Yin Shi nodded slightly, and then said softly, Noelle, do you have the wings of the wind? Why? After being slightly dazed, the maid knight nodded slightly the next moment, and then said shyly, but I'm not very proficient, and I can't freely control the direction of flight. That is to say, to make highly skilled movements, you can only float down in a straight line in the form of gliding. 1. And Amber also thought of something at this moment, and asked with some concern, do you want to use the wings of the wind to fly back to Mond? But the terrain here is not high enough, even if you defeat the wind field caused by the large wind slime, you can't fly back to Mond. Make it happen. Hearing this, Yin Shi smiled lightly and shook his head. For the implementation of the plan this morning, he has made sufficient preparations. The wind wing, which he has on his body now, has become a small black wing tattoo carved on his back, and he can summon it at any time as long as he wants. As for the low terrain here, taking off, it is almost impossible to glide to Mond. This point, Yin Shi also has a solution. The elemental power of the Teyvat world is more abundant than imagined for a while. This is also in disguise, and at the same time raises the upper limit of Yin Shi's output. Advertisement, 100 Beasts. Kaido Template, Yu Fruit Phantom Beast Qinglong Form Worker. It holds the power of the three elements of wind, thunder and fire. A tornado like a natural disaster, thunderstorms accompanied by roaring dragons, and flames comparable to magma. These three elemental forces seem to have been strengthened to a greater extent in this Teyvat world. In fact, the power created by Yin Shi's dragon's breath and heat breath just now shouldn't be so exaggerated. However, in this Teyvat world where elemental energy is quite friendly and active, his output the upper limit, I'm afraid it will exceed the time when other worlds use this ability. Therefore, it is not false to say that his strength is equivalent to a powerful demon god when the progress template reaches 85%. Yin Shi had a premonition that when his strength reached that level, he could easily do things like chopping out the narrow space of the Wushang blade. It is not impossible to directly destroy a huge island with a heat wave. Far away, at this time, since you have already decided how to do it, all you need to do is to prepare for it. As Amber exclaimed, seeing this cute bun-faced girl hugging one of her socks and boots, Yin Shi slightly raised her mouth and looked away from her beautiful eyes. The next moment, under Yin Shi's control, a hurricane-like volume suddenly rose into the sky. Both Noelle and Amber were extremely shocked to feel the power of the wind element rioting here at this moment. At this moment, the two girls were extremely astonished and shocked. Shouldn't Yin Shi, Master, be the holder of the eye of the fire elemental god? Why do you still use the power of the wind element? Moreover, judging by the degree of proficiency, I am afraid it is far beyond imagination. Embracing the well-behaved and nervous Amber, Yin Shi said softly, Noelle, spread out the wings of the wind. I will control the wind field and let us move quickly. I can still control this level of element control. Noelle's eyes lit up, and then, she nodded slightly, and quickly agreed. Now is not the time to be surprised. Later, I will ask Master about his strength. The top priority is that Amber needs treatment, and there is no longer any delay. At this moment, the two of them immediately spread out their wings of wind, and quickly rushed to the sky with the upward thrust of the wind field. Amber has never been hugged and soared in the sky like this before, a little timidly and nervously hugging Yin Shi's neck, bringing his petite body closer to fear that he will fall. And this, in fact, is more in line with Yin Shi's original intention. This Mond's first L******* and leader is also the first female character that the player sees when they come to the world of Teyvat. Asking for flowers. Maybe her strength is not strong, the damage is high, and the Eye of God is suitable for solving puzzles. However, for Yin Shi, Amber is the beginning of all things and the root of all fetters. Advertisement so, she is the target that must be eaten. Mond Church because of Yin Shi's special status, and because he was one of the two who brought the seriously injured Amber, Victoria, the current big nun, finally allowed Yin Shi to continue to visit and take care of her. Knowing that Amber was seriously injured and was rescued from the wild by Yin Shi and Noelle, the Zephyr Knights were also alarmed. Yin Shi saw Qin again, and after receiving the complex expression of gratitude from the other party, he exchanged pleasantries, and after confirming that Amber's situation had improved a lot, he left a few words of relief and asked Amber to take some time off to rest. Jean left here. Then, that smiling young man, Kaya, captain of the cavalry squad of the Westwind Knights, stretched out his hand not to hit the smiling man, but just a few casual words. Yin Shi and Kaya immediately decided that the other party was definitely not something to fool object. Zero like Qin, Kaya left after comforting Amber on the hospital bed. Then people came one after another. Amber's popularity in the West Wind Knights is very good. Because of her injury, Yin Shi silently counted. At least half of the members of the West Wind Knights in Mondine came to express their condolences. Express concern. Then, when they left, they were curious about how Yin Shi stayed there all the time. And Amber on the hospital bed was also quite embarrassed at the moment. When almost everyone came over, they would look at her and Yin Shi with ambiguous eyes, but no one directly talked about whether they were lovers or not, so Amber didn't know where to start when he wanted to defend himself. Yin Shi. Yin Shi is Noelle's teacher and boyfriend. She can't win love with a knife, and be a despicable third party. Thinking of this, Amber, who just couldn't find a good way to explain it from the beginning to the end, felt like crying in his heart. And until this time, Yin Shi, who finally found an opportunity, finally decided to take action. At this moment, there are only him and Amber in the ward. And Noelle, after hearing her proposal just now, didn't have any doubts, ran to the Deer Hunter's restaurant to prepare to pack takeaways and come back. So, now, here, there are only Yin Shi and Amber. Thank you for taking care of me today. I wanted to thank you solemnly a long time ago, but I haven't found the opportunity. At this time, after realizing that there was no one around, Amber breathed out a sigh of relief, and said softly to Yin Shi, who was standing aside at this moment. A simple thank you isn't worth a day's work, Miss Amber. At this time, Yin Shi, who no longer concealed it, raised the corner of his mouth slightly. I want some real rewards. Amber was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly panicked. Chapter 187 Crazy Stealing Little Amber, Scouting the Knight's First Kiss. Amber on the hospital bed is quite terrified at the moment. Although the cute bun face is a bit baby fat, it can be seen that it is a pretty face full of youthful breath and full of beauty. However, at this moment, because of hearing Yin Shi finally no longer concealing his words, this cute pretty face is full of horror at this moment. Amber immediately wanted to call someone, but suddenly thought of. Indeed, Yin Shi spent nearly a day working so hard for himself, a person who has only met two sides so far. Indeed, verbal thanks are indeed inappropriate. The relationship between her and Yin Shi is not so familiar yet. I was suddenly a little disappointed in my heart, but Amber still responded to my mood at this moment, and asked softly. Well, I don't have much on me now, and the only thing I can shoot is 10W Mora, or, I have defeated it before. The monsters, the feathers with magical fluctuations that Captain Chin allowed me to pick up, these two. Yin Shi, which one do you think is better? Just choose one. Amber, I'm not doing so much for such a small amount of money. Yin Shi said with a smile. Besides, for actions like, June 13th, rescuing you, I would like to issue tasks in the Adventurers Association, and the rewards must be at least 200,000 Moras, and there are even very few people maybe pick it up, right? After all, there are not only King Kochou Yando, but also many Kochou thugs, Kochou priests, and even 2 abyss mages sitting there, which is almost equivalent to a full staffed squad of West Wind Knights. Moreover, the combat power, I am afraid it might even be stronger than this team. Amber blushed in embarrassment and was speechless for a while. What Yin Shi said was actually quite accurate, and she could hardly find any chance to refute. In that level of Kochou people's camp, the dangerous situation is really as he said. However, 100,000 Moras is already all of Amber's savings. Puckering his mouth, Amber clenched his silver teeth tremblingly, resenting himself for choosing to believe in Yin Shi, the evil and despicable executive of the fools, who would suddenly turn the other side of the net and let the good people do it to the end. Just when she was about to speak out, and even owed an IOU to make up for Yin Shi's greed, Yin Shi said, "Stop trying to repay me with money, as a candidate for the executive officer of the fools. Northland Bank's sufficient capital reserve, it is destined that I will not be short of Mora. Amber, the way I want you to repay is not material." At this time, the corner of Yin Shi's mouth drew an evil arc, and at this moment he slowly approached Amber, and said softly, "One time 10,000 Moras, then you owe me 20 times, if you do well, offset 2W, 5W Moras pull, it is also possible." Why? When Amber was still a little confused and ignorant of the meaning of the words for a while, the next moment, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in shock. Woo! The close breathing prevented Amber from being free at this moment. She widened her beautiful eyes in shock, with shock and bewilderment appearing in her eyes, and then, deep shame, anger and panic. Stretching out his hands to pat Yin Shi's chest at this moment, finally, before Amber was about to suffocate and fainted, Yin Shi stopped the rhythm of attacking helplessly. At this moment, he looked at Anbai in front of him with great interest. Cypress. The detective knight pursing his lips blinked his beautiful eyes at the moment, looking at Yin Shi in panic. After a while, she gritted her silver teeth tightly, and her whole face was flushed with shame and anger, as if smoking, and her eyes, which seemed to have been cut into autumn water, were even more cute. At this moment, Amber's voice was filled with tears. Some people shouted in grief and indignation. "You! How could you do this? Advertisement! You are obviously Noelle's boyfriend, why did you treat me like this? Are you sorry for Noelle? She is my good friend, and I don't allow you to hurt her like this?" Saying that, at this very moment, the scout knight glared at Yin Shi. In the eyes, the heavy sense of shyness also began to fade rapidly at this moment. "Well, Amber, I think I told you well before that, this is the reward I want to ask for, right?" Yin Shi said with a smile. "As an official knight of the West Wind Knights and the last scout knight, Amber, you must also know that it is only right and proper to repay the debt. My rescue is not an act of charity, since I don't want money, I want other things that can be equivalent to Mora, just like the one just now, it is equivalent to you paying me back 1 mora. Yin Shi smiled and said, so, now, Amber, you only need 19 mora. Amber looked at this brazen guy in shock. It can be said that Yin Shi is the most shameless person she has ever seen in her life. How to talk to yourself? Moreover, how could she accept such a payment method? Amber clenched his teeth and said viciously, no, I don't accept such behavior, you have to change. For me, this is the only payment method for little Amber. After all, you don't have what I want, and Amber's strength is not in my eyes, so it is difficult to do things for me. And if I, as a fool, want to know the information about the Zephyr Knights, I don't think you will agree to Amber, will you? After Yin Shi said calmly, he approached Amber again. So, for Amber, there is only one payment method. Amber, who widened her beautiful eyes in shock, suddenly trembled all over. After a while, she gritted her silver teeth tightly, and looked at Yin Shi in front of her with tears in her beautiful eyes, shame and anger. You are really a big villain. Are you worthy of Noel's sincerity to you? I am a staunch ancient marriage institutionalist. Yin Shi said with a smile. Besides, Amber, the more important thing is not your attitude, right? You don't want Noel to know that your good friend, your good senior, actually betrayed your junior. Do you want to attack her boyfriend? Obviously, you are the one who persecuted me. At this time, the detective knight who heard the words said angrily again. This blame, no, why did she take the blame? And, she's always been a victim. That's the reason why the members of the West Wind Knights who came to visit you 1,000 years ago today showed up. They, apart from Captain Shin, probably don't know that I'm actually Noel's boyfriend. Yin Shi said with a smile. In their view, the boyfriend has always been by the injured girlfriend's side to take care of him in every possible way. In such a situation. Yin Shi whispered evilly. Do you think Noel will believe me and these people, or you who are alone, little Amber? Advertisement. The fiery scouting knight's eyes are about to burst into flames. So it is. This hateful guy actually started to calculate so early. In vain she thought that Yin Shi was a good person before that, but as expected, among the fools, there is not a single good person. It's kind of mean, but there's only one thing I want to do. After Yin Shi coughed lightly, under Amber's glaring eyes, he said softly and gently, the first time I saw you, I confirmed that love at first sight is possible. So, although you don't have feelings for me, but I am willing to work hard for this, no matter how despicable it is. Why? Suddenly seeing Amber, who is now Yin Shi speaking in a serious manner, can't help being a little stunned, but he heard Yin Shi continue to say softly. All I have to do is to make Amber remember me well. If I see you, Amber, walking with other boys, falling in love, or even getting married, I think I will regret it very much. I didn't indulge you when I was young. Let's trap you in the palm of my hand and take good care of it. While Yin Shi said with emotion, he looked at Amber in front of him with his amber eyes burning. Suddenly, Amber, who was aware of it, was feeling quite shy and flustered at the moment. What is this unfolding? Could it be? But not long ago, Yin Shi happily threatened herself. Why did she change her personality so strangely? Wait a moment. Amber, who was shocked in his heart, suddenly thought of a possibility. Is he explaining to me? The reason for doing this is because now is the best opportunity to deepen his impression in my heart. Indeed, if it goes on as usual, he is a fool and I am a detective knight, and we will become strangers to each other ending. But, he didn't want to give up because he fell in love at first sight, so what he is doing now is probably all. Amber looked at Yin Shi in front of him in a panic. Fang's heart trembled suddenly, she clenched her silver teeth. No, you give up, you are Noel's boyfriend. I can't, and I won't give to fools any chance. Woo. Before Amber finished speaking, at this moment, Yin Shi, who noticed that her mood was disturbed, stopped him again. At this moment, after Amber knew Yin Shi's sincerity, the degree of resistance was not as intense as before. It was easy to grab the two little hands, and Amber soon lost the strength to lift it up. Before Noel came back with dinner, Yin Shi and Amber's cheating was intensifying. Chapter 188. Peeping Barbara continued to attack and eat Amber. At the beginning, the fingertips turned slightly white due to too much force, but soon, Amber's hands became weaker and weaker. The green fingertips that were tightly clasping the clothes also regained their blood color at this moment. From the posture of resisting and wanting to push away, it gradually changed to holding it in front of the chest with some helplessness. And at this time, at the door, even Amber, who was a scout knight of the Zephyr Knights, didn't notice. There was a priest girl with strong light blonde hair and spiral double ponytails. She covered her flushed face and quickly left the door with some fear. She covered her mouth tightly and leaned against the wall, her body trembling slightly. This is a very cute girl, with a rather iconic oval face, delicate cheeks, although she has some baby fat, but she is just right for her age. It makes her look more cute and smart. With bright eyes and white teeth, white skin and deep facial features unique to Saxons, she is a pure and incomparable beauty, and she is quite cute and delicate. She wears a small nun's hat on top of her head, and the twin ponytails on both sides are fixed by delicate flower-like hairpins. These outfits make the girl look even more cute. Just looking at the facial features that are so delicate that there are almost no flaws, and the pure and lovely temperament, there is a feeling of refreshment, and even directly relaxes the mind. Especially, on the girl's pretty face, those beautiful eyes are as blue as sapphires, as deep as the sea or the sky, exuding a lively atmosphere, which makes people want to be deeply intoxicated by 13. The lovely girl is wearing a white and blue dress, which is a special style belonging to the nuns of the Mon Church. The clavicle is covered with some fabric that is not connected to the body, but the low-cut nun dress is still very good. It reveals the pure white snow-like skin color, and you can intuitively see the fragrant shoulders like jade fat. On the chest, there is a huge Kochou knot. Under the long skirt, she is wearing pure white leg socks, and on the soles of her feet is a pair of white delicate leather shoes. It's like a work of art created by God himself. She is so pure, beautiful, and lovely that people take a look at her, and when they hear her say a word, even if it is not a prayer or a blessing, but a curse, I am afraid, they will only feel that after that, the whole body and mind will be in an instant, be healed. This is Mon's idol, Pastor Barbara. At this moment, Barbara covered her small mouth in surprise, and pressed against the wall tightly, blinking her beautiful eyes constantly. Her eyes were quite shy. Just now, after finishing the choir work, I was worried about Amber's situation. After all, she and Amber are also very good friends, so I plan to take a look at her treatment now. How's Amber's situation now? As a result, just now, he noticed the shocking scene. Wow, in broad daylight, it's already night. Oh no. Barbara thought with some embarrassment, even if it was already night, she couldn't do this in Mon Church. This is a very special place. It looks like this under the eyes of Lord Wind God Barbados. How decent is this? At this moment, Barbara couldn't easily forget the scene she saw with her own eyes just now. The appearance of two little snakes entangled really surprised Barbara. In the Monde Library under the care of Lisa's sister is not without books about love, and her sister likes to read The Melancholy of the Girl Vera, repeatedly. Barbara actually knows and understands a lot. But, in books, there has never been a display like just now. At the moment when they bumped into each other just now, Barbara felt it was strange and seemed a little disgusted. Advertisement, but, looking at Amber's expression, Barbara felt. Seems like maybe. Not disgusting. In short, just observing quietly for 2 or 3 seconds, Barbara felt that something was strangely wrong. I was confused, nervous and shy. So at this moment, Barbara, who was leaning against the wall, took a deep breath, trying to stabilize her breathing. Then, she blushed, exhaled lightly in embarrassment, and wanted to take one last look, to see how Amber used this strange movement. But at this moment, Barbara suddenly noticed that at the door of the church, as the door was pushed open, the moonlight shone into it, and a figure walked over. That's Noelle. Immediately, Barbara didn't dare to continue peeping, but Amber is in the room now, doing private things. Is it not good to disturb rashly? After a long silence, finally, Barbara decided to come forward. By talking loudly with Noelle outside, I told Amber in a disguised form, stop quickly. Thinking of this, Barbara felt a little ashamed. Really, Mon Cathedral is such a sacred place. No matter how much Mon strives for freedom, you can't show your affection like this under the eyes of Lord Wind God Barbados. She felt a little dissatisfied with Amber, her friend, but even so, Barbara decided to cover up for her friend. At this time, she stepped forward and stopped the smiling man who came back to visit with a lunchbox, Noelle. Hey, Barbara, good evening, Noelle, hey, what's the matter? Didn't you have dinner today? Oh, no, it's for Amber, the honey-glazed carrot fried meat that I just got from the Deer Hunter restaurant. Neither Barbara's voice nor Noelle's voice was deliberately lowered, so at this moment, their voices were quite clearly transmitted into the room. Amber, who was eating silently with her beautiful eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes wide, and suddenly pushed Yin Shi away in a panic. A strand of blood flowed from the corner of Yin Shi's mouth at this moment, but soon, the bite wound on the tip of the tongue recovered due to the powerful self-healing ability. However, the severe pain at that moment still made Yin Shi couldn't help frowning slightly at this moment. At this moment, Amber said, I'm sorry, with apologetic and embarrassing lips, and then looked at Yin Shi with great pleading, and at this moment, pointed to the door. Obviously, Barbara's idea came to fruition, and Amber was quite shocked and terrified at the moment. No, Noelle is outside, so close if it was one step later, when Noelle came here with a lunchbox, he was shocked to see that he actually. If that scene really happened, Amber would really want to hang himself immediately. Such humiliation, such betrayal. At this moment, seeing Amber's terrified and helpless expression that almost shed tears, Yin Shi, who felt a little sorry for both the scout knight and the maid knight, coughed lightly, it's okay, don't worry, and, I'll be there at the right moment, I will explain it to her. But, advertisement as if thinking of something, Yin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, slightly draw the corners of his mouth. He is different from Amber. When Amber is dizzy and obsessed, Yin Shi has been perceiving the surroundings with the domineering color of knowledge. Of course he is aware of Amber's worries, so he will not let this happen. Now, let Noelle know. He knows this, so it must be kept quite secret. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Amber actually didn't have any risk of exposure, but she didn't know Yin Shi's strength and means, so she was always worried. So, how could Yin Shi, who has always been single-minded and dual-purpose, and even at such a critical moment, still perceiving the audience with a domineering look, not notice that Barbara was peeking at the door at that time? Unlike Amber who didn't know anything, what Yin Shi knew was quite clear. Now, my feet are much better. With your emergency treatment and Barbara's treatment, now I have no other serious problems except for a little speed 727 slowness. After Amber said softly, he got out of bed and walked towards the door with some worries. Also, have you paid off just now? No, I still owe 180,000 to Mora. It was originally 150,000, but you didn't give any reminder at the critical moment. It can be said to be a rather unpleasant experience. After Yin Shi snorted softly, he responded unhappily. It was really dangerous back then, it's not the lips, but the tongue. If Amber thinks, then Yin Shi will probably be the first person in the world of Teyvat who has a demon-level combat power, but suffers from the pain of biting his tongue. Hearing this, Amber, who was a little embarrassed and shy, was speechless for a while, and then he could only sigh helplessly. Okay, but. I get it, but, when I'm with Noelle all the time, you can't ask me for these rewards, other than this. Amber was a little shy and dared not say the last sentence. However, at this time, Yin Shi thought of something, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said softly, 18 equivalent exchanges are still too much trouble, I have an idea. I can top off 10 equivalent exchanges at once, I don't know, are you willing or not? Amber couldn't figure it out, and then, after weighing it for half a second, said with a little shame and anger. Okay, tell me. Although I know that Yin Shi definitely has no good intentions, but she still feels that the sooner the better, the sooner the debt of favor can be repaid, this is the best choice. Otherwise, I don't know how Yin Shi will use these means to concoct himself after this. It must be a long-term pain rather than a short-term pain. Unfortunately, Amber is doomed to be disappointed. It is impossible for her to escape from Yin Shi's Wujishan just because she finished paying off. Chapter 189 Amber. Noelle, I'm sorry. Amber was a little skeptical, but this was the end of the matter, and there was nothing else to do. When I warned him not to mess around, the next moment, Amber leaned against the door. Let's meet Noelle first. At this time, outside Noelle and Barbara were discussing which one is better, the fisherman's toast in the Deer Hunter restaurant or the carrot fried meat and honey sauce, which has the widest audience. When Amber poked his head out, Noelle and Barbara noticed too. Phew, this guy, finally came out. Really, it's a good thing I'm covering for her, how embarrassing it would be for Noelle to see Amber and Amber's lover intimate. Gently giving the ignorant Amber a look, Barbara said speechlessly in her heart. Then, together with Noelle, the two leaned forward. After Barbara looked at Amber carefully for a while, although she felt quite strange why she only exposed the upper body of the room with the door open, but now Barbara's attention was mainly focused on Amber's other situations. Blushing is normal. Barbara also thought shyly, but she knows what Barbara has been doing up until now. The present situation is mainly a, Amber, how's your foot hurt? Can you stand up now? Barbara asked softly at this moment with some worry. At this moment, Amber, who was in a daze, also suddenly came back to his senses during Barbara's question, coughed lightly to restore himself to a certain level of calm, and scolded the hateful Yin Shi in his heart for being really despicable. She shouldn't have agreed to that guy's terms. But at this point, the matter has come to this point, and there is no way to recover. Let the feet and toes on the slippers keep fastening to the ground and then loosening them. After repeated several times, I gradually got used to it. But even so, Amber's complexion was quite strange, his silver teeth were clenched tightly, and his face was quite uncomfortable. After taking a few deep breaths, he said with some difficulty, you can stand up now, thank you. Barbara, with your healing, my foot injury is not serious. I was exhausted today, and the scene that I saw you in a mess is really. After a day's rest, I should be able to move around freely like before, huh? Suddenly, the inexplicable throbbing made Amber hold the door with both hands very tightly at this moment, so that his fingertips turned pale at this moment. And this sudden scene also surprised Barbara and Noelle who came here. Some of them couldn't figure out what happened, why Amber suddenly reacted like this. Through the half-covered door, the two could only see the huge open window, and the wind was whistling. Barbara had some doubts in her heart. Logically speaking, the windows of the ward will not be opened. This is. Naturally, this was intentionally made by Yin Shi to obscure and confuse Barbara's cognition. The next moment, Amber, who was extremely embarrassed at this moment, did not dare to look at Noelle's bright emerald eyes, could only softly say, by the way, Noelle, Yin Shi said he went back, today is very tired. Do you want to go back and meet him? Huh? Did you go back? Noelle widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, and then pouted her mouth in dissatisfaction. Master, why do you always leave without saying goodbye? And Barbara looked at the open window with subtle eyes, so, could it be that? Choose to leave by jumping out of the window instead of taking the orthodox way of leaving Mon Church? Wow, it's like, in the storybook, advertisement. Cough cough cough. Stretching out her hand, she coughed lightly in front of her mouth, so as not to let herself think about it, Barbara said softly. Alright, Amber, you have to take good care of yourself, it's getting late today, I originally wanted to let's see if your injury still needs me to treat it again, so it shouldn't be necessary. Then I'll go back first, Amber, who was blushing, was covered with sweat on his forehead at the moment, and after answering softly, his eyes were a little fascinated and annoyed. Barbara just thought it was weird, but she didn't pay much attention to it. What she never imagined was that although the huge open window could accommodate a person to jump out of it, but at this moment, the Yin Shi who made such an action did not think about leaving just like this. Looking at Amber with some doubts showing only his upper body, Noelle still brought her the packing box in his hand, and then said softly, Here, Amber, dinner, I'll come in then. No, as soon as Amber was about to take it, he couldn't help being surprised when he heard Noelle's words, and then shyly and embarrassedly refused to speak. That. Amber, there are still many people in the room because of the treatment. So the dirty stuff that was made. I don't want these to be shown to you. Noelle couldn't help frowning slightly. It wasn't because Senior Amber was angry at rejecting her, but because Noelle felt that as a maid knight, she was very good at taking care of people. Senior Amber should understand this very well. So, what you're worried about now? Well, from this point of view, it should be about her privacy issue, so I choose to handle it myself. Noelle immediately figured this out, although I really want to go in and help Amber deal with it immediately, but if I really do this, Amber may feel ashamed and embarrassed later. That way, when getting along with Senior Amber in the future, Senior Amber will be quite at a loss. After all, let the younger generation see such a thing. A qualified maid should not have too much curiosity. And if you know the secret, you have to be like a rose, keep your heart and never let it out. Therefore, at this moment, although Noelle had some regrets in her heart, she still chose to obey Amber's words and leave Amber the space to be alone. After handing her the lunchbox in his hand, Noelle thought in his heart. Since I can't get in, and the master has already left, there is no need for me to stay here. After all, Amber's situation seems to have improved a lot, and this is Mon Church, so if Barbara is here, there is no need to worry too much. Come back tomorrow morning to meet Amber, take care of her, and be released from the hospital. Then, go to Master again. This time, let's go to the library to study. Then, Senior White, I will leave first, and I will visit you tomorrow morning to see if you can be discharged from the hospital. Hearing this, he waved his hand and said goodbye to Noelle. Amber's face was already flushed at this moment. She's already a little bit out of control. There is naturally shame and resentment in my heart, but at the same time, there is also a rather strange emotion that keeps sprouting. Noelle, I'm sorry. Advertisement. After a while, just after Noelle took a step to leave, finally, Amber, who couldn't bear such inner torment, opened his mouth to murmur softly at this moment. And Noelle also heard it, and turned her head with some doubts, looking at Amber, whose pretty face was blushing as if she was about to smoke. Her beautiful eyes blinked in surprise. Senior Amber, why do you have to apologize to him? Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Noelle also smiled lightly. In her opinion, the current Amber may be shy and embarrassed because she is embarrassed to ask her to help, but she doesn't want to worry about her work, so she blushes so much and refuses her help, right? However, when it comes to this, Amber always feels a little strange, and I don't know if it is an illusion. She feels a little bit that the current Amber Senior seems to be different from usual. Inexplicably, it looks better. It's okay, Senior Amber, you don't need to apologize to me. After shaking his head lightly, at this moment, Noelle smiled and said, if you have anything to do, please contact me, Senior Amber. So, I'll leave first. By the way, Captain Chin told me that if the oath of the sharpshooter in your hand is broken, she will give you the matching longbow weapon of the West Wind Knights, the West Wind longbow, after you get it and the injury. After recovering, Senior Amber can continue to carry out the mission of scouting knights in the wild. Thinking of the leader Chin who met before coming to Mon Church, Noelle hastily added at this moment. Okay, I see. Noelle, have a good trip. Amber opened his mouth, then nodded slightly. Pursing her lips, she gently bid farewell to Noelle, who left. Until, looking at the petite figure of the maid knight, it completely disappeared from the field of vision. Until, everything is silent. Finally, at this moment, Wang Qianhao suddenly heard the sound of water droplets. Amber, who was angry and embarrassed, suddenly closed the door while exclaiming at this moment. Not long after, Yin Shi with a clear palm print on his face jumped out of the window somewhat annoyed, like a burglar in the night, quickly arrived at the top of the church, and then headed towards the residential building. I took the wet cloth back into my private space, although my face was in pain, but today was really a rewarding day. It's worthy of being a scouting knight. The degree of endurance is much better than that of ordinary people. Although, it may be a problem that I have been restraining this time. Amber, you can't escape my palm. Under the full moon, above the houses, Yin Shi was cruising quickly, with a slightly sinister arc at the corner of his mouth. Unlike Margaret, treat Amber the same way you treat Noelle, eating bit by bit is the best choice. Chapter 190. Noelle's dream comes true, the official start of the plot. In the following time, Yin Shi continued to live a leisurely daily life in Monde. It's not that he doesn't want to find Wendy, whose real body is Barbados, the wind god. However, the latter seems to be able to escape at critical moments every time. Therefore, after many failed attempts, Yin Shi is not in a hurry to go. Catch him so as not to startle the snake. Moreover, now is not the time. Although the lady complained quite a bit about this, but after getting Yin Shi's plan before and letting Dotra know about it, the latter's great praise also made the lady at this time feel bad about Yin Shi's daily actions. There is nothing to say. Either accompany Noelle to the library to learn knowledge in the morning or to practice swordsmanship and martial arts. Or in the morning, to accompany a certain Amber, who dislikes integrity and likes to steal, because of carrying out reconnaissance and enemy hunting missions. Naturally, it is impossible to keep concealing Yin Shi's B*********** behavior. The elders of the knights and the citizens of Monde were quite heartbroken and gritted their teeth, but it was of no avail. However, the high-level members of the West Wind Knights stationed in Monde to guard the house have different opinions on this. Kaya sees this as an opportunity. And Shin was very angry inside, but, no matter what, she also persuaded, 503, not to move Noelle and Amber. It is said that after knowing this, Noelle once secretly went to the wild. When they came back, it wasn't just Yin Shi and Amber, but 3 people came back together. Except for the heartless, thick-skinned Yin Shi who was like a city wall and was nothing, the expressions of Amber and Noelle when they came back at that time were quite clear to almost everyone who saw them. It was a very complicated and silent look. This made more people feel resentment towards Yin Shi, the foolish executive officer candidate. However, what made them furious was that, the next day, now, it wasn't Yin Shi and Amber, or Yin Shi and Noelle who set off together, but the three of them simply went to the field together to carry out the mission. After Qin knew about it, she was quite outraged, and her best friend Lisa was also quite shocked when she found out. Their initial thought was that Yin Shi was playing with feelings, so now Noelle should give up. And Amber, you girl can't be as innocent as Noelle. However, the development of the facts gave them a resounding slap in the face. Oh, Lisa, what's the deal? In the headquarters of the West Wind Knights, in the office, Qin said a little weakly, then leaned in the arms of her best friend beside her, and said with some discomfort. How did things turn out like this? Noelle and Amber, after knowing what kind of B*********** D is Yin Shi, shouldn't he break up immediately? What's going on like this? According to the love relationship in the book, for Yin Shi, this is the performance of opening a harem. But for Noelle and Amber, they may accept sharing Yin Shi with each other. Lisa also couldn't laugh or cry. I'm also very strange. So, why is Yin Shi able to fascinate two girls so much? Stop, Lisa, I'm not here to hear you praise Yin Shi. This B******************************************** D. It's okay to let him continue, we have to think of a good way. Head Qin left from his best friend's arms in embarrassment, and then said with some dissatisfaction. For a couple, parting is the best way to recognize the relationship. Qin, you can try it. Lisa said with a full smile. Let Noelle pass the formal night assessment this time, and then use tricks to let Noelle take on quite a lot of tasks, and then promote Amber and Yin Shi. Isn't that sacrificing Amber's happiness? Qin couldn't help frowning slightly. Well, don't forget, Amber and Eula are related. At that time, let's talk to Eula, and make sure Yin Shi, a fool, can't afford to go around. Advertisement. Qin was thoughtful, and then her eyes lit up. Yes. The day of the formal assessment of the Knight's Order. After successfully passing the strength assessment, Noelle was once again assigned to the cavalry squad leader Kaya to compete. This time, it was Kaya who finally used the highest esoteric element explosion of the Eye of God, and he was not Noelle's opponent. Under the triple protection of the breath of the rock, the shield and the breathing method, Kaya was helplessly defeated on the spot. The next written test assessment was also successfully passed by Noelle, who always reviewed his homework. Therefore, although the members of the West Wind Knights had some complaints about what happened to Noelle and Amber, they still agreed that this time, Noelle became an official knight of the West Wind Knights, and there was no objection. Then, what made them quite complicated and shocked was that the happiest one was actually Amber. You know, Amber has a relationship with Noelle, but because Yin Shi. Shouldn't they be pretty rough? Shouldn't the friendship break up from the beginning of the good friend relationship? Is it true that, like the rumors, Yin Shi really succeeded in stepping on two boats? All of a sudden, Yin family couldn't help gnashing his teeth with even more hatred for that foolish executive candidate. As for Lisa and Qin, seeing the two daughters leaving happily holding hands, they also felt a little emotional. I thought that there were more or less competing ideas. But now it seems. Damn it, what kind of ecstasy soup did Yin Shi feed them? Qin, in this case, you. After Lisa silently watched the backs of the two people completely disappear from her field of vision, she softly asked Qin beside her. The latter shook his head emotionally and silently at this moment. Choice is free. They like it, and since that's the case, we can't impose our will on them. Qin turned around sadly and left. Lisa also sighed lightly and hurriedly followed her old friend to persuade her. And just after Noelle and Amber told Yin Shi about the happy event. After that, God, it has changed. He brought a beautiful and lovely blonde girl traveler, and beside her a lovely little elf named Paimon with silver hair flying in the sky came to Mond. Amber did her duty of scouting the night well, and offered Mond's enthusiasm to this guest from afar. While giving this lovely traveler the gift of wings of the wind, all of a sudden, the situation changed. Accompanied by the howling hurricane and the mighty dragon's power, above the sky, a turquoise terrifying flying dragon with 3 pairs of huge wings roared and brought the turbulent wind pressure to overwhelm the Mond city at this moment. My God, it's that huge dragon I saw not long ago. Amberton, who had just brought 2 guests from afar to Mond, was so shocked that she forgot at this moment what Paimon said just now. Yes, the 2 people she brought were the first protagonist and the first supporting role in the original work. Advertisement Traveler and Paimon. The cyan tornado wind swept across the entire Mond unscrupulously, the houses collapsed and shattered, the strong wind roared, and the atmosphere wailed. Just the huge wind brought over, without being controlled by the dragon, easily destroyed a large number of houses. Until, this wind demon dragon swooped down on the huge statue of Function holding its hands in the center of Mond City with its blood-red eyes and deep hatred. Roar, the huge tornado Gangfeng cyan shockwave poured out from the bloody mouth of Fengmolong. However, when the huge statue of Function was about to be smashed, a gust of wind rose at this moment, almost offsetting the roaring dragon's breath. However, after blocking the blow, the breeze was completely shattered at this moment. Damn Barbados, come out and meet me. The roaring dragon's chant resounded from Tawaran's mouth, but in response to it, only it set off a cruel and fierce hurricane that seemed to destroy the entire Mond. Amber's complexion changed drastically. No matter how clumsy he was at this time, he probably knew what was going on. Hurry up and grab Ying's little hand beside her, take her and prepare to run outside. However, just after they ran a few steps, they were completely engulfed in the range by the constantly sweeping black tornado wind. Immediately afterwards, the next second, when Amber exclaimed, Ying! The blonde traveler was blown into the sky because of sweaty palms. At the same time, in the Cattail Tavern looking at the situation of the riot outside the window, and the huge aura he could clearly perceive. Yin Shi said softly, "Oh, the Fengma 4.7 dragon, Twarin, has finally come?" At this moment, Margaret was a little worried and was about to come to the window and close it, but Yin Shi waved her hand to stop her, and with just a flick of her fingertips, the rioting wind element subsided under Yin Shi's control. Only in this cattail bar. Owner. Margaret looked at the apocalyptic scenery outside the window with great worry and slowly murmured in fear and nervousness. "What's the hurry? Now is the time when the tide is on." Yin Shi lazily said, "The plot is finally officially unfolding, so it seems that I can also start to act. Margaret, get down on your knees and crawl over to me." In this weather? That's right," Yin Shi replied with an unceremonious smile. The blushing proprietress, without any resistance or disobedience, knelt down and slowly crawled towards Yin Shi. Chapter 191 Functions God's Heartplunder, the Azure Dragon is coming. After thoughtfully giving his slave Margaret a handkerchief, Yin Shi stood up refreshed and stretched. Now Margaret no longer pretends to be ignorant like she was at that time. Under Yin Shi's personal guidance, Margaret has already understood how to operate well. At this time, when he came to the window, Yin Shi looked at the hurricane-moving sky playfully. That beautiful figure with golden hair is very attractive in the sky, but if you don't look carefully, you will completely lose her sense of existence. That is the traveler, the original protagonist of this world. Yin Shi stretched out his hand playfully and stroked his chin. His five senses have always been very good, so he can clearly see Ying's vigorous posture facing the Fengmolong at this moment. At the same time, it can also be quite clearly observed that there is a mighty force from a strange existence that is constantly supporting her. And the source is exactly what Yin Shi wants to find on this trip. Now that the battle between Ying and Fengmolong has reached its climax and is coming to an end, Yin Shi has no choice to waste any more time. Too much time has been consumed by Margaret's mouth attack. If you don't go to the Seven Heavens God statue in Fengshidi to catch a certain Andy who is cleaning up the polluted atmosphere in the abyss, then next time you will find such a good opportunity it's not easy. Owner, seeing Yin Shi's move towards the window quickly, Margaret swallowed it all without using the handkerchief, and said in a nervous and soft voice, "There is a dragon disaster outside, should we continue to stay here? It's very dangerous." "No, I have something special to deal with, you take care of yourself, just close the doors and windows." Yin Shi shook his head, said softly, and jumped out of the window. "Stop the time, World Wu." As the words fell, just as Yin Shi had just landed on the ground, the storm around him stopped instantly at this moment, and the gray-white world was crushed at this moment, accompanied by the sound of the hour and minute hands turning crazily. In Yin Shi's perception, at this moment, the time he can stagnate. It's 5 seconds. 5 seconds is enough time for a Superman whose physical fitness is tens or hundreds of times greater than ordinary humans to travel a huge distance. What's more, Yin Shi can fly. It just released 2 time pauses in a row. When the time pause ended, Yin Shi had already arrived at the Seven Heavens God statue on the Land of Wind. Visible to the naked eye, a young man wearing a cyan beret slanted, a cyan cloak, ranger clothes, and white leg socks is sitting cross-legged under the giant tree, closing his eyes. Suddenly, as if he felt something, he suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. Woo! The next moment, the boy grabbed Yin Shi's wrist in some pain. At this moment, Yin Shi grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up to press him against the tree. "Let me find it easy, Wendy." "Ah no, the greatest bard in the world, Barbados." Yin Shi laughed softly. "The guardian of the 4 winds, Twarin, came to Mon to look for you. Instead of going to see it, you encouraged a traveler from afar to help you deal with this trouble. It seems that the guardian who has been asleep for so long your strength is running out, and you are almost worn out." At this moment, Barbados's face was extremely shocked, his silver teeth were clenched, he looked down at Yin Shi who was pinching his neck, and said coldly, "You are fools, but you don't have the authority of a god. You are not the executive officer of the Ice Queen, so what are you?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Yin Shi's hand knife pierced his heart. Advertisement then, with Yin Shi's violent tug and letting go of his palm, Barbados immediately slid down to his knees and gasped for breath. "The heart of function, I want it." Yin Shi glanced indifferently at Barbados who was panting at the moment. "To be honest, you are too weak. And, Barbados, since he has decided to give Mond freedom, he has full power to let the people of Mond rule yourself. At this time, why do you come out to solve the siege? Thanks to him, I found you smoothly. I had a contract with the Ice God, the Heart of God. I will give you fools, but not now. Now Mond suffers from the dragon disaster. But Twarin is innocent and deceived. I can't just sit idly by." Barbados panted, and said a little drunk. Seeing Yin Shi's shameless behavior of taking out his god's heart and turning away, he couldn't help gritting his teeth. "You like Amber and Noelle, don't you, those 2 Mond girls? And you and the proprietress of the Cattail Tavern, the relationship is not clear. As the god of Mond, I know a lot. They are all Mond people. Since that's the case, can't you think about them if you have the strength to do it? You really have to watch them, and it's not going to work to see Twarin destroy Mond step by step like this." Yin Shi stopped in his tracks, turned his face, and said indifferently, "You don't have to be aggressive, of course I will stop them. They're my women, and I, except for certain situations, will never let my women feel sad and hopeless. However, you are too much of a hindrance, Barbados," Yin Shi said indifferently. "I will use my own means to save Mond, so you don't need to worry about it. From now on, you'd better be a bard, just like the oath you once swore, let Mon be absolutely free without interfering. The words fell, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the thunder snake raged up. Wendy's uncontrollable hands showed an X in front of her body to protect against the strong wind, and felt the terrifying mighty power from Yin Shi, which was different from the power of the ice god. At this moment, Barbados was really quite shocked. This man's aura is already close to that of a demon god. Roar, accompanied by a dragon chant that shook the sky and the earth, a giant dragon that was hundreds of miles long stood majestically above the sky. At this moment, Qinglong came to the world. The boundless thunder formed a thunderfield as if cheering for the coming of the Dragon King, and Barbados looked at the green dragon high above the sky with a face full of shock. This power has not yet reached its peak. Barbados clearly got this feeling. However, without reaching its peak, it can exude such terrifying power, comparable to a demon god. If he was in his prime, how amazing would it be? How could such a powerful and terrifying existence be born in the Tivat world? Not the crystallization of elements, not the original elemental form. Don't kill Twarin. Yin Shi. Seemingly reacting to something, Barbados, who started running on the ground, shouted loudly. You talk too much nonsense. With a cold snort, the hurricane easily overturned the function to the ground at this moment, and the green dragon transformed by Yin Shi began to fly towards Mon City at a high speed. Barbados, who was left behind to spit a few mouthfuls of ashes, finally sat back, straightened his clothes, and looked at the shadow of the soaring green dragon who was leaving, knowingly and nervously. This guy, who the hell, fools, when did such a character appear in the executive officer? Advertisement. Barbados' handsome face was full of horror. He did feel that there was an executive officer in Mon City, but obviously, this one in front of him was more than twice as powerful as the lady, who had the authority and power bestowed by the god of ice. What, come again? After Qin heard the order from the attendant knight, her complexion changed drastically. Now in the sky, the wind demon dragon Tivelin is fighting with that strange traveler. However, at such an emergency, Mon suffered another dragon disaster. What is going on? Why is Mon so easy to attract the attention of the dragon? Qin just felt extremely irritable and wanted to complain, but didn't know where to start. Then, she gritted her silver teeth and shouted coldly, don't let this dragon disturb 383's battle between the wind demon dragon Tuaran and that traveler. Gather all forces and block that giant dragon. Absolutely don't let it near Mond, near the battlefield. I would like to follow your orders, Mr. Acting Captain. The knights under him immediately obeyed the order and retreated at this moment. At this time, beside Qin, Lisa also sighed softly and said softly, this time, I will also accompany you. A moved look appeared in Qin Mei's eyes, and after taking a deep breath, she responded softly. Thank you, Lisa. Then, she raised her head and looked out the window. She could already see that huge dragon shadow galloping towards the direction where the wind started. Qin took a deep breath. That speed shouldn't be so slow. It seems that this giant dragon wants to fight to the death with their West Wind Knights. If so, come on. Even if the head of the group is going on an expedition, Mond is not a place where cats and dogs can run wild. The Zephyr Knights, led by Jean Gunhild, will show you our determination to protect Mond. Dragon. At this time, outside the city, Yin Shi is waiting. For the time being, at this moment, let's complete the first main task assigned to him by the system. As for the wind demon dragon Twarin, after Barbados' god heart was snatched by Yin Shi, he naturally didn't have the power to keep Yingfeng wings flying high. However, Yin Shi can use his own power to replace it. Therefore, at this very moment, Ying is still dealing with the wind demon dragon Tivelin at high altitude. Even though they both noticed Yin Shi's existence, they couldn't interfere with Yin Shi's actions because of each other's existence. Chapter 192 Overlord Color instantly kills the Zephyr Knights and defeats the wind demon dragon Tuaran. After Grand Master Falga led the team to go on an expedition and left, the West Wind Knights who stayed behind in Mond may not have the main force, but they also have quite impressive strength. At this moment, before facing another terrifying disaster brought by a giant dragon, under the leadership of Jean Gunhild, the Knights of the West Wind, which has a history of more than hundreds of years, once again exploded with mighty power. Looking at the West Wind Knights stationed at the city gate and marching towards him, led by Qin of the Gurnild family, the green dragon entrenched in the sky breathed lightly and exhaled two groups of white-hot air. Let you witness what is the real strongest power. Accompanied by Yin Shi's dragon chant, the dark cloud-covered sky swirled crazily like a whirlpool formed on the sea surface at this moment, the thunder snake raged up, and the huge dragon's power roared, sweeping the turbulent airwaves and constantly impacting in all directions. And this shocking scene not only made people who were not in Mond discover the clues in horror, but also made the Zephyr Knights who were facing the dragon directly feel the penetrating history. Shall we die? Looking at the huge green dragon that covered the sky and covered the sun, it swooped down and charged towards them like a broken bamboo after the dragon roared. The piano at the front is clenching its silver teeth. The eyes of the wind elemental god emitted an extremely dazzling blue light at this moment. Beside her, Cavalry Captain Kaya also had an extremely serious expression on his face, and his eyes of the ice elemental god also released a dazzling cold light at this moment. Find the right opportunity, use the element burst, cooperate with Lisa on the city wall, and intercept the dragon when it comes into contact with it. However, in the next second, the domineering chi that roared was released from Yin Shi's body. Under the overwhelming charge, they used the Overlord domineering aura to shock. The members of the West Wind Knights, who were already terrified in the face of the charging Qinglong, instantly, under the crush of this domineering aura, collapsed on the spot and passed out, foaming at the mouth. And Shin and Kaya also noticed this scene. They just felt a force that seemed to hit their spirits very clearly. After regaining their senses and finally persevering, they saw the members of the West Wind Knights behind them. All of them lost their ability to fight at this moment. Lisa turned pale with fright. Shin and Kaya also changed their complexions drastically. At the same time, almost everyone in Mon City, except for a few people who were deliberately lowered by Yin Shi and who had never received such power, almost all passed out. In the Mengdu Tavern, Ms. Rosalind suddenly stood up with a slightly changed face. This is now that giant dragon is naturally the incarnation of Yin Shi? Dragon, humanoid. Is he a demon god? Boom. But at this time, Yin Shi, who swooped down from the city gate, suddenly climbed up in front of Qin and the others who were about to touch Shin with terrifying power. And the latter's elemental explosion launched with all the elemental power of the Eye of God was also directly shattered under the control of Yin Shi's elements at this moment. At this moment, Lisa, Shin and Kaya suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood in some embarrassment, took a few steps back and sat down on the floor, their faces pale as paper in an instant. And Yin Shi, who climbed up, glanced at Lisa lightly. This Rose Witch, the power of element explosion is indeed extraordinary. Advertisement however, that's all, so far, it's just a face-to-face. The Battle of the Zephyr Knights led by Yin Shi's Qinglong vs Qin ended in a disastrous defeat for the Zephyr Knights. Open black lens bracket final mission 1 completed. Close black lens bracket in my mind, the neutral electronic sound from the system resounded at this moment. Although they didn't kill the opponent, but they defeated all members of the West Wind Knights and completely lost their fighting ability. According to the judgment of the system, they also completed the final mission. Yin Shi's amber dragon pupils flashed with divine light, and the climbing body of the giant dragon swept the wind blade and thunder, and after the roar of the dragon roared, it headed towards the distant place where Feng Lian Long Tuolin and the traveler Yang fought. Fly away at full speed. Traveler, what to do? That dragon is flying towards us. And the mysterious person who provided us with the wind field just now is gone now, although wings of wind can still let us fly like this. At this moment, the emergency food group Pai Meng spoke anxiously beside him, and Ying, who was full of anxiety, also noticed Yin Shi who was galloping behind him at this moment. The body of the latter is far larger than that of the wind demon dragon Tieflin in front of him, and his momentum is also more profound. How can this be good? Ah, no, this dragon is attacking us. Paimon yelled in horror. At this time, Yin Shi, who was galloping, suddenly opened his bloody mouth, and the scorching flames continued to condense. In the next second, a huge roar of heat, a huge pillar of flames with a radius of more than 20 meters, direct attack through the sky. Ying and Paimon were terrified, but they found that the flame was not aimed at them. Instead, facing the wind demon dragon Tieflin below at this moment. Boom. The heat was completely hit, a huge bombardment occurred in midair, white smoke filled the air, and Tuolin's body began to fall in a somewhat embarrassing manner. At the same time, the green dragon transformed by Yin Shi, after sending out a shocking heat blow to Tuolin, began to dive rapidly towards the falling Fengmolong. It's none of your business here, traveler and Paimon, go back. When passing by the pale traveler, Yin Shi said calmly through voice transmission, and then dived rapidly towards the falling Tuerin. Leaving the traveler and emergency food behind, he was stunned in midair at a loss, looking at the scene in front of him with some surprise. Then, I saw this huge green dragon stretching out its claws to easily restrain the Fengmolong, and gallop towards the northwest of the Mond area. Please don't hurt Tuarin, Mr. Yin Shi. The sound of Barbados' sincere begging to stay suddenly resounded in his mind. Correspondingly, Yin Shi snorted softly in response, HMPH. Barbados, I have taken away your god's heart, and now you can't afford to let me do things for you. No, well, I just have something I want. In that case, let's make a deal with its life. Yin Shi, who originally wanted to reject Barbados, seemed to have thought of something at this moment, and communicated with the wind god. I will remove the abyssal tumor on it, and there will be no more disasters from wind dragons from now on. However, as an exchange, I want the power of the four winds to improve my mastery of the wind element. Barbados on the other end of the conversation was silent for a moment, and for a while, he said helplessly. Advertisement, I get it, then please. Barbados, how did your god's heart be taken away? The Fengmolong restrained by Yin Shi was howling miserably at this moment. However, the unilateral contact with Barbados has been unilaterally cut off by Yin Shi. Don't be so noisy, Tuerin, go to the ruins of the wind dragon with me, I will help you cure the hidden disease left by the abyss sect on your body. Yin Shi grabbed the wind dragon's wings and galloped towards the ruins of the wind dragon. The Fengmolong caught by him has nothing to do at this moment. It can be said that it directly lost its fighting ability when it received the hot blow from the front. Under such circumstances, Feng Molong's ability to exert 5 or 6 points of his strength is a gift from heaven. With such combat power, it is naturally impossible to defeat Yin Shi in the form of a green dragon. It could only yell angrily, but it couldn't break free from Yin Shi's dragon claws. Until he brought the wind dragon to the ruins of the wind dragon in the northwest of Mond, and dropped Tewa from the top of the collapsed tower. Yin Shi pressed down directly, suppressing the violent Fengmolong under his body, then opened his bloody mouth, and directly used the most violent means to spit out heat to wash away the abyss crystals on the back of the dragon. Tuerin howled in pain, but as the crystals shattered more and more, under the severe pain, new vitality and excitement continued to grow. When the green dragon transformed by Yin Shi closed the mouth of the blood plate and stopped releasing heat interest. The hideous purple abyss crystal on Feng Malong's back was completely shattered. Take care of the injury yourself. Although I have plundered Barbados' god's heart, the Seven Heavens statue should still be blessed with divine power. So, stay nearby and you can heal yourself. Yin Shi said calmly. Now, I have cleared the corruption from the abyss. As for the next step, you can arrange what the abyss cult wants to control you. Thank you. Tuolin opened his mouth slowly and said in a somewhat embarrassed way. However, with such strength, it is absolutely impossible to be a human being. From your body, I can't feel the breath of the eye of God. Are you a demon god? Or? Yin Shi didn't respond to Tuolin's question. Now, it's time for the second final mission. He and Ems have an agreement. Now, Fengshen's god's heart has been plundered by him successfully. With this achievement and the strength he has shown now, becoming the executive officer of the Fools is already a certainty. However, what excited Yin Shi was actually letting Rosalind fulfill the promise of the bet. The way the Witch of Flame rolls her eyes looks like scissorhands, making him feel like an arrow now. Also, I don't know what's going on with Amber and Noelle. It doesn't seem to be a serious problem from the knowledgeable domineering perception, but I have to go back and have a look. Chapter 193 After the Heart of God is delivered, eat it. Yin Shi's powerful presence naturally caught the attention of the abyssal cult that was ambushing in the ruins of Fenglong at the moment. However, feeling the strong sense of oppression and deterrence from Yin Shi, they finally gave up their plan to expose. Your Highness, there is a new change in the situation. I know. Whether he is an enemy or a friend, I don't know for the time being, but regarding the erosion of the Wind Demon Dragon, it seems impossible to make it a demon dragon of the abyss. With the opening of the space crack in the secret place, a blonde figure slowly stepped into it. Then, an extremely tall blue figure also walked into it. Clatter, Mond Hotel. As the window was pushed open, Ms. suddenly raised her head and looked out of the window. Anastasia, the Counselor of Fools who was kneeling respectfully at her feet, paused when she was reporting, and then looked at Yin Shi who suddenly came to the window and sat down peacefully with a somewhat shocked and complicated expression. My sincere regards, Your Excellency Vladimir, Anastasia said to Yin Shi respectfully at this moment. Oh, don't be too polite, Counselor, but you can go down now, I have something to say to Rosalind. Yin Shi said with a smile, stretching out his hand not to hit the smiling person, so his tone at the moment is also very gentle. However, the ensuing conversation is indeed not suitable for this foolish counselor, an irrelevant person, to know. Anastasia's complexion changed slightly, and then, neither resisting nor daring to resist, she stood up quickly and then retreated respectfully. She heard it from Ms. immediately after the Wind Demon Dragon. Another giant dragon that attacked was the incarnation of Yin Shi. Just by releasing his momentum, almost all the people in Mond were stunned to the point of fainting. One face-to-face defeated all the members of the West Wind Knights stationed in Mond, and one blow of breath severely injured the Wind Demon Dragon Tawaran. That is Mond's Guardian of the Four Winds, not the ordinary Magic Dragon USA, who directly defeated the Guardian of the Four Winds with a single blow. It is conceivable, Yin Shi's strength is definitely at the level of an executive officer, even equal to the second chief executive, Doctor, or surpassing him in strength. It is not impossible. Under such circumstances, Anastasia, who knew so many things, would dare to stay here even though she was issued an expulsion order. With a soft snort, the lady raised her chin proudly, and looked at Yin Shi who was walking slowly. Is that dragon your work? Then, tell me, why did you choose to protect Mond? As a member of the Fools, you not only attacked the Zephyr Knights openly and above board, but failed to destroy them all afterwards, and then, helped Mond deal with Feng Longcheng. The lady said lazily. I think His Excellency Vladimir must have his reasons for doing so, right? When it came to the end, the lady's voice was a little gritted. This B***************** D. If she doesn't do things cleanly, her subordinates will be responsible for wiping her *** for the series of consequences left. One can imagine how annoyed Ms. was. Of course. Yin Shi said softly. I came to help Mond solve the Wind Dragon disaster. The West Wind Knight stopped me and I taught him lesson. There is no injury on the body, but a feint. This is my legitimate defense, isn't it? In addition, helping Mond solve the disaster of the Wind Dragon instead of killing the Wind Dragon Twarin is also the best way to show the strength of his fools, isn't it? Besides, my women are all in Mond. I can't watch. Did they shed tears of sadness? After Yin Shi said with a smile, he pulled up the chair and sat across from the lady. Rosalind, who heard the words, rolled her eyes speechlessly at the moment, then, after shaking her head indifferently, picked up the teacup on the table and was about to drink tea. However, at this time, Yin Shi spoke and continued. In addition, this is also my contract with the Wind God Barbados. The lady who was just about to drink tea suddenly raised her eyes, and then her beautiful eyes stared calmly and slightly coldly at Yin Shi in front of her. The contract with the Wind God Barbados. What did you say? At this time, Yin Shi took out the god's heart from Wendy's chest from his bosom. Here, this is the reward for the contract. Yin Shi said calmly. I helped him solve Mond's disaster of the Wind Dragon, saved the life of the Wind Dragon Tawaran, and helped to get rid of the curse, and Barbados handed over his god's heart to me. Let's talk. Yin Shi threw the god's heart in his hand to the lady, so frightened that Da Yuji's complexion changed drastically and she quickly stood up to catch it, and then looked at him angrily. Advertisement then, he looked at the heart of God in his hand with incomparable complexity. After a while, he immediately returned to his original complexion. I will tell, Harlequin, all about your strength and the fact that you have harvested the heart of God. In this way, your strength and achievements will all pass the test. The lady said softly. Afterwards, a notice will be issued that you will become an executive officer, and it will be delivered soon. I'm very aware of this, but it's not the only reason why I came to you specifically to distract Anastasia away. The corners of Yin Shi's mouth curled up slightly, and he said in an extremely dangerous way. Becoming an executive is just something I want and don't want, Rosalind. Why do you think I came to you immediately after harvesting the heart of God? Ms. frowned slightly, her eyes were a little puzzled and at a loss. So, what do you mean? You are such a noble person who forgets things. Yin Shi said helplessly, didn't you make a bet with me on the day you placed 2 eyeliners beside me? Ms. was taken aback for a moment, and then her complexion suddenly changed. She remembered. Ah, this. Is it possible? Whoever gets the heart of God first wins the game. At this time, Yin Shi stood up slowly, and approached Rosalind, who was holding the heart of God in panic, and kept retreating. Now, I won this game. So, Rosalind, can I make my request? Woolen cloth? This request cannot be so excessive, Rosalind said in a panic at this moment. No, 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 we who made the bet at the time didn't say that we would be restricted when we fulfilled it. The corners of Yin Shi's mouth slightly raised, and he spoke softly at this moment. Yin Shi, don't be too presumptuous. At this moment, Rosalind, who was completely flustered, even forgot the codename, Vladimir, but called Yin Shi's name in a little panic, trying to die. But it was all in vain. Under Yin Shi's pressure step by step, BDDC, Rosalind was soon forced to lean against the wall, and there was no way to retreat. Damn, I said, don't force me. Rosalind, who was ashamed and angry, simply acted directly at this moment. She knows what she wants to do for a while. However, if the bet is to perform such an act, no matter what, she cannot accept it. The fire whip exploded with sparks in the air, and flung it fiercely towards Yin Shi's face. Then, Yin Shi held it casually. You're not good, Rosa. Playing with fire in front of him. Even the flames that are hotter than molten lava, Yin Shi can handle now. This flame witch who was restricted by the authority of the ice god to set herself on fire, don't suppress the elemental power of the flames. How can she be her opponent when playing with fire? With Yin Shi's light wave, the fire whip in Rosalind's hand completely turned into photons and dissipated in midair. The astonished Rosalind just now realized the huge gap between Yin Shi's strength and her own. However, she still doesn't give up. If your strongest flame elemental power can't be effective, then use the power of the ice god's authority. Just as a powerful cold current erupted all over Rosalind's body, the next second, with a heavy boom, Yin Shi's palm brushed against the air next to her ear, and made a loud vibration as he supported the wall. Advertisement. This loud sound made Rosalind's delicate body tremble immediately, and she no longer had the strength to assert the authority of the ice god. Then, Rosalind blushed, and at this moment looked at Yin Shi completely powerlessly, who was getting closer and closer. You. At this time, even the most arrogant flame witch is completely helpless, heartwarming and chaotic. At this time, Yin Shi had a playful and gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. Then, under the situation of Bidong, he stretched out his other hand and gently clasped the black mourning mask on the lady's face. No, please, don't take it off. My face, it's ugly. But at this moment, the lady who was waiting quietly with a red face was a little flustered, and at this moment, she hastily stretched out her hand, grabbed Yin Shi's wrist, and said in a pleading voice. Wearing a funeral mask, in fact, the effect of wearing it is to let the lady cover up the ugliness of the molten flames that cannot be suppressed even by the authority of the ice god. After becoming the Witch of Flame, her face and body were almost completely destroyed by the price of the flame power. The blood flowing is magma, and the skin is condensed with the crystallization of flames and rocks. How can it be beautiful like this? Without the authority of the ice god, she would just burn like a flame and turn into ashes in the end. Even Mond, after seeing her become the Witch of Fire, was terrified of her ugly burning face. At this moment, Nan Tien burst to keep her secret. She didn't want to see Yin Shi's disgusting appearance. However, for this, Yin Shi just said softly, "You are my woman, so whether it is your past or your future, your body or your soul, I will accept it." Yin Shi said softly, "Rosalind, I know. Being a flame witch in the past is very uncomfortable. Let me see, I want to see the real you, and I swear, no matter what, my love for you will not change in any way." While Rosalind's body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Then, she let go slowly, expressing her attitude. Continue. Seeing this, Yin Shi slowly took off half of her mask. Looking at Yin Shi's silent appearance, the lady suddenly felt a little sad. "I'm sorry. Woo." Before she could finish her sentence, Yin Shi completely stopped her. Until, Rosalind couldn't breathe and lightly thumped Yin Shi. Yin Shi let go with a smile, let go, and then said gently, "Don't apologize. In the past hundreds of years, I have wronged you." Yin Shi said softly, "From now on, I will stand behind you like that knight once did. Rosalind, your eyes are very beautiful. They are like a shining moth, the most beautiful eyes I have ever seen. I don't want you to burn out, I want you to burn quietly beside me like this." Rosalind opened her mouth, looking at this big boy who was so much younger than herself. Then, pursing her lips, she gently hugged Yin Shi. She didn't want to say anything, but action has proven. This flame witch who has been burning for 100 years, that heart that has been frozen for 100 years, is finally beating for others again at this moment. Chapter 194 The Executive Officer's First Experience. As long as you have played the original God, I am afraid that you will be very impressed with the Executive Officer, Ms. On the one hand, Rosalind is the first villain to appear, who slaps function and then pulls out the heart of God, a proper villain. On the one hand, Rosalind is probably the biggest person in the entire game. The peaks and ridges are like clusters, the waves are like anger, and Tongguan Road is inside and outside the mountains and rivers. That huge sense of shock, when it is fully presented in front of your eyes, will give people a shocking first impression, which is absolutely incomparably shocking. This is the first feeling that can be felt at this moment. The black mourning mask originally wanted to be discarded, but Rosalind had a different opinion on this. She chose to continue wearing the black exquisite and mysterious mourning mask. She didn't want to show her true appearance. Even if she was praised, Rosalind knew the truth well. Therefore, it is better to wear this mask, so that each other has a good entrustment in their hearts. But actually, for another person the face under Rosalind's mask is actually the color of fireglass. It's almost as if there are many prominent and vivid tattoos on that half of the face. However, Rosalind's will appear more three-dimensional. The users of the green dragon fruit will no longer be surprised by such a unique person in later generations. For the sake of curiosity, for the so-called freedom and independence, a group of people who engage in such special behaviors and call them artists are countless. Body hair and skin, received by parents, not to mention, in ancient times, tattoos were equivalent to the best way to identify criminals. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Yin Shi tends to stay away from such people. However, in fact, such and such was not what Rosalind wanted. The price of gaining strength and the consequences of burning oneself cannot be disproportionate, in fact, it is so heavy. However, the opposite is, Rosalind's beautiful eyes that are as bright as flames are really worthy of praise and love. That is really what I have seen in my whole life, the most beautiful eyes I have never seen before. After breaking through the gate made of pearls, the two little snakes as a knight and as a princess finally saw each other and hugged each other tightly. It wasn't until his breathing was obstructed that he finally let go. Forming a silver thread in the air, dazzling people is also the achievement of the two snakes. The grooves formed above the delicate bones can even hold a lot of fresh water, accommodating the swimming of small fish. The knight who was cruising down after saying goodbye to the princess couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he passed through this place. Stop in place, and then wait for the opportunity to advance to the ice and snow plateau. The blonde monarch who laughed lightly couldn't help procrastinating, and ordered the loyal knight to follow him, march well, and stop having other delusions. Now that the Flaming Moth's order has been issued, how dare Qinglong, who is willing to become a mount, refuse to obey? Breathe gently among the snowy plateaus and feel the fresh air. Dismount your horse to drink water in the golden valley of the plain, and drink the slightly sweet rainwater that quenches your thirst. The monarch of the flames cannot tolerate the rebellion of the friendly army, and the behavior of rebelling against the emperor must be punished. However, the knight who finally became a climate just waved his hand lightly, making the monarch unable to support anymore. A single spark, a prairie fire burns. Advertisement. At this moment, the knight wants to overthrow the rule of the Flame King. The legion began to charge in the horn, and with the battering ram, the chains were lifted, and the two armies confronted each other, and finally reached the last moment. The Counselor of the Fools, Anastasia, stood still with a hesitant expression. Yes, although you can go down after being summoned by Yin Shi. But in fact, as the Counselor of the Fools, she has not reported all the re-clearing factories to Rosalind. Therefore, at this moment, the foolish counselors chose to stop outside the door, waiting for the opportunity to come. Just wait for Yin Shi to leave, and then I can continue to report on work. I have to say that this counselor is really dedicated and loyal. It's just that this visitor to the Winter Kingdom is doomed to be disappointed. The reason is that while she was waiting, she suddenly heard some subtle movements, and she reacted immediately after being slightly stunned. After she opened her eyes wide in shock and disbelief, she also stood there in shock and embarrassment, overwhelmed. This, could it be, could it be? Anastasia stretched out her hand nervously, and pressed it against the door in front of her. Although the mask covered the upper half of her face, she could still see the flush on her cheeks, as well as her actions and manners. Surprise. This. How is this possible? Yin Shi, this new guy, could it be that he whispered to the executive officer, actually? No, maybe, it's Yin Shi. He can't do it by relying on his strength to overwhelm others. At this moment, Anastasia, whose mind was extremely chaotic, didn't know what to do. If it is a love match and a willingness to measure the fragrance, then breaking in now is undoubtedly an act of death. But if Yin Shi persecutes it, it's a different matter. However, if he defeated the existence of Tuaran, the guardian of the four winds, with his own strength, would he go up to the meat bun to beat the dog? Not only can it not be solved, but it may also be sacrificed in vain, wasting precious lives. Quickly weighing the pros and cons, Anastasia made a choice in the next second. I don't know anything about what happened today. I was called away and left, so I followed the other party's instructions and left, so everything that happened after that has nothing to do with me. Immediately, Anastasia, who was not curious, began to run away quietly. Don't look, don't listen. Be a witty smart man. The black and red robes were laid out on the ground at this moment, which was a symbol of grace, luxury and refinement that fools and executive officers could only wear. On the robe, there are also pendant black longevity-shaped gemstones. Not far away, the delicate white instrument filled with the power of ice, which was supposed to be floating, was also parked motionless in the corner at this moment. At the same time, since we are in Mond, naturally, all the rooms, furniture, and decorations in the Mond Hotel are mostly in Mond style. Sound-absorbing carpets, chandeliers emitting soft light, colorful oil paintings, and single leather sofas that keep making noises. Accompanied by the sound of the beating of the leather drum, the burning light of the candle parked on the desk swayed leisurely at this moment. Asking for flowers. It seems to be singing a beautiful aria. Of course, this is not suitable for the audience, but only for the singer who is playing at the moment. As one of the 4 performers, the leather sofa makes people a little suspicious. Advertisement. Will it be completely destroyed at this moment by the legions of the knights and the monarch? At the same time, in fact, as a knight, Yin Shi was also very surprised by what was happening. However, if we look at it in combination with history. Indeed, very likely. You must know that hundreds of years ago, Rosalind Kruzica Lofat, who was not the Witch of Flame, was not an executive officer, although she fell in love with Rustin, the wolf cub of the Zephyr Knights. However, from beginning to end, neither of them laid the foundation for that emotion. Neither dared to reveal each other's feelings at the last minute. The sending of the hourglass is actually the expression of the mind in Mond, which is the final announcement. However, at that moment, the young wolf was still a little shy and planned to wait a little later. He accepted, but not fully. After all, he wanted to wait for the girl to come back from studying abroad. Therefore, always, did not take that step. Then, after the girl finally recognized her heart, she didn't want to suffer from lovesickness anymore, and finally decided not to wait but to take the initiative to attack. The young girl who came back from her studies in the Holy Order Academy was greeted by the mournful death of the wolf cub. The encounter and fetters that start from the singing, and the fate and departure that end from the singing. The innocent singing girl died, and the flame witch was born. And therefore, Rosalind's first experience really surprised Yin Shi. However, it was unexpected, but within reason. Yin Shi's cherishing heart can't help but become more fierce, and the offensive led by the army is also more in line with Sun Tzu's art of war. It's as fast as the wind, aggressive as fire, difficult to know as cloudy, and moving like thunder. There is no way, the enemy we are facing at this moment actually has another means of protection. It's like the paralysis of the warlock Lei Ying, or the vastness of the lady with the mirror. Burning, stinging, and at the same time, cold, that is the power of authority from the ice god. At this moment, Yin Shi gritted his silver teeth tightly. The world difficulty of Tivat world is higher than that of Ghost Slayer world no matter from which direction. If he still has the physique of the Ghost Clan, instead of the physical fitness template of taking the green dragon fruit of the Phantom Beast now, I'm afraid that just entering the war will directly lead to a crushing defeat. But at this moment, how could Yin Shi admit defeat? He grabbed the exquisite and transparent pearl shell and bit it lightly at this moment to distract himself. Then, Yin Shi vowed that victory or defeat depends on one action. No more slow defensive counterattacks. At this moment, there is only offense, and only offense. Amidst the sound of the horn roaring, Yin Shi led the army, roaring and attacking the gate of the kingdom as if it had been injected with blood. Ignoring the pincer attack of flames and ice, they continued to charge and fight among the chaotic army. Chapter 195. The meaning of the White Shadow Sword. Prepare to eat Noel. Rosalind couldn't bear it at all. The intensity of this war had exceeded her imagination by several times. After Yin Shi only paid 2 sacrifices and lost 6 times in a row, he finally didn't want to continue anymore. She can't feel the hope of winning the battle, and she has no physical strength anymore. As a member of the executive officers of the Fools, in this Tivat world, the strength of the executive officers of the Fools is at the level of the peak level in the world. Among the executive officers, she also ranked 8th in terms of strength, neither high nor low, but definitely not weak. Physical fitness, as well as the ability to control elements, are all dragons and phoenixes among people, the best of the best. However, in front of Yin Shi, this is simply not enough to look at. Although at the beginning, when Yin Shi found out that this was actually Rosalind's first experience, she changed her gentle attitude. However, after adapting to the intensity of the battle, Rosalind was gradually raised to a fighting level that she shouldn't be at. Now, Rosalind, who really couldn't bear it anymore, began to cry and beg for mercy. No matter what era it is impossible to have a person who can compete with the dragon in terms of physical fitness, right? Even if she obtains the authority of the gods, she can barely be regarded as a transcendent, but even so, her physical fitness is definitely not the match of the giant dragon. Rosalind, who was already stuffed, really didn't have the courage to pull up the army to fight Yin Shi again. In fact, since the second annihilation of the entire army and the outbreak of the flood, Rosalind already felt that things seemed a little delicate. Now, feeling that Yin Shi was taking some water for herself and him, and wanting to continue to take her to the battlefield, Rosalind was really scared, and frantically refused at this moment. At this time, Yin Shi, who was surprised by Rosalind's begging attitude, also blinked in surprise. Then, he also reacted to something, and coughed in embarrassment. Yes, he is no ordinary person. Compared with him in Ghost Slayer, now, after unlocking the Kaido template, his physical fitness is really several times and tens of times higher than that at that time. In a one-on-one situation, it is a crushing bullying, and the pressure given is indeed quite huge. What's more, it was Rosalind who was experiencing it for the first time. Even though her physical fitness is the same as the warlock Lei Ying, Mila, and the lady with hidden mirrors, Lena, she has special elemental power, and she will use the dual elemental power of flame and freezing to resist at the same time. But it is true that it is indeed difficult for her to fight with him uninterruptedly. Yin Shi, who retreated completely, looked at Rosalind, who suddenly let out a breath of emptiness, and said gently, "I'm sorry, if I didn't pay attention, I killed him directly." "No, it's okay." After Rosalind said softly, she was lazily leaning on the wet leather sofa. "However, I may not want to deal with the affairs tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. You have to be responsible for the mess you made." "Well, good night, Rosalind. Shall I take you home first?" "Huh, wait for me. It's not what you think. I don't want to leave you today. Although you can't fight anymore, I still have the caring heart of a boyfriend." Yin Shi hugged Rosalind and said softly, "Cluck, okay, take me back." Leaning in Yin Shi's arms, Rosalind slowly closed her beautiful eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Advertisement. Yin Shi gently hugged the sleeping Rosalind, slowly walked into the room, placed her down, and covered her with a quilt. Then, open the windows and start the rapid ventilation with the gale. After cleaning up, Yin Shi lay on the other side and yawned lightly. Then, he also closed his eyes and waited for the invitation 2 hours after dawn. Early morning. When Yin Shi raised his eyes, he could see his 2 personal guards, who were a little panicked at first sight. Of course, it was also the 2 eyeliners placed by Rosalind before. Lena, the lady with hidden mirrors, and Mira, the warlock of Lei Ying. Under Yin Shi's stick education, the 2 women began to slowly change their mentality. During this week, Yin Shi didn't just improve the progress of Amber and Noelle's strategy. Reina and Mira, for Yin Shi, are the first and second extremely special existences in the Tivat world, and Yin Shi will naturally not favor one over the other. At this moment, the 2 women looked at Yin Shi, who was slowly sitting up with some embarrassment, and then gently said good morning greetings. Looking at Rosalind, who was sleeping soundly beside her, the incomparably delicate other half's pretty face that was not covered by the mourning mask, Yin Shi's mouth curled up melodiously. "It seems that because I didn't come home last night and didn't accompany you, you came to look for me in panic and jealousy?" After retracting his eyes with a smile, Yin Shi looked at the 2 people in front of him playfully, and couldn't help but whispered in admiration at this moment. Reina and Mira were embarrassed for a moment. In fact, it does. Yin Shi would not just stay obediently at the Mond Hotel to accompany them every morning, but to accompany the scout night and maid night, leaving them only at night. However, last night, Yin Shi did not return home. After waiting so hard, they finally couldn't bear it anymore and went out to look for stocks. Then, I learned from Anastasia, the counselor of the fools who did not want to give her name, that Yin Shi was with Ms. all night. They were quite shocked. Then, after activating the elemental power of the evil eye and entering the room, they discovered this scene. In the end, before they recovered from their astonishment and retreated, Yin Shi had already woken up. Ah, after stretching with a soft moan, Yin Shi stood on the floor and said softly, "I have an appointment with Barbados today. You stay here and take care of Rosalind. If she wakes up and asks me, she will kill me. Tell her the reason for leaving. If you do well, I will reward you tonight too." Reina and Mira were embarrassed for a moment and then responded lightly, "Yes, Lord Yin Shi. He, so cute." After the 2 kissed each other good morning, Yin Shi rushed to the bathroom and began to wash up. Before going to the appointment, you have to take care of the smell on Shisha's body. The reason why Noelle discovered Amber is because of her nose, which is quite good. If you make this kind of mistake once, you must never make it a second time. As for the appointment of Barbados that Yin Shi just mentioned, in fact, it does not take much time. Advertisement. It is not in a hurry to take over the 4 Winds Temple to enshrine the power of the wind for thousands of years. This point is what Wendy told him through voice transmission when Yin Shi returned to Mond after finishing solving Quirin. Although she was quite lazy on weekdays, at the critical moment, Wendy still kept her promise and was very reliable. Moreover, he also knows that if he repents, he will end up angering Yin Shi. So, what is Yin Shi's plan for today? In fact, he had planned everything long ago. Mond City, blacksmith shop, bang bang bang. Before getting close, you can already hear the sound of iron hammering inside. The burly and strong man kept raising and lowering the hammer at this moment, making the sword embryo being polished more refined. After Yin Shi came in front of him, this burly man suddenly raised his head, staring at Yin Shi in front of him with a pair of burning eyes like fire, and then said with some surprise, "You are here? So early? Are you here to get that weapon?" "That's right," Yin Shi nodded, escaped from the portable space with a large Mora bag, and then threw it to the blacksmith Wagner in front of him. "White Shadow Sword, are you ready?" Wagner took the Mora bag, opened it, and counted slowly for a while. After a while, after counting 017 and confirming that it was correct, he nodded, turned around and walked towards the rear. "Although I don't know where you found out, there is still me in Mond City who can make the White Shadow Sword." And gave me a deposit of 100,000 Mora, and a reward of 100,000 Mora after the completion. Then, in the name of my blacksmith, I will guarantee you that no matter what your identity is, I will perfectly help you make this weapon. After the words fell, he stretched out his arms and picked up the huge sword box with some difficulty, and then, 10 steps at a time seemed a little difficult to come to Yin Shi. "Inside this is the White Shadow Sword you wanted. Luckily it didn't disgrace your life." Yin Shi took it with one hand with flickering eyes, and then slightly raised the corners of his mouth. "This is the gift he promised to Noelle. Congratulations to her, the reward for passing the official night assessment of the West Wind Knights. Then, too, it will truly be the greatest gift she can eat. The White Shadow Sword is not ordinary. This is a great sword with solid materials and excellent workmanship. But the special thing is that the part of the sword body close to the gauntlet is not sharpened. It is said that the unedged sword body can also be used as the hilt, and the center of gravity can be changed at any time by adjusting the position of the hand. This sword was once the proud work of a foreign blacksmith. The self-confessed clumsy craftsman carefully sharpened the blade, finally adjusted the balance of the blade, and spent sleepless nights one after another in the splashing sparks, recasting time and time again, beating time and time again, full of lovers in his heart expectations of return and unknowable worries. Just like the relationship between Yin Shi and Noelle. "My girl, will you like this gift from me?" Yin Shi murmured softly. Chapter 196 The progress of Kaido's template is 55%, a guest at Noelle's house. Although it was not made by Yin Shi himself, but the gift is the White Shadow Sword. The value represented by this great sword is actually quite clear. And, in fact, this is currently the most suitable weapon for Noelle. After putting the sword case into the portable space and carrying it, Yin Shi nodded to the blacksmith Wagner with some satisfaction. Then, he turned around and left. Noelle should still be sleeping and resting now, and now it just passed, and she can also make breakfast for her. You know, after opening the Kaido template, all the shortcomings of ghosts have been neutralized. Yin Shi can now taste the beauty of food again. Longevity, immortality, no fire, and great power of the ghost clan. The human form of the devil fruitfish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form, with strong defense, self-healing ability and physical fitness. This is Yin Shi's current body specificity. Just when Yin Shi was about to go to Noelle's house to celebrate her, a familiar male voice abruptly made him dismiss the idea with some regret, and then, frowning slightly, he listened carefully to this person's words. It was Barbados, the god of wind. At this moment, he who was in the wind from the ground, was a little tired and passed it on at this moment. Open black lens bracket Yin Shi, are you there? Close black lens bracket Yin Shi was speechless, and was about to talk to Noelle first. Forget it. Yes. What, Barbados, is your business settled? The relationship with this Mond wind god is just a transaction, and they don't know each other very well, and it's still at such a critical moment that Yin Shi is a little speechless and impatient at the moment. However, Barbados, who didn't hear Yin Shi's dissatisfaction, said calmly at this moment. Thank you for helping me get rid of the curse of Tuolin, and then, I have already completed the terms of the transaction. Now the power of the winds of the four winds guarding the temple in the Mond area has all gathered under the ground of the wind. I suggest you come here as soon as possible. Yin Shi rolled his eyes, and then sighed softly. You are really troublesome enough. Did you do it at this time? Hey, but it doesn't matter. I see, I'll come right here. When the wind picked up, the corners of Barbados' mouth curled up slightly. Nothing that happened to Mond could escape his gaze after waking up. Therefore, he is naturally quite clear about what Yin Shi is doing now. Before Yin Shi was about to go to Noelle, it was Barbados' idea to call Yin Shi over to discuss him and delay Yin Shi's time. After all, you can't beat him, so you can only quietly arrange some tricks to dispel the hatred in your heart. God's heart was forcibly taken away, and under such circumstances, Wendy is not so tolerant to a large number of people who don't care about such things and just let go gently. However, just such a small revenge can be relieved. In fact, Wendy's temper is also very good. However, what he didn't expect was, just after the sound transmission ended, about 3 seconds later, Yin Shi's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. And, it's a feeling without warning. Barbados' eyes widened in bewilderment, and he looked at Yin Shi, who had his hands folded around his chest and looked quite calm at the moment, in astonishment. Advertisement, you. How did you get here? No wonder he was so shocked. The space does not produce fluctuations and ripples at all, that is to say, Yin Shi did not tear open the space crack and come directly. However, he is like this, he was still in Mond 3 seconds ago, and 3 seconds later, why is he here at the Statue of the Seven Heavens in Fengshidi? In fact, for Barbados, it was indeed 3 seconds. But for Yin Shi, more than 18 seconds have passed. After opening the world 3 times in a row, it started and stopped, and then in that short period of time, the explosive speed moved rapidly and at a high speed. Therefore, before the secret joy in Barbados' heart was over, Yin Shi had already rushed to the scene. He has a lot of important things to do today, and he has decided to give 3/4 of it to his cutest maid knight to bless Noelle with all his heart in one day. So, there was no time to waste for Barbados. Have you unlocked the seal of the Temple of the Four Winds, and then all of them are concentrated under the ley lines? Yin Shi said calmly and softly. Barbados was still astonished by Yin Shi's speed, and also surprised by the strange wind direction that suddenly roused in the air at the same time. However, before he could figure it out, Yin Shi's words had already been reported. There is no way. Barbados can only come back to his senses, nodded slightly, and said calmly and complicatedly. The wolf of the north wind, the dragon of the east wind, the lion of the south wind, the eagle of the west wind, the temples guarded by the four winds have sealed me. All the restrictions have been lifted, but it has not been activated for hundreds of years, and it has been dusty for a long time, and the power may have almost dissipated, and, because of the blockade of the ley lines, there may even be a great risk of absorbing it rashly. Barbados said solemnly, it doesn't bother you, let me absorb it now. Yin Shi said softly. Yin Shi multi-template 50% has not changed for a long time since crossing the world of Tivat. Therefore, this transaction with Barbados is actually Yin Shi wanting to try to see if absorbing the power of the original law of this world will improve the progress of the template. After Barbados stretched out his hand to help him up, he could see with the naked eye that under the coiled and crouching dragon-like roots of the towering ancient tree, One after another emerald-colored light spots of energy continued to condense. Then, they converged into a light cluster, controlled by Barbados, and slowly drifted towards Yin Shi. Thunder, Flame, Gale, and Three-Color Arrogance. Yin Shi has a hunch, as long as the proficiency of these abilities is improved, then it is very possible to increase the progress of Beasts, Kaido's template. So at this moment, condensing all the essence of the four winds guarding the temple, although it has been sealed and discarded for a long time to contaminate the magazine, but the power of the wind element that is the source of the law, perhaps, can give Yin Shi an answer. Sure enough, at the moment of contact, Yin Shi felt an unprecedented flood. Accompanied by it, there is also an incomparably mysterious feeling, as if the heaven and earth are integrated with oneself, and the sense of sight that oneself is the wind. The next moment, Dang Yin Shi suddenly opened his eyes. The roaring gale directly formed a compressed wind element vortex at this moment, covering Yin Shi himself. Then, under Yin Shi's every move and thought, he immediately crashed. Open black lens bracket 100 beasts close black lens bracket Kaido template progress. 55%, wind element power can no longer be promoted by this method. What shocked and surprised Yin Shi was that this method was really effective. Then, what followed was a deep scalp tingling. The power of the wind element of the law's original wish has only increased by 5% of the template, and, after that, this method can no longer be used. Advertisement: it is worthy of being a horror villain template with a demand of more than 30 million points in the points mall. Yin Shi was a little scary. According to this understanding, he may have to absorb the source of the elemental law of fire and the source of the elemental law of thunder, so that the progress of Kaido's template can be completely fixed to 65%, and there is no need to try to improve the ability to control elements. But when you think about it, it's quite difficult. After Yin Shi sighed softly, he shook his head lightly, no longer thinking about the things that could only be realized in the long future. Facing Barbados, Yin Shi said calmly, "In this way, our transaction is declared complete. Then, Wind God of Mond, I will leave first, okay?" Barbados said with a complicated face, and then, the moment he blinked, he suddenly realized that Yin Shi's body had disappeared in front of him strangely. At this moment, the horrified Barbados was a little taken aback. He has seen it more than once if the space is crossed. However, like now, Barbados has never seen the sudden disappearance behavior, and dozens of disordered wind directions suddenly appeared in the air at one time. It seems to happen at the same time, and then Yin Shi is gone. What the hell is going on? Good promise good, however, his question is destined to never be answered. Yin Shi, who continuously summoned the world, and started to stop, and the explosive speed returned to Mond, felt a little dizzy at the moment and touched the center of his brow. After taking a deep breath, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, he raised his head and looked ahead. The girl got up, and the melodious singing sounded softly in the house. As for the movement, it was obvious that the girl was dealing with housework. When Noelle pushed open the window, she immediately saw Yin Shi standing in front of her with flowers in her arms, looking up at her. Master. Noelle's eyes lit up. Noelle, congratulations on passing the assessment. Fulfill the promise, I'm here to give you a gift. Yin Shi said gently. The corner of Noelle's mouth curled up slightly, and then hurriedly ran towards the door, opening the door for Yin Shi. Master, welcome to my house, the maid knight said happily and excitedly. Chapter 197 Eat Noelle. Under Noelle's kind invitation, Yin Shi didn't think much and immediately came to her home under Noelle's welcome. Actually, this is not the first time Yin Shi has come. However, the meaning of coming here today is very different from the past. Noelle was a little excited to let her master come to her home just now, but when Yin Shi stepped into the house and then locked the door, Noelle suddenly leaned shyly because of Yin Shi's approach, on the wall. At this moment, Yin Shi supported the wall with his hands, and then slowly approached, as naturally as flowing water, and came in front of Noelle. A light touch, followed by a fiery passion. After they parted from each other, Noelle still blinked a little fascinated and then said with some embarrassment, "Master." At this moment, after stretching out his hand and gently stroking Noelle's delicate side face, Yin Shi said softly, "Congratulations on successfully passing the formal night assessment of the West Wind Knights. I promise you, if you pass, I will give you a great gift." With that said, Yin Shi took a step back, opened enough space, and took out the sword case from the blacksmith shop from the portable space. What was contained inside was the white shadow state that Yuanyi specially prepared for Noelle. "Master, are you going to give me an épée?" Looking at the huge sword box, Noelle immediately thought of what kind of gift it should contain. She blinked her beautiful eyes with some doubts, and after receiving it somewhat at a loss, she found that Yin Shi was looking at it with a smile on her face, looking at her. Although he was a bit puzzled, Noelle 493, who took over the huge sword box with the giant sword in both hands, opened the box with ease, and took a good look at what the giftmaster prepared for him was. The next moment, when the sword case was opened, Noelle's beautiful eyes widened when he saw the exquisite white and blue giant sword inside, with one side not sharpened. "This is the White Shadow Sword? My lord, this weapon." Noelle raised her head in surprise and excitement at this moment, and looked at Yin Shi in front of her very solemnly. At this time, the half-squatting silver-haired boy raised the corners of his mouth slightly. There is a beautiful story about this sword. It is said that the craftsman who created this great sword, worried about the safety of his lover who went on an expedition. Day after day and night after night, the casting is constantly being built with sweat and hardship. However, later, after the lover of the blacksmith came back from the expedition, what made the craftsman happy was that her lover was not injured, but Hao was converted into a bow-made weapon. So, the purpose of this forged sword is to defend and counterattack, so it has no use for it. However, this is indeed a good story. Yes, Noel also said gently, and then, looking at the giant sword in his hand with flickering eyes, he waved it lightly, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The weight and characteristics of this giant sword are very suitable for me. Thank you, Master Grown-ups. Noel said a little excitedly. As long as you are happy. After stretching out his hand and gently rubbing Noel's head, Yin Shi said gently. Today is the day you become an official knight of the Zephyr Knights. Did the acting head ask you to travel as an official knight, BDDD? Because of the recent Fengmalong incident, Captain Qin didn't make any more arrangements for me. Hearing this, Noel shook her head helplessly, then said softly at this moment. So, right now, I just need to stay by Master's side. However, it is said that an unusual event seemed to have happened yesterday. Noel's tone was quite dignified at this moment, and it was obvious that what she was talking about was exactly what happened yesterday when another strange dragon appeared. Advertisement. Although most people fainted at that time, Shin and Kaya in the Zephyr Knights, as well as Lisa, the librarian, did not just faint. They were on the front line to meet the giant dragon at that time, so, only they who did not faint at that time know the truth of what happened. So, I'm afraid tomorrow, I have to officially start working. Noel said with a smile. Yin Shi rubbed his smooth chin thoughtfully. It was exactly as he imagined. After shaking his head lightly, Yin Shi said softly. Anyway, let me celebrate Noel first. Didn't you have breakfast today? Hey, no, in order to wait for Master to do it for me. Noel's eyes lit up, and she quickly shook her head. Then, shyly said softly. Okay, then Noel, go and get ready to wash and get dressed, and I'll make a good morning wife for you. Good. The breakfast is simple, but due to Noel's special physique, Yin Shi also pays great attention to her food nutrition needs in the morning. Milk, sandwiches, salads, ham, fried eggs, almost as long as you can use the existing food to make breakfast, then Yin Shi will do it well. This made Noel quite surprised, and then, with a blushing face, he could only pick up a knife and fork to deal with the kindness of his master. This breakfast was the first time Noel had a quite full experience. At the same time, besides her parents, it was the first time that someone personally cooked breakfast for her. Then, after eating and drinking, Noel took a small walk in the yard for a while, blushing, and began to show Yin Shi around her home. Last time, Yin Shi just paid a hasty visit and didn't stay overnight. At that time, Noel also couldn't introduce Yin Shi to his master because of Yin Shi's time constraints. Now, just have this time. Accompanying Noel and listening to the girl's crisp voice resounding around him like a yellow warbler, Yin Shi was also in a happy mood. Until, Noel was finally introduced to the last room. Contrary to imagination, the girl's boudoir is not actually a girl, but rather neat and clean. It is very rare to see a doll that belongs to a girl's heart. The only thing worth noting is probably the special decoration decorated with roses in front of the desk. In the world of Tevat, roses symbolize secrecy, and the armor on Noel's body also has many rose patterns, which is a good example. However, at this moment, Noel was not wearing that heavy and slim armor with the logo on it. But at this moment, the purpose of bringing Yin Shi here is actually very clear. Noel, have you thought about it yet? Yin Shi asked softly. Does Master like me? Without answering, Noel just stretched out her hand at this moment, hugged Yin Shi gently, and asked gently. Well, of course. Advertisement. Yin Shi stretched out his hand gently, stroked Noel's little head, and said softly. Then. Mine, go deeper. Raising her head, her bright emerald eyes are all the reflection of Yin Shi at this moment. At this moment, Yin Shi understood. Then, he will not choose to back down. Master, this is hard to buy. Noel pouted her small mouth, and spoke softly with some embarrassment. It's okay. I will accompany Noel to buy another set in the future. No, several sets. Tear up one set every day, and then Noel will wear another set. Yin Shi, who was eating the exquisite and lovely pearl, said softly. But at this moment, Noel, who couldn't help but cover her face after hearing such shameless words from Master, seemed quite helpless and shy. Itchy. And, fortunately, when Mr. Master was preparing breakfast just now, he listened to his words and took a good wash. Now the body is just after taking a shower, but maybe later, I will take another shower later. Noel was a little helpless, but also a little expectant to feel the soft and gentle movements of Master. Until, completely blocked, Noel finally panicked. Master. Sensing Noel's nervousness, Yin Shi also quietly looked into the other's emerald eyes, and then nodded slightly. I know, Noel, don't worry. Okay. Although he received encouragement from his master, Noel was still a little apprehensive about the future. Seeing this, Yin Shi naturally wouldn't start commanding Jun Tun to attack rashly. For the night, whether it is Noel or Amber, he will pay great attention to the prelude until he is ready to start a battle. At this moment, after Yin Shi drove the snake disaster to ravage the plateau, I felt that the king was finally ready. He finally whispered at this moment, Are you ready? Okay, Master. Then, Noel, this is my second gift, do you like it? The words fell. This moment, he completely devoured the maid knight. Chapter 198. Noel's first experience, followed by Amber. Noel's feeling is the most different that Yin Shi feels. It may be because she exercises regularly, and she is still a girl at a young age. All in all, the impression given to Yin Shi is very special. Although it doesn't have the crazy and exciting taste of Rosalind's double heaven of ice and fire, nor does it have the visual perception of Wang Yangruhai, the elemental power launched by the evil eye of the water element of the hidden mirror Lady Lina, and there is no such thing as Lei Ying warlock Mira who touches the door of the country. The feeling of paralyzing electric current triggered immediately. But the point is, it was an extremely uncomfortable feeling that made Yin Shi feel trapped by the water tank. Moreover, Noel seemed to be born immune to pain, so he quickly entered the rhythm, but Yin Shi felt a little uncomfortable. However, fortunately, Noel quickly made the battlefield suitable for Yin Shi, an ally, to lead the legion to fight. Moreover, like Rosalind and the others, Noel is completely ignorant of the battle situation. Therefore, Yin Shi can be commanded recklessly, and the posture of fighting and charging, which can better defeat the enemy. Yes, Yin Shi doesn't mind that he will be defeated, but with the Kaido template of beasts in his body, if he wants to lose the battle, it may be very difficult to do. Exquisite, lovely, and small 10 pearls, stained with crystal water, appear more transparent under the black hollow fabric. The reverse arched dragon ridge is like a slide, and the richness of the workmanship mark has no flaws at all. At this very moment, Noel and Yin Shi, whose back is facing Yin Shi, are finger to heart, fighting skills and war experience, as an ally and husband for the rest of their lives. Yin Shi is teaching this lovely maid knight well. The skill of combat. This skill was tyrannically stipulated by Yin Shi. From now on, Noel can only train with himself. In his heart, Master is the highest Noel, and he will not refuse this. At the same time, outside the houses, in order to prevent too much noise from attracting the attention of others, Yin Shi also had the foresight to arrange a layer of wind wall first to form a soundproof house. After taking this security measure, looking at the obedient Noel, Yin Shi's eyes were quite gentle. When the dusk at dusk was dyed blood in the sky, under the setting sun like blood, Yin Shi folded his hands and put them behind his head to cushion himself, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. He was not tired, but he couldn't go on like this any longer. For the maid knight, Yin Shi is also quite sympathetic. What's more, she didn't eat lunch, and even if Noel has an amazing physique, she was completely ignorant of the world before that. If her first experience on the battlefield was such a bad experience, for Yin Shi, then not something he wanted to see. At this moment, Noel, who was holding Yin Shi by his side, with a lazy and leisurely face, responded softly. Master, I'm so hungry. Also called Master. Yin Shi said with a wry smile, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hey, this is my personal title, it must be separated from Senior Amber. Noel muttered and said softly. Forehead, hearing Noel talking about Amber at this moment, Yin Shi couldn't help coughing slightly, looking a little embarrassed. Master, you are worried, I am still afraid that I will be jealous. Noel said with a smile. Well, but, Noel, I'm really glad that I'm so willing to accept a horrible guy like me. Advertisement. Yin Shi kissed Noel's forehead and couldn't help but whispered at this moment. Hearing this, Noel pouted. HMPH. I don't want to, but, Senior Amber looks at Master's eyes, I don't want to hurt her. Noel lowered her eyes and said softly. Yin Shi couldn't help but raised his brows at this moment in surprise, and then, looking at the maid knight who was becoming more and more cute and watery, for a while, the corner of his mouth slightly twitched. I can't help but say gently at this moment. So that's the reason. Noel, he is really a kind child, unlike me, he is just a pure bad guy. HMPH. Master is indeed a pure villain, he. Seeing Noel in her arms with a coquettish chuckle, Yin Shi couldn't help stretching out her hands and hugged her tightly for a while, then sat up and said softly. You rest here first, I'll make you dinner, can I not go back today? Of course, Noel chuckled and said, from now on, this will be our home too. Master, if you don't go back, you won't go back. Yin Shi smiled gently. Mond Hotel. Reina and Mira came back in a daze, and after they were about to meet the executive lady and woman, they immediately recovered their solemn expressions. Report the specific whereabouts of Yin Shi today, 5 truthfully to Rosalind. With a soft snort, the executive officer, Ms., is in a very bad mood at the moment. This abominable guy, he talked about the hype yesterday, but he flew away this morning to find the little girl of the West Wind Knights, really. After shaking her head helplessly, Rosalind knew that it would be useless to get angry again, after all. If she is alone, she really can't stand it. What's more, there is nothing wrong with a capable person doing this. Forget it, leave him alone. Reina, Mira, call the counselor Anastasia and the general affairs officer to report. My physical condition has almost recovered, and Mond's Fengshenchen heart has been obtained. It's time to set off first and go back to Solstice. Rosalind said calmly. Then, Master Yin Shi. Lena and Mira looked at each other in blank dismay, and asked in surprise at this moment. He continued to stay here, and other members of the Fools served as our diplomatic envoys to Mond in winter. After I came back again, I thought. At that time, it should be the time when this guy became a member of the executive officer gone. Rosalind tapped the armchair lightly with her lush fingertips. His strength, character, and contribution have all been recognized by me and the rest of the executive officers, so this is a certainty. As for you, you probably won't be able to go back with me this time, Rosalind said calmly. I will explain your affairs to you, and use your own means to tie Yin Shi to the boat of our fools as much as possible. Seeking flowers. Rosalind said helplessly. This guy always walks with Amber and Noel of the West Wind Knights, and there is also a tavern proprietress. No matter what, let him take care of himself. Reina and Mira immediately lowered their heads in embarrassment, a soft response. After Rosalind waved her hand impatiently, signaling them to bring someone over immediately, Reina and Mira didn't dare to delay and just got busy. Night Oath Gorge advertisement hugging Noelle in her pajamas. Yin Shi, who finally saw the starry sky of Tivat with her, hugged the girl gently at this moment, looking up at the night sky and enjoying the blowing of the night wind. After dinner, Yin Shi thought about taking Noelle out for a stroll. Of course, Yin Shi had thought of Noelle's injury, so he carried her at high speed the whole time. At the same time, it also continuously releases world and stops when it starts, so, after a few minutes, it came to the Oath Gorge from Mond. Zero after the son of the owner of the Mond Hotel, his girlfriend, and a certain bodyguard were stunned on the spot with domineering colors. There were only Yin Shi and Noelle on the scene. Master. What's the matter with your speed? Noelle, who was pillowed in Yin Shi's arms, said with some surprise. The terrain always changes crazily in the blink of an eye, and she feels extremely shocked and weird. One of my strengths. Noelle, don't worry, Yin Shi said softly. Remember when we first dated? Didn't I tell you at the time that I wanted to take you to the Oath Gorge and watch the starry sky of Tibat? Hey, I remember. The corners of Noelle's mouth curled up slightly, and he leaned into Yin Shi's arms affectionately, stretched out his kaken, and said softly towards the starry sky. But at that time, I met Senior Amber who was seriously injured, and I haven't dated again for a long, long time. Noelle said with some taste. Feel sorry, it's not your fault, after all, we have been busy with the formal night assessment, Master Tianren. Noelle responded with a light smile. Yin Shi's eyes were soft, and then, at this moment, he said softly. At that time, the purpose of dating was actually to say that to my cutest Noelle in that environment and situation. However, speaking now, it's not bad. Noelle was a little embarrassed, blinked her beautiful eyes, and responded softly. Noelle, the cutest, I like you the most. Holding the maid knight in his arms tightly, Yin Shi said softly. When I grow up a bit, I can officially marry you, my love. The maid knight who had been directly hit in her heart was blushing and pretty at the moment. Then, muttering in a low voice, my lord made a foul. I also like Master the most. P.S. The first UP chapter 199. I am your Earl Bunny, eat amber. After returning from the Oath Gorge, Yin Shi spent another day with Noelle. At first, the head Chin of the West Wind Knights was naturally quite dissatisfied with this. However, after visiting here in the morning and discovering that Noelle was actually injured and there was such a huge change in his demeanor, Chin immediately understood something. He was extremely dissatisfied with a certain Yin Shi who was smilingly pouring tea and water for him as a patriarch. In the end, he could only agree to Yin Shi's request for Noelle to ask for leave today. Then, throughout the whole day, Yin Shi was mainly taking care of her, but every time she took care of her, she would unknowingly take care of other aspects. Then, at a later time, although I feel very regretful, I still have to choose to go back for a while. Reina and Mira are very dissatisfied with Yin Shi's dishonesty, and this is one reason. After all, before leaving, Yin Shi had promised the two of them that if they took good care of the ladies, they would come back and reward them. However, he broke his promise, which is quite embarrassing. Then another reason is that the group of fools stationed in Mond, headed by Lady, is about to leave to go back to the solstice. So, no matter what, Yin Shi can't continue to stay at Noelle's place tonight. Watering the roses well like yesterday and today made Noelle continue to change into her own shape day after day. After the good Noelle explained the reason, the maid knight also had no objection to it. However, I am a little surprised, as a member of the fools, is it okay for Yin Shi to expose such an important matter like 070? Then, when Yin Shi shook his head and said it was okay, and he believed in Noelle as his future wife, Noelle could only respond in embarrassment. She would naturally respond to Yin Shi's expectation. The maid knight, like the rose, is the best kept secret. Back at the Mond Hotel, Yin Shi was also quite embarrassed after being taken to meet the lady by Reina and Mira with resentment. Well, he has enough time tonight, so if he didn't fulfill his responsibilities yesterday, he will do all his responsibilities tonight. Arriving at Rosalind's room, at this moment, the executive officer, Ms., has arranged for his men to prepare the luggage neatly. After seeing Yin Shi finally arrived, he snorted softly. Yin Shi touched his nose in embarrassment, then approached the lady gently, and hugged her from behind. At this moment, all the fools and other subordinates in the room have also left the room. Therefore, there are only Yin Shi and Rosalind here. I smell like that maid knight. Stretching out her hand, she unceremoniously squeezed the flesh of Yin Shi's arm, and Rosalind said rather dissatisfied. You are good, after eating and wiping it off, you want to run away and eat another girl? So, a man's mouth, liar. Ahem. It was a little painful, but Yin Shi couldn't pull back his arm, so he had to say helplessly at this moment. Rosalind, my words don't mean to lie. You and them are my wings. No wings, the bird cannot fly. This is too scumbag. Logically speaking, a bird only needs a pair of wings. He stepped hard on Yin Shi's toes, and the high-heeled blow made Yin Shi hug his feet and jump up and down in pain. Cough. I think, I'm the wind demon dragon Tawaran, and I have 3 pairs. 3 pairs. Rosalind was slightly taken aback at this moment, and then quickly thought for half a second. Myself, Reina, Mira, and Noelle from the Zephyr Knights, Amber, and the proprietress of the Cattail Tavern. Good guy. Rosalind waved her hand with a smile, and the white magic weapon beside her released the power of extreme cold at this moment, and then formed a long whip, which was held by Rosalind in her hand. Sure enough, Yin Shi, you are a perverted hooligan, take a look. For a long time, Yin Shi lay on the boat with big characters, with a wry smile on the corner of his mouth. He had a strange feeling, as if, compared to His Majesty Muzan, Rosalind looked more like a queen. Beside him, with a soft snort, Rosalind, who was getting dressed, said softly at this moment, "I will leave Mon tomorrow morning, go back to Zedong, and dedicate the god's heart of the wind god to the Ice Queen. As for everything that happened in Mond, I will report it truthfully. No matter what, your strength, achievements, Xinsheng should be accepted by the fools in Zedong, so there is no need to worry about it. After I come back, or before I come back, the news about your class transfer should come back. If the accident doesn't happen, it is absolutely possible for you to become one of us." After Rosalind spoke softly, she lay down again, pillowing Yin Shi's hand. "So, promise me, you can do this, Twerin, but, if you want to go further, I think it is necessary to limit it." Advertisement, Rosalind muttered in dissatisfaction. "You know what I mean. Ahem, I see, my queen." Yin Shi hugged her with a wry smile, and said softly, "I don't need to fly so high, now, it's enough, and, the reason why I can, in fact, there are many things that are not my original wish." Ahem. Rosalind was a little embarrassed at once, and then she said angrily, "Then you don't have to eat it, don't worry about it after eating it, damn it, you are even more noble than the nobles of Old Mond, really." Yin Shi felt helpless, well, everything he said was wrong. At this moment, Rosalind sat up, then stood on the carpet and stretched lightly. "It's time for Reina and Mira. I'll return you to those two, tomorrow morning, around 5:30 in the morning when the time comes. Remember to get up early to see me off." Yin Shi. "Are you in such a hurry?" Rosalind sneered and shook her head. "Oh. The distance between Zedong and Mond is not close, and the longer it is delayed, the more unfavorable it is. After all, this is Mond. If you are in a hurry, rabbits can bite people. What's more, the people here are not rabbits, but wolf cubs and lion cubs." After finishing speaking, she clapped her hands. Crack. The next moment, it was Yin Shi's bodyguard who pushed the door and entered, and it was also Rosalind's eyeliner. Laying Warlock Mira and Hidden Mirror Lady Lena. Grown-ups. The two were extremely respectful, and they didn't see anyone shyly bowing to Rosalind at this moment. "Tell Vladimir about your preparations for tomorrow," Rosalind said calmly. "There are still etiquette. Anyway, you know." Reina and Mira blinked, looked at Yin Shi who was smiling wryly at the moment, and then looked gratefully at the executive officer who shook his head and left. "Yes, my lord executive," they said respectfully. Next morning Yin Shi arrived as promised, and at dawn, he bid farewell to the carriage in which the lady was sitting outside the city. Sending off with Yin Shi and the counselor of the fools, she was ordered by Rosalind to stay in Mond, and she is responsible for the main personnel of the fools' diplomacy to Mond. "I'll come back later, or you can go with me. However, in this case, we fools in Mond will lose one executive-level combat power. I'll wait here for your return, Rosalind," Yin Shi said softly, like a watchdog. "Puff, then, I'm not sure." Rosalind chuckled, and said softly to Yin Shi in front of the carriage window, "The next goal of returning from Zedong is very likely not Mond, but Liwei. Will you come then?" "Certainly," Yin Shi laughed softly. "That's my hometown in this world after all. Good." After this, Rosalind left. Watching her leave carefully, Yin Shi folded his arms around his chest and pursed his lips until Rosalind's convoy completely disappeared from his sight. The Witch of Flame left. A few days later, Dodapa Valley. In a huge Kochou camp, the charged flaming arrows burned through the human high shield of the wooden shield Kochou thug, and another arrow shot through the forehead of the Kochou thug. Amber was panting, Guazi's face was covered with sweat. Then, looking at Yin Shi who had already settled the battle not far away, he became angry. "What? You've solved everything, why don't you come and help me?" Advertisement. Yin Shi chuckled. "This is to see your cultivation level, Amber. Not bad, now you can make full use of the combustion reaction, and every arrow can hit the vital point." Amber blushed, folded her arms around her chest and hummed softly. "I'm not an idiot, but why did you teach me not the breathing method like Noel's, but another ability?" Yes, Yin Shi taught Amber the practice skills of armed domineering and knowledgeable domineering. Just now, when killing Kochou's thugs, Amber used the armed color entanglement to cooperate with the weapon in his hand, which is still the oath of the marksman, and combined with the characteristics of the weapon and the vital critical strike, he killed the Kochou. The mob took away with one arrow. The breath method is not suitable for Amber. It is the specialty of swordsmen. At this stage, improving Amber's long-range attack ability is the best choice. Then. Now this Kochou camp has been completely destroyed. Extinct. Next, where does Amber want to go? Yin Shi said with a light smile. Amber gave Yin Shi a blank look, and then said softly, "Don't go back now. Once I go back, Noel will come and snatch you away from me." Yin Shi blinked. "Yin Shi, are you to Noel?" Then, finally couldn't help it. At this moment, Amber looked at Yin Shi nervously, and asked softly. At this moment, the scorching eyes of the scouting night girl made Yin Shi tremble with fear. After touching his nose, Yin Shi was silent for a while. As a scouting knight, Amber and Noel, who is now an official knight, are not in contact with each other like before. They can meet almost every time. In addition, the relationship between each other is not simple. Therefore, after discovering this matter, it is actually also within reason. Therefore, after being silent for half a second, Yin Shi still nodded slightly. "Eat it," Yin Shi said softly, after giving it to Noel, the White Shadow Sword. White Shadow Sword. So, is that so? As a native of Mond, Amber is naturally quite clear about the illusion of the white shadow sword. At this moment, the girl pursed her lips and then fell silent. After a while, she gritted her silver teeth in embarrassment. Then why do you still? I choose to have both. Yin Shi touched his nose and said in a soft 0.5 voice. Besides, Noelle is also willing to accept, so this time, I want to ask Amber if you are willing to accept it. At this moment, although he knew that Yin Shi was quite shameless after listening to Amber, as expected, he still couldn't help but feel ashamed. Looking helplessly at this guy, Amber he pursed his lips tightly. You're an A*** hole, Amber said angrily. Then, when the corpses of Kochou people scattered all over the ground, they turned into photons and returned to the earth veins. Step by step, Yin Shi walked towards the trembling Amber. Then are you willing? Would you like me to be your Earl Bunny? Earl Rabbit isn't. The focal length of Meimu's pupils began to shrink at this moment, and after that, Amber's body gradually became limp, allowing Yin Shi to hold her. At this moment, the bodies of the Kochou people all turned into photons and completely dissipated in the air, returning to the embrace of the earth veins. Against such a background, the two embracing each other seemed extremely romantic and beautiful. After a while, Yin Shi left, and then looked at Amber who was close at hand with watery and gentle eyes. May I eat you, my scout knight? Yin Shi said softly. You're a naughty Earl Bunny, Amber blushed and responded lightly. Chapter 200 Return to the world of Ghost Slayer Kochou Grade Camp. The Kochou people on the periphery, whether they are ordinary Kochou thugs, strong Kochou thugs, sinister and despicable Kochou priests, have all been cleaned up by Yin Shi and Amber jointly before, leaving no one alive. At this moment, there are only Yin Shi and Anbai. The Dodapa Valley is also a place where dangerous monsters are prevalent, so naturally, there are very few adventurers who are capable and dare to come here to take risks. And the local monsters, in the surrounding area, are mostly used by these Kochou people, either as supplies for cooking fire slime, or used to fetch water to drink, water slime. Other than that, there are no other monsters raging here. And Yin Shi and Amber completely cleaned up this huge Kochou camp, so naturally, they would not let go of any monsters under their noses. So, at this moment, in the meeting hall of the Kochou tent set up by the most central Kochou people. At this moment, on the carpet made of the fur of an unknown animal species, Yin Shi has cleaned up all the sundries around. Of course, he did not move them one by hand, but let the strong wind blow them up, and then blow them all away, go out. This day, this moment, is destined to be quite different from the usual time, and it is worth remembering. After personally leading the team to taste the spring water in the valley, and finally dredging the flood, although there have been many experiences of entering the Brown Forest Valley in the past, I am afraid that there has never been a time as special as it is now. Why? Naturally, it is because the mountaineering group led by Yin Shi is going to try for the first time to completely conquer this dense forest and valley that has been formed for 21 years. After opening the spring well to make things more exciting, maybe the tigers in this area finally started to panic. However, the matter has come to this point, and Yin Shi will not let it go, and just let it go. After the expedition team went deep at the beginning with great difficulty, they gradually found a sense of how to travel more effectively. Walk forward with the red 13 cherry blossom, or stop and wait for support from the rear, or retreat in an orderly manner and leave a mark to avoid getting lost, or, in fact, it is better to find the weakness of Tiger Amber. The purpose of this trip is mainly to find the treasures hidden there. The simple and easy to understand document description is well interpreted by Yin Shi. After gradually grasping the exploration of the valley more and more handily, the original behavior of gradually encroaching on the exploration step by step was gradually given up by Yin Shi quickly, and turned into a wild and violent bombardment. At this moment, the exploration is over. Next, it is a complete plunder, take the treasure land as your own, and wipe out all the resources. The strong wind and dragon chant, at this moment, cut off all the sight of the outside world and the perception of monsters. No one will disturb, this moment is a carnival moment belonging to Yin Shi's expedition team. The sun is setting in the western mountains, and the setting sun is like blood. Carrying the lazy and weak Amber on his back, Yin Shi walked step by step towards Mond not far away. Then, he said gently, "It's almost here, Mond, do you want to come to my house tonight?" "No, I want to take a good rest, tired all day." Amber coughed slightly in embarrassment, and then, looking at the handkerchief with red tassels printed on his palm in a somewhat complicated manner, said softly after a while, "After that, we will clean up the Kochou camp every once in a while. Bar. I don't want the Kochou people to accept that camp again, if we go there again." After Amber finished speaking, her pretty face was a little blushing. Hearing this, Yin Shi was a little taken aback at first, but soon after he figured out something, the corner of Yin Shi's mouth slightly raised, of course. However, don't worry, even if we're not there, I can guarantee that no creature will dare to approach there again. On the one hand, the Kochou camp is located deep in the Dodapa Valley, so it is difficult to find it. On the other hand, Yin Shi's powerful aura is left here, as long as there is a sense of strength, they will immediately notice and know that there is absolutely no place where they can break in without authorization. Although the Kochou people are quite stupid, they must be clear about the fact that the strong are respected. After this, several days past Yin Shi basically spends every day with Noelle or with Amber on separate and friendly interaction dates. Then, occasionally go to the Cattail Tavern, hide away and get a little drunk, feel the beautiful atmosphere of the Cattail Tavern, and occasionally meet Miss Eula who came back, and have a good chat. For my best friend's boyfriend, there are also many things about him that Eula really wants to know. Of course, it's not that she has a good impression of Yin Shi, but that Eula is worried that Amber will be bullied. Over time, the two became good drinking friends. Although I sneered at Yin Shi's emotional relationship, it is still very good to find a suitable chat partner in Mond, although it is a fool advertisement at least. After that, Yura recognized the relationship that Amber's boyfriend is also Noelle's boyfriend. Other than Diona, the bartender, some hated this nasty guy. Every time he comes, he will drive away the guests, but, in order to serve his bartending, Diona can't get off work because of this. In addition, occasionally when I came home late, I discovered something between the proprietress and Yuan Shi. This nasty scumbag. Diona could only sigh with emotion. Of course, for Lena and Mila, Yin Shi is not the kind of person who favors one over the other. For the two, Yin Shi treats them equally as he treats Margaret. After getting used to it gradually, Yin Shi also gradually became calm after that. Day by day until, at a certain moment, a neutral electronic sound without any emotional fluctuations suddenly resounded in Yin Shi's mind. Ultimate Mission 2 is completed, the host successfully joins the Fools and becomes an executive officer. Since the host has completed all the main missions in this world, please make the following choices. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 1. Temporarily stranded in the TVAT world. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 2. Obtain the current world key and return to the Demon Slayer world. Close black lens bracket. Without thinking too much, at this moment, Yin Shi clenched his fist tightly. He also missed them. I choose 2. Before I knew it, I came to the world of TVAT. There's already one multipurpose close to 2 multipurposes. But you must know that at that time, in fact, Yin Shi didn't say goodbye properly. Although the world entered a state of pause, his farewell was actually inappropriate. For them, the goodbye was just a moment, but for Yin Shi, it was different. The passage of time did happen to him. Of course, this is not to say that Yin Shi pays more attention to the people of Ghost Slayer than Noelle, Amber, and Rosalind, but that Yin Shi mainly misses her very much. If you leave home for too long, you will naturally miss your hometown. But the point is, he can no longer go back to the era of his previous life, and the dimensions are different, so how can he go back? So, for His Majesty Muzan, there are also Tamayo, Ruhuo, and the Spider Ghost family. In particular, Yubayashiki Amane, who is pregnant with her own child. Yin Shi really wants to. Even though there are Amber, Noelle, and Rosalind in the TVAT world, but for Yin Shi, the Demon Slayer world is the most special existence that is worth going back to miss. So, he's going back. Of course, this world will also stop in time, just like when we left the world of Demon Slayer and came here. With Yin Shi making his own choice, the villain's inheritance system is also activated quickly. The burly golden stand-in world suddenly appeared behind Yin Shi at this moment, but this time, the time stop effect activated by the system is far superior to that visible to the naked eye. With the gray color covering all areas here, even the Holy Woman on Sky Island couldn't detect the ability from this higher dimension, and was directly entered into the state of time stop at this moment. The hour hand and the minute hand are turning rapidly, and the vicissitudes of life are constantly changing in front of your eyes, but it is just an illusion of everything. When Yin Shi opened his eyes again, entering the goal, it is a vast purple in an endless starry sky. Then, his consciousness began to be continuously compressed at this moment. Like the shuttle of a textile machine, it travels through countless strange-shaped spaces at high speed. Boom. Advertisement the next second, after intense pain, Yin Shi finally sat up suddenly from the roof, panting heavily. He looked around blankly, and then suddenly felt a strange sense of disobedience. After a while, Yin Shi finally thought of what time it is now, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but draw slightly. He is back. When I traveled to the world of TVAT, I was quite unfamiliar with the situation, so I was forcibly teleported away without giving any time or opportunity to react. However, fortunately, when I came back, I was still at the place where I was a second before crossing. Refer to chapter 162. In view of the fact that the host perfectly completed the 2 ultimate tasks in the TVAT World Mon chapter, the reward host can choose one of the 3 options as a reward. 1. Spiritual Vision. Spiritual Vision. You can see and touch unknown creatures and supernatural phenomena, and you can turn this function on or off at any time. 2. Stand-in, Killer Queen. Stand-in, Killer Queen. It is a short-range power stand-in, with 2 derivative abilities of Withering Heart-Piercing Attack and Loser's Dust Eating. 3. Word Spirit. Word Spirit. The Dragon Gene is produced, and it is a special ability owned by dragons and mixed races in the world view, Dragon Race. It is an important means of combat. Close black lens bracket. Yin Shi couldn't help pondering at this moment. Just got back, is it reward time? Counting the 1 million points after the end of Ghost Slayer World, plus the 1 million points after the end of TVAT World, at this moment, Yin Shi is no longer the poor kid who can only covet the point mall, although, 210,000 points, can't do a lot. First of all, stand-in. Killer Queen is dropped. For me, the current points exchange for Kiriyoshikage template is more than enough. I can do it anytime I want Killer Queen, so don't worry about it. Then there is the word Spirit. Kaido template me, the strength is far superior to the 4 Dragon Kings. I will go to 523 to learn the word Spirit, complicate the battle, it is not my style. The word Spirit can what I can do now, what Yan Ling can't do, I can still do, to me. Yanling is just tasteless. As for the ability of spiritual vision, turning it on and off at any time also gives me a bigger attack surface. If I encounter such a thing in the future, I just have a support. Moreover, it seems that there is no such ability in the Points Mall. Villain template 4. Yin Shi thought about it quickly, and then, quickly decided. System. I want option 1, spiritual vision ability. As before, without any hesitation or stagnation, Yin Shi just. As soon as he responded, the neutral electronic sound of the system in his mind immediately resounded softly. Then, Yin Shi only felt a tingling pain in his eyes, and a gray hazy feeling seemed to stick to his retina, which made him have a strange feeling of wearing contact lenses. The host can activate the spiritual vision ability at any time. May I ask if it is activated now? Close black lens bracket. Yin Shi frowned and closed his eyes, hearing the words, shook his head. No, speaking of this ability, will there be any disadvantages? At this moment, Yin Shi asked aloud. Open black lens bracket. The eyes are the windows to communicate with the soul. If you see, then you can contact each other, and this is true for both parties. Close black lens bracket. Yin Shi was taken aback for a moment, and then thought for half a second. The next moment, he opened his eyes. He did not choose to open it at this moment. Yin Shi felt an inexplicable familiarity with this setting, so, to be on the safe side, he would not make a rash decision before thinking it through. Now, it's time to go back to sleep. P.S. The first update. It's just an update today, it's just a big chapter, just to make an immature summary. The writing of this volume is quite sloppy. On the one hand, my update is too slow. I thought that many people don't like Yuanyi world. So, it's a pity, but I have to go back ASAP or the subscription will be lost. Next is the Demon Slayer volume. A chapter 201, the obsessive Yubayashiki on the other side, nostalgia for the new father, 1-3. He touched his eyelids, feeling the abnormality of his eyes at this moment. After a while, Yin Shi restrained his thoughts, and then stood up from the eaves. After stretching, Yin Shi lowered his eyes slightly. System, open the Points Mall. I want to redeem, Demon Slayer the 5th tired template, and, One Piece King Shaku Hayayasha Don Quixote Doflamingo template. A total of 30.50 points will be consumed, and the host's point balance is 200,000 points. Are you sure? Confirm. Although Yin Shi already has the combat power of the 4 Emperors, 100 Beasts, Kaido template at this moment, but when he returns to the Demon Slayer world, he suddenly loses the ability to use the previous line fruit. In any case, it is still very suspicious. Accompanied by the rapid awakening of the power that returned to him, Yin Shi's memory of mastery of the string fruit came into play immediately. The template has been fused, and it is detected that the host has the progress memory of the template, and the physical fitness matches, and all aspects of inheritance have been completed. Close black lens bracket. Current Amanyasha template progress. 85%. Stretching out his hand, he held it for a while, feeling the power he had regained. Yin Shi couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth slightly. That quite familiar force is back. This is good. After stretching, Yin Shi jumped down from the eaves, came to the balcony on the 2nd floor, stepped through the window, and then sniffed herself. Body, no smell. However, from the portable space, Yin Shi took out the Earl Bunny doll that Amber gave him in the Tivat world. Looking at this fiery red toy doll, Yin Shi's eyes couldn't help but soften a little. Put it well on the bedside table, then squeeze into the bed, and hug the softness in your arms from behind. Yubayashiki Amane raised his eyes dimly, and after realizing that it was Yin Shi, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. He continued to close his eyes, but turned around, and gently hugged Yin Shi into his dream. I'm back. Yin Shi said softly, you never went out, why did you come back? Yubayashiki Amane didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then responded softly. Yin Shi didn't reply, but hugged Mrs. Amane even tighter. Next morning, but after Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane woke up, she didn't find Yin Shi by her side, so she couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. At this moment, I heard a male voice from downstairs. Okay, you can come down for dinner. Yubayashiki Amane's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Then, I got a little curious. Yin Shi, got up early this morning to cook? This is the first time since the kids came. Some moved the corners of his mouth gently and emotionally. At this moment, he stood awkwardly on the ground and stroked his belly, which could already be seen rising and falling. After shaking his head gently, Yubayashiki Amane went to the bathroom and began to wash. And in other rooms, Kochou Shinobu and his older sister Kochou Kanae are getting together. As always, after finally meeting her sister, the girl's sister-controlling attributes exploded. Although Kochou Shinobu felt quite angry and annoyed that Kanae's sister actually liked this jerk. However, Kochou Shinobu could only occasionally sneer and did not dare to make a real move. Advertisement after all, she didn't want to make things difficult for Kanae. Therefore, the poison that Yin Shi prepared all the time, the wisteria flower poisonous poison, although it was continuously refined and extracted, it was still useless. At this moment, the pair of sisters who were awakened by Yin Shi sat up in a daze, looking at each other suspiciously. It's human food prepared for those 4 children, Kochou Shinobu, you can eat it too. Kanae, who immediately thought of something, felt a little emotional and then said gently. Kochou Shinobu was thoughtful, then shook his head lightly, then you can't go like this. I'm not familiar with him, and those 4 children, and Yubayashiki Amane who will definitely come down. Anyway, it's also our former master's house. It will undoubtedly be very embarrassing to meet like this. Kochou Kanae was slightly taken aback, then pondered. Indeed, compared to her younger sister who had just arrived, it was quite embarrassing for her to encounter such a situation suddenly. However, as long as you get along with Mrs. Amane for a long time, whether it is in the ghost killing squad or the current situation, you will actually realize that it is not difficult to have a good relationship with Mrs. Amane. After all, Kanae seemed to have thought of something, her pretty face blushed slightly. Then, test the seed. She remembered very clearly that Yin Shi's original purpose seemed to be to target his younger sister. And obviously, Kochou Shinobu's dependence on himself is likely to cause Yin Shi to slowly get her. So do you want to stop it? Or, just let things go on like this? After all, it was not easy for Kochou Kanae to finally see her sister after being transformed into a ghost. Like Kochou Shinobu's sister control, in fact, Kochou Kanae also has a certain sister control tendency. Since this is the case, Kochou Shinobu must be let down, so as not to be so embarrassing in the future. Kochou Kanae, who was quick to think and judge, said softly at this moment. Then, how about having breakfast with my sister, Shinobu? Let's go down together. Now Yin Shi is also our family, don't give him face, okay? Well, Kochou Shinobu couldn't help sighing softly at this moment. She knew that the development of things would turn out like this. Well, there is no other way. The breakfast dishes are actually quite simple, but since Yin Shi gets up early, she goes to the market to buy them. Therefore, the orange juice, milk, and bread are much fresher than before. Everyone who went downstairs to have breakfast was a little surprised that they didn't expect such a rich meal to be prepared. However, in any case, they appreciate it very much. Good morning, Dad. Yubayashiki Baifang took the lead to say hello to Yin Shi, who was sitting on the main seat. After hearing this Loli's greeting, Yin Shi was a little overwhelmed, but he quickly responded with a gentle smile. Good morning, have you washed your hands and brushed your teeth? The other party nodded excitedly and responded softly. She is probably the most able to accept the truth among the 4 children brought back by Yin Shi. He was also the first child to recognize Yin Shi's relationship with the family after the accident and the family was torn apart. After all, it can't affect the will of the pregnant mother. Even if this can be done, it is a very hurtful behavior for the mother. Advertisement. What's more, the other party didn't want to, and lived a life without a father from now on. Even though, this father is the man who forced her biological father to death. However, the thinking of the Neon people has always worshipped power and respected the theory of blood, and coupled with Yuan Shi's current status, he is not an ordinary commoner or nobleman, but the husband of His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with the other side making this choice. As for the others, they all watched this scene in silence at the moment. They still can't accept it. As the elder sister, Yubayashiki Nai had a gloomy face and glared at her younger sister fiercely, only to find that she was ignoring him, and couldn't help being even more angry. The eldest and second sisters, Yubayashiki Hina and Yubayashiki Rika, responded with a silent attitude. They didn't directly recognize Yin Shi as their father like the younger sister, and of course, they didn't completely hostile to the existence of Yin Shi like the third sister. They are quite sensible, at least they know that food, clothing, housing and transportation are almost all supported by one person for a while. The 2 girls are not big, but they already understand this position very well. Although, they also hated Yin Shi despicably for taking away his mother's body and mind, forcing his father to death, and driving away his younger brother. But, now, the situation has no room for their anger and hatred. My mother is already pregnant, and, also, really liked the last period. Okay, Hanai, it's early in the morning, don't spread all the bad emotions to others. What should I say when I have breakfast? Didn't I teach you well? Yubayashiki Amane was a little sullen, and said in a low voice at this moment, got it. This time, the reprimanded Hanai had no choice but to press his lips angrily, and then said helplessly, I see, I'm sorry. I'm gonna start now. All the girls put their hands together at this moment and said respectfully. The Kochou sisters, who had been sitting on one side in embarrassment, also had embarrassing eyes. It's all your fault. Hurry up and deal with these children, or you will encounter such a scene every day in the future. Seeing Kanae staring at her, Yin Shi touched her nose helplessly. If possible, he doesn't want to either, however, it does. It's time for these 4 girls to have a good relationship. On the other hand, he is very attached to and dependent on my new father, which is a good thing. Hina and Nika are neither good nor bad, and they can be won slowly. The first thing to do is Hanai, who has always regarded himself as a hostile. How to deal with this fierce and dignified girl? After all, she is Amane's daughter, her daughter in name. Yin Shi was thoughtful. Then, make a quick plan. Chapter 202 Friending Kochou Shinobu. You don't want to see your sister roll her eyes in a daze, do you? Any plans for this morning? Eating without speaking, sleeping without speaking. After breakfast, the Yubayashiki women and the Kochou Shinobu sisters stayed at the table, and they all looked at Yin Shi with strange eyes. Because the way Yin Shi ate just now, he seemed to be eating with gusto. Although what he did is impeccable, it is indeed very delicious. However, for the Ghost Clan, they shouldn't have lost their sense of taste. HMPH, because of putting on a show? Yubayashiki Hanai thought so dissatisfied. Others, however, take a different view. The eyes of Yubayashiki and the others are quite complicated. They feel that this is because Yin Shi is taking care of them, making himself and others think that he is not much different from his father, at least not because he is a ghost, so he has special and strange eyes to look at. That's why I got up early today, and went to the market to buy ingredients to make breakfast for them before the sun came out. Yubayashiki Amane feels warm inside, in fact, she thinks so too. The Kochou sisters also have complicated eyes. On the one hand, I was touched by Yin Shi's carefulness. On the one hand, there are some tastes. How do you feel that Yin Shi treats Yubayashiki's widow and daughters differently from herself, sister? Sensing Kanae's jealous gaze and Kochou Shinobu's unfriendly gaze, Yin Shi was a little confused. Then, he smiled wryly in his heart. He really didn't think about discrimination. The fundamental reason why I ate with relish just now is that Yin Shi is no longer the 667 ghost physique before. After inheriting the beasts Kaido template, the physical disadvantage of losing the sense of taste has long since disappeared. Therefore, for the breakfast she made, Yin Shi was enjoying the fruit of her labor at that time, not pretending to show them. Yin Shi was a little helpless, at this time, listening to the question raised by Yubayashiki Amane. After a moment of surprise, Yin Shi still asked softly, "Well, do you want to go out for a walk?" "Why?" Looking at the big sun outside, Yubayashiki Amane's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Then, out of the corner of his eye, after noticing the black umbrella not far away, he felt a little dazed. Taking advantage of the black umbrella and walking in the shadow area, if you pay more attention, it is indeed possible to walk in the sun. It seems that Yin Shi intends to get closer to her daughters so that they can properly identify with her fatherhood. Yubayashiki Amane's beautiful eyes were moved, and at this moment, Kochou Kanae, who was listening, was even more jealous. "Of course, Kanae and Shinobu, you can come together. I haven't gone out for a long time." A drop of cold sweat dripped from Yin Shi's temples. He dared not let sister Kochou Kanae think about it, and then the more he thought about it, the more he got angry without saying the reason. At this time, the four girls also looked at each other in blank dismay, and then, they all looked at Yuan Shi with some surprise. They know very well that Yin Shi is a ghost. For ghosts, walking in the sun is a fatal thing. Advertisement, even if there is a cover to cover it, it is also extremely uncomfortable. But, now, this guy, in order to get our approval, did he take the initiative to bear all this? Bai Fang pursed his lips, and a look of worry appeared in his beautiful eyes. But the two daughters, Shi and Rishiang, have rather delicate eyes. They really didn't expect that Yin Shi would actually do such a thing for them. And Yubayashiki Hanai was also a little dazed at this moment, and then he sneered, "Really, okay." She said with a hearty smile, "This little loli, who is about 8 years old, is smiling like a little devil at the moment," agreeing to Yin Shi's proposal. Seeing the black umbrella on the other side, she already understood what Yuan Shi was planning. However, even so, walking in the sun with a black umbrella, he would definitely be extremely embarrassed. Although Hanai can't do things that make things worse, her mother will definitely be angry and desperate to the point she can't imagine, but it is a good consolation for her to look at the embarrassed Yin Shi sarcastically. Hanai will never forget the scene where his younger brother was forced to separate and his father was forced to death. She is completely different from her own sister and sister. It is impossible for her to recognize a thief as her father. "Are you sure you can do this?" Kanae shook her head lightly, expressing her refusal. After becoming a ghost, she did try to walk under the sun with a black umbrella and tight covering clothes, but that feeling seemed to be in a state of suffocation and breathing a little air, and there was a constant feeling on the surface of the skin. Like the pain of being burned by the flames. At this time, seeing Hanai's performance, Kanae frowned, and then only Yin Shi could hear the condensed thread in a low voice. Naturally knowing what she was worried about, Yin Shi smiled and shook her head. Now, sunshine is not his weakness. In the Tivat world, he dated and hunted with Noelle and Amber more than once during the day. Coming back now may also provide new research directions for Tamayo, Ruhuo and His Majesty Muzan. In other words, another method that can overcome the sunlight without finding the blue bana flower. The best example of Yin Shi is here, giving them blood continuously for research, and then slowly finding out the genetic pairing and directly changing, BDFI, to change it. You must know that the reason for His Majesty Muzan to transform ghosts is not just to find the blue bana flower or to deal with the ghost killing team. There is another reason, in fact, it was also mentioned in the original book. That is, find the ghost who can overcome the sun. And at the end of the original work, the main reason for launching an all-out attack on the ghost killing team is Muzan, who finally found that existence. That is, after the protagonist group defeated Hantengu, Mizuko who successfully defeated Sunshine. But now, Miduzi did not become a ghost, and Yin Shi, because he accepted Kaido's template to complete the inheritance, all the disadvantages of the ghost clan have been overcome. At this moment, seeing that Yin Shi had already made up his mind, Kochou Kanae had no other way. Then, he looked at his sister pleadingly. "Under such circumstances, I can only let my younger sister do it for me and take good care of Yin Shi." Advertisement Kochou Shinobu was a little impatient, and then, unable to bear the gaze of her sister's expectant, shining eyes, she had no choice but to nod helplessly at this moment. "So, my sister is not feeling well, can I join in?" Yin Shi naturally would not refuse. Therefore, at this moment, it is decided. Yubayashiki Amane saw Yin Shi's awakening, so he also made his own choice. She chose to stay in the house with Kochou Kanae. As for the four little daughters, accompanied by Kochou Shinobu, they went on a parade with Yin Shi in the morning when the sun is rare this winter. The girls went back to their respective rooms on the second floor with rather complicated emotions, and arranged their clothes for preparation. At this time, only Yin Shi and Kochou Shinobu stayed on the first floor. "Just the two of us. Kochou Shinobu, I have something to ask you." Yin Shi said softly and gently. Stop, I don't know you well, I didn't say I would accept you, it's just because you are my sister's boyfriend, I can't see you up, but that doesn't mean I have to follow your instructions. Kochou Shinobu didn't give Duan a chance to ask questions at all, and said coldly at this moment. Yin Shi rubbed the tip of his nose. Although he knew that there was a high probability that he would get such an answer, the girl's ruthless remarks really made him a little uncomfortable. Therefore, the root of warmth will not work for Kochou Shinobu. Compared with her older sister, Kochou Shinobu's personality is irritable and more jealous. The target is himself, this villain who murders and steals his wife, who is full of dead or ghosts, indeed, really can't put on a good face. After Yin Shi smiled lightly, he said in a nonchalant voice, if that's the case, let me put it another way. Kochou Shinobu, do you want to see Hanai being bullied to death by me? What, dare you? Immediately, Kochou Shinobu, who was in doubt, looked at Yin Shi in front of him with great anger and shock, gritted his silver teeth, and became a little flustered. This sister controls. This flustered look completely convinced Yin Shi of the girl's weakness. The corners of her mouth could not help but draw slightly at this moment, and said softly, how do you know that I dare not? What's more, even if I beat your sister and whipped your sister, in your sister's heart there are many scars left on her body, but the self-healing physique of the ghost race will allow her to recover quickly. However, that kind of pain will not be forgotten just because the scar is healed. Yin Shi said coldly. So, do you want to watch your sister shed tears every day, but can't leave my side? Kochou Shinobu's beautiful eyes immediately became bloodshot, silver teeth clenched, pink fists clenched. She was wrong. How could she think that Yin Shi is a good ghost? This is a despicable, shameless and indecent scumbag. You don't want to see your sister being spoiled by me, but you can't escape? In Kochou Shinobu's ear, Yin Shi said softly. Chapter 203 Misunderstood Kochou Shinobu, Yubayashiki's little thought. Kochou Shinobu clenched his silver teeth, looking at Yin Shi in disgust and disgust. Sure enough, it is absolutely impossible to entrust my sister to such a B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** disgust and hostility from Kochou Shinobu. However, there is no good way. Sure enough, it's still a villain's behavior, which is more suitable for him. However, Yin Shi would not do such a thing by threatening her younger sister to submit through her female relatives. After all, if Hanai knew that she was concocting in such a despicable way, it would be a kind of harm to her. Moreover, the essential purpose of speaking this time is not as despicable as Kochou Shinobu thought. Kochou Shinobu's pharmacological research, although somewhat biased, still has merit. Therefore, Yin Shi's initial plan was to entrust her to help Tamayo and Ruhuo. After all, in the original book, they also help each other. Also, it's good to keep Kochou Shinobu off. Haunting her sister Chan away every day. Yin Shi has no chance, time, and space to be with Shang Enwi. Yin Shi complained quite a lot about this, and this little sister-in-law is too ignorant of things to do. At this moment, the resentment in his heart was settled. Just when Yin Shi was about to speak, he saw Kochou Shinobu in front of him clenched his silver teeth, looking aggrieved and about to cry. You! This despicable thief, since this is the case, you come. Yin Shi. Looking at the girl with an angry and ashamed face, she turned her head and showed such an appearance. The white neck and collarbone outlined a very tempting impulse to bite off and suck blood. Yin Shi was silent for a while, and then he smiled. Do you think I have this idea? Yes, at this moment, Yin Shi immediately thought of what Kochou Shinobu in front of him was thinking, and he couldn't help crying and laughing. Then, he stretched out his hand and straightened Kochou Shinobu's chin, which was a little bit in doubt, so that she could face herself. My request is to let you and my other two wives cooperate to study some pharmacology. In addition, I will not use this method to threaten you to submit. In addition, this time you go shopping with me, I can just take you another place. The purpose of Yin Shi's trip is not just to establish a good relationship with the Yubayashiki female relatives. There is another important destination, and it is time for him to go. Although Chui, Moyu, and Suma, the three widows of Yinzu, were entrusted to help take care of it, they were imprisoned for more than 3 days, and it was time to meet them. The destination is Dongjing, not this suburban area. So, naturally, a little help from Miss Nakim is needed. Kochou Shinobu was a little at a loss, but after feeling Yin Shi's ambiguous and arrogant action, his face suddenly became annoyed, and he patted Yin Shi's wolf paw off his face. The cute sweetness of this sister-in-law also makes Yin Shi feel more interesting. At this time, Yubayashiki Hina and the others also dressed up and came down from the second floor. These 4 lovely girls with almost identical silver hair looked like beautiful porcelain dolls. Have to say Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane's gene, really good The 4 daughters have all inherited their mother's genes well. In terms of appearance, although they are all 8 or 9 years old, they are quite young. However, it can be seen from the delicate and lovely face and facial features that it is an absolute beauty embryo, and in the future, it will definitely grow into a very cute and beautiful woman. Advertisement. Dad. Yubayashiki threw himself into Yin Shi's arms first. As the youngest of the 4 sisters, her trust in Yin Shi was easier to accept than other sisters. On the one hand, she doesn't want to be separated from her mother. On the other hand, she actually has no feelings for Yubayashiki Kagaya, her biological father. Yubayashiki Kagaya has devoted all his life to the Demon Slayer squad. He pays very little attention to his wife, and even if he has a child, he is quite disappointed when he finds out that it is not a boy but a girl. Only males can inherit the Yubayashiki family. Because of this, Yubayashiki Tianxiang, who has always given birth to girls, although Yubayashiki Kagaya respects this lady as a guest, but Yubayashiki Kagaya, as the father, does not actually pay too much attention to the daughters produced. More care and companionship is for the youngest brother in the family. The other party is a child longing for love, so, knowing that she has a father, even if the father kills her biological father, she is willing to accept it. Because her mother likes this man, and in this confrontational situation, this man has no choice. She longs for family affection and has the feeling of a father. As for Yin Shi, although he doesn't seem to be very old, and he and his mother are also in a young relationship, the tenderness shown by Yin Shi is something that his biological father, Yubayashiki Kagaya, never gave to her. Yin Shi hugged this little loli lightly, touched her soft hair, and said softly, Bai Fang is dressed very cutely today. Hey, Dad, where are we going next? Go to the imperial capital of Winter Beijing, however, we need to use a novel mode of transportation. Yin Shi said gently. Hanai looked at his younger sister and her behavior of being so intimate with Yin Shi, and couldn't help but snorted softly. Qi and Hika looked curiously at Yin Shi who was speaking at the moment, with doubts in their eyes. The next moment, after obeying the instructions, they held hands. Yin Shi closed his eyes and used the evolved ghost blood in his body. Fortunately, although all the disadvantages have been eliminated, the advantages and abilities still exist. Miss Wu, I have brought a few humans here, can you send me to Infinite City, and then send me out of the Winter Capital? I see. Infinite City accompanied by the clear pippa sound from Nikim's hand. The next moment, Yin Shi and his party suddenly appeared in the open space in front of them. The Yubayashiki girls, who had never experienced such an experience, suddenly panicked, and beside Yin Shi, Kochou Shinobu suddenly looked up with a changed expression, and looked at Nikim who was sitting above his head holding a lute. Where is this? Hey, what's going on, Dad? Hurriedly reassuring the girls, Yin Shi looked at Nikim who seemed to be thoughtful, looking at everyone on the field. Ask for flowers. Is your Majesty Muzan free today? Of course, His Majesty is in the palace now, if you want, you can go there anytime. Nikim said softly. But at this moment, the expressions of the girls behind them were a little subtle. Advertisement Ghost Dance official Muzan is actually a woman. And, is he still the current emperor? Kochou Shinobu was a little speechless, but my sister didn't tell them about this. So, like the children behind him, Kochou Shinobu knew this kind of thing for the first time. Well, I'll go back tonight. Yin Shi nodded slightly, then rubbed the little head on the other side of his side that was nervously clutching the hem of his clothes, and said softly, Send us out. Teleport us to the outside of Dongjing. I want to take these kids to play. Nikim was a little silent. The hair color and eyes of these girls are obviously the ones His Majesty Muzan mentioned occasionally. Descendants of the priest clan? However, it's daytime outside. Nikim's tone was a bit dignified, and he said again at this moment, It will be very uncomfortable, my lord, for a while. 0 out of politeness, she chose to give a good reminder at this moment. Hearing this, Yin Shi shook his head. That's another reason why I'm talking to His Majesty Muzan tonight. Nikim was taken aback for a moment, then, after a while, nodded slightly. She remembered that, with Yin Shi's relationship, she wanted that from His Majesty Muzan. Through the incomplete blue bana flower, the medicine developed can gain the ability to not be afraid of the sun for a day. Your Majesty Muzan, I really like this playful little guy. Nikim sighed inwardly. That being the case, there is no need to dissuade or stop it. Pull Yin Shi and others out of the Infinity City and let them come to the land of Tajing above. At this moment, suddenly, in my mind, there was a voice of inquiry. Nikim? I feel a little strange, what happened? As a personal secretary, Nikim's own vampirism is also a function of the space type, which is very rare and precious. Therefore, for her, Muzan is very important. Naturally, His Majesty Muzan, who sensed Nikim's sudden vampirism in the palace, had a premonition, and immediately sent a voice transmission directly at this moment. Your Majesty, Yin Shi has returned to Dongjing. Of course Nikim knew what His Majesty Muzan wanted to know, so at this moment, he replied respectfully. However, he brought 4 little girls and a swordsman from the Demon Slayer squad. According to my guess, those little girls should be the descendants of the Yubayashiki clan, that is, the descendants of the priest clan, and there is a little girl about 8 years old who affectionately calls him Papa. Besides, he said he would come to the palace to see you tonight. The cold and hoarse female voice at the other end pondered for a while at this moment, and then said softly. After he returns to the Infinite City, you let him stay there. I don't want to stay in the palace tonight, and I also live in the Infinite City. Here, Chapter 204 The Target Women's Prison Dungeon, captured Mitsuri, Kanao and Kanzaki Aoi. When the girls noticed that Yin Shi was under the sun, acting like a normal person, they were really shocked. They had just been teleported out of Infinity City by Nikim, and then appeared in the sun. Just when Kamado panicked and quickly picked up the black umbrella to cover Yin Shi's figure, he was stopped by the latter's hand. Then, they noticed the scene in front of them. How are you, aren't you a ghost? Yubayashiki Hanai widened her beautiful eyes in shock. In fact, she was not the only one who was so shocked that she didn't say a word. Kochou Shinobu and other Yubayashiki female relatives looked at Yin Shi in shock at the moment. I'm a ghost, Yin Shi smiled, and then, in front of everyone, he opened his mouth and showed his sharp fangs and tiger teeth. Hey, this is the best proof. At this moment, a group of people looked at each other in blank dismay. What they wanted to ask was of course not this. But why you're a ghost, a dog in the sun? Haha, That's because I found out yesterday that I have overcome the sunshine. Yin Shi said with a smile. So, I have overcome all the shortcomings of the ghost clan, the 563. The sense of taste has been mastered again. As for sunlight, it's not my weakness anymore. The wisteria flower poison shouldn't have any effect on me now, but if you hit me with Nichiren blades, maybe I'll still get hurt. The premise is that it can cut through my dragon scale skin, and at the same time, it must be cut deep enough so that my healing speed cannot catch up. Yin Shi muttered inwardly. But at this time, listening to Yin Shi's last words, Yubayashiki, who was obviously worried, stretched out his hand involuntarily, and grabbed Yin Shi's clothes with some fear, and a look of panic and worry appeared on his cute little face. Seeing this, Yin Shi quickly stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the girl's head. It's okay. Thank you, Baifeng. I wanted to hold an umbrella for me just like that, I'm really crazy. Yubayashiki's heart was slightly shaken by Yin Shi's soft smile, and then he nodded slightly shyly. This is what I should do, Dad. He rubbed the girl's little head, and then, looking at the other people who were looking at each other, it was obvious that they hadn't recovered from the shock. Yin Shi couldn't help coughing slightly. Let's put things about me aside for now. I prepared a lot of things this morning. How about it? Why don't you go to the bookstore first, and then I will take you to the amusement street to fish for goldfish or shoot darts? Good. Yubayashiki's eyes lit up immediately, and he immediately grabbed Yin Shi's palm. The Yubayashiki family, the head of the Ghost Slayer squad, has always lived in seclusion. Therefore, Yubayashiki, who is only 8 years old, really has almost no experience of shopping and playing. Although, I heard it from my mother, and I will have the opportunity to go there in the future. However, I have been breaking my promise and have never really tried. Both Shi and Hiko were a little excited and nervous. On the one hand, Yin Shi was really going to take them to play and eat, to try many novel things and things that they had never experienced before, which was never given by their biological father Yubayashiki Yaozai Caring. On the one hand, I also have a different feeling about Yin Shi being a ghost but able to walk under the sun. In this way, they feel a little bit, if they can walk in the sun, Yin Shi can't be regarded as an evil ghost. Advertisement Hanai was annoyed, seeing the three sisters following Yin Shi, they actually started talking. The little powder fist couldn't help but clench tightly. Hanai, you have to learn to grow up. At this time, Kochou Shinobu was by his side and spoke softly. No matter how much you hate this B*********** D in your heart, but now your family is under his control. Moreover, your mother is also pregnant, and the time is not short. This B******** D will put Amane in a very difficult situation. Hanai gritted his teeth tightly, looked at the woman with sour eyes beside him, and then said softly, I will never admit that this man is my father. Then, under Kochou Shinobu's complicated gaze, the little girl walked towards Yin Shi with some difficulty. The whole morning, Yin Shi mainly spent shopping with them. After all, it is a human cub, and Dongjing is very big, so, almost at noon, among the four little girls, Hanai, who has been gnashing his teeth, was able to stand up, and the other children were almost hanging on the human body. Some of the dolls, drinks, and snacks bought were dealt with by the children on the spot, and some were taken back into the personal space by Yin Shi. They called it the effect of vampirism. For the first time, the children felt that vampirism is really a magic trick. Nice one. Just like Yin Shi is doing now, holding Yubayashiki Hina in one hand and holding Yubayashiki Hinaka in the other hand, and Kochou Shinobu is also a pillar anyway, although his wrist strength is not enough, but he can still carry a child did it. After that, I will find another opportunity to go back and meet Shinmura, Tamayo and the others. Looking at Yubayashiki Higashika and Yubayashiki Hika who were tiredly sleeping in Yin Shi's arms from left to right, Yin Shi thought with gentle eyes. Then, at a corner, the 6 people disappeared in place and returned to the Infinite City. Immediately afterwards, under the mobilization of Nikim, he returned to his home thousands of miles away. It seems that they are having a good time. Why did they all lie down in one morning? Because you didn't take them out to play before. I bought them some clothes, toys and some special snacks. It was okay at first, but gradually they ran faster and faster, and they couldn't hold back. After Yin Shi said with a smile, he put the 2 little girls who were exhausted from running in his arms on the sofa. Although I don't know how effective this is, but if there is a chance in the future, Yin Shi still wants to continue to play with the children like this. The other party is very happy today, at least, Yin Shi can feel it completely. When she called her father, she really had that kind of intimacy and a sense of family dependence. Yin Shi, who is just a father-to-be, doesn't hate this kind of address, and still has this feeling. So, tonight, do you want to stay for dinner? Looking at Yin Shi who was holding the 2 girls on the sofa and fanning them with a folding fan, Yubayashiki Amane said softly at this moment. On the other side, Kochou Kanae also looked at Yin Shi expectantly. Hearing this, Yin Shi scratched his head in embarrassment, and then said regretfully, maybe not, I will go to a place later and then go to Dongshu to have an audience with the emperor at night. Yin Shi said softly. I may be a little busy these days, and I also need Shaoran's help. Why? Kochou Kanae looked at his younger sister in surprise, who gritted his teeth and was a little embarrassed, then nodded helplessly, and replied softly. Yes, Yin Shi. Advertisement I need my pharmacology to cooperate with researching something. Then, as if thinking of something, Kochou Shinobu looked at his sister with burning eyes, and, if the research is successful, it will be of great benefit to my sister. Then, Dai Ren's eyes flickered a little, she also has her own thoughts. At that time, if you really find a way to make ghosts ignore the sun. Then, my sister's situation will be greatly improved. Even, like Yin Shi, he has a sense of taste. Then in this case, transformed into a ghost, no longer limited by lifespan, but also has the ability of vampirism and good self-healing ability. That said, it's okay to go on, with my sister, in this way, isn't it also very good? Kochou Shinobu's eyes flickered, and after talking to Yubayashiki Amane and Kochou Kanae, Yin Shi finally decided to leave. When he left just now, Nikim told him that tonight, His Majesty Muzan would invite him to the Infinite City, not the palace. However, there is still some time before night falls. So, before that, there is enough time for Yin Shi to do what she wants to do. Back to Dongjing again, but not to meet 2.6 Shinmura, Tamayo and Daki. This time, I'm going to the women's prison dungeon to meet the captives I brought here. That is, last time, the girls brought over from the Kochou house during the Extinction Squad headquarters operation. Kanroji Mitsuri, Tsuyuri Kanawa, and Kanzaki Aoi. Although Chuzuru, Kyo, and Suma were entrusted to take care of them. However, after such a long time, I, the master of these female prisoners in name, has never been to see them, and it is indeed unreasonable. Well, now is also the time to meet these people properly. In 3 days, the 3 ninja ladies should take care of them without any major problems, right? Yin Shi's eyes flickered, and then, he disappeared in place and returned to the Infinite City. Chapter 205. Female Prisoners Dungeon. Take down Kanzaki Aoi, Tsuyuri Kanawa. This is the 3rd time for Nikim to meet Yin Shi, and if there is no accident, there should be one more time in the future. At this time, Nikim, who was sitting on the high platform and playing the pipa, said with some complicated emotion. You are really a busy person, so where do you need me to teleport you? Yin Shi also coughed slightly in embarrassment, and then said calmly, just teleport me to the ground. I'm going to the dungeon to see how the female captives of the ghost killing squad who I brought over are in now. Hearing this, Nikim couldn't help but pause slightly with his fingertips playing the pipa, and then nodded thoughtfully. As the personal secretary of His Majesty Muzan, Nikim is naturally clear about Yin Shi being in the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad, ending the Millennium Fate, and bringing back some female captives. Even though she can't stay by His Majesty Muzan's side most of the time now, being in charge of the Infinite City here as the second most trusted person of His Majesty Muzan is an ironclad proof that His Majesty Muzan trusts her. I understand. I will teleport you there now. I can summon you at any time in any part of Dongjing on the ground, as long as it is in the upper part of the Infinite City. Nikim said softly. However, Master Yin Shi, please be careful, tonight is His Majesty Muzan's time alone. Yin Shi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded solemnly, I'm just going to visit, I won't do anything. However, even if such a promise was made for a while, Nikim on the high platform would not have any idea of believing it at this moment. Yin Shi is a playboy, if she can believe it, then there is a ghost. Both parties are clear about who can be in the women's prison dungeon. Shaking his head, after playing the pipa gently, Yin Shi's figure disappeared directly in place, and was teleported to the Dongjing area on the ground. The actions of the ghost killing squad need to be disguised under the eyes of the politicians and the public. So, except for a few people at the top of the military, maybe they know what happened that night. Many people, including the soldiers, didn't realize that an organization that had existed for more than 100 years and had been helping them exorcise and exterminate evil spirits was directly wiped out at that time. Under the orders of Yin Shi, the Prime Minister personally ordered the removal of some remaining files related to the ghost killing squad. Well, those Kochou house captives brought back from the demon slayers as part of the remnants. On the one hand, Yin Shi sends some children to the orphanage. They're in the Kochou house, and they have some nursing knowledge, so they must have a bright future if they don't worry about the way out. At the same time, for these people, in order to prevent leaks, of course, people will be sent to monitor them. And, all of them were broken up and mixed up. That is to say, even if they know about ghosts, under Yin Shi's special arrangement, children and adults of the same age, as well as the soldiers and spies who will be dispatched next, will be well aware of it. Those are actually children's stories, not real events. As for the regular members and reserve members of the Ghost Slayer squad brought back from the Kochou house, Kanroji Mitsuri, Tsuyuri Kanawa, and Kanzaki Aoi, these captives, because of their special status, naturally cannot be imprisoned or guarded like ordinary people. Let them live in a special dungeon for female prisoners. Located in the outskirts of the city, it is absolutely hidden and sparsely populated, so it is extremely difficult to find it, and it is directly guarded by spies, so the defense force is quite strong. Moreover, because of Yin Shi's foresight, although they were not abused, the absolute restriction of freedom, and the small black rooms on different floors, the endless darkness can definitely drive people crazy. This technique was told to Yin Shi by the 3 ex-ninjas Chuzuru, Shurjin, and Suma. At this time, finally arrived at the destination female prison dungeon. Advertisement let the 2 respectful agents leading the way resign. Push open the door and let the sunlight shine into the room again. Then, Yin Shi quietly looked around. Even without the domineering perception, the Ghost Clan's night vision ability is extremely strong, so he can see quite clearly the positions around him without being tripped or wrestled. There are 2 floors in this dungeon, and the basement floor holds Kanzaki Aoi and Tsuyuri Kanawa respectively. On the second basement floor, Kanroji Mitsuri is imprisoned. Although it was a bit cruel to do so, thinking about it, it should have achieved Yin Shi's expected goal. At this moment, he came to Kanzaki Aoi's cell first, and heard a sudden sound from outside the door, and Kanzaki Aoi in the cage suddenly trembled with fear. Yin Shi looked at this dirty girl thoughtfully. She stayed here for 3 days, naturally she didn't take a bath. And obviously, although the 3 of them were asked to take care of them, they should only be responsible for delivering meals and dealing with convenience issues, and they would not do other things other than that. In other words, Kanzaki Aoi was completely deprived of vision for almost 72 hours, so that she could only hear but not see anything. Not much difference either. Kanzaki Aoi, do you want to stay in jail, or do you want to use me? Yin Shi said calmly. This was the first time the latter had heard someone's voice in 3 days. She raised her head crazily and turned around, but in this lightless darkness, her eyesight couldn't exert any effect. I can only feel that there is a terrifying power all around. The one who spoke was the big devil who captured him and wiped out the Ghost Slayer squad completely. Kanzaki Aoi, who no longer wants to stay here, broke down and shouted hysterically, scratching his head. No, don't leave me here, I will listen to you. Now she is actually less than 14 years old. She stayed in this dark dungeon for 3 days, unable to see anything, only vaguely heard the sound of feeding, and then no matter how much she shouted, no one responded, as if she was trapped abandoned alone in the vast darkness. This feeling has already made Kanzaki Aoi unable to sleep well, and he is going crazy with anxiety every day. It is only natural that such an environment cannot be accepted. Oh well. Yin Shi smiled softly. However, if I find out that you are suspected of betraying or running away, Kanzaki Aoi, I will not give you a second chance. Kaori. The frightened and nervous woman was leaning against the corner at this moment, looking around in horror. She couldn't see where Yin Shi was at all. In this black and 5-light space, she felt desperate like a blind person. At this moment, unexpectedly, Kanzaki Aoi raised his head suddenly. A huge aura is right in front of her at this moment. The next moment, amid Kanzaki Aoi's painful wailing, Yin Shi's fingertips drew a very weird figure under Kanzaki Aoi's collarbone. Ah! Blood and tears flowed down. The girl cried and screamed in fear and pain, and was stopped by Yin Shi in a cold voice. This is the proof that you are my property. You can cover it up, but you can't forget it. Advertisement, Yin Shi said calmly. Now, come with me. There are still 2 of your seniors in the dungeon. Having been forcefully tattooed on his chest by Yin Shi, and now he has been burned to stop the bleeding, Kanzaki Aoi pursed his lips, covered his chest with one hand while crying, and carefully grabbed Yin Shi's clothes with the other hand, and was led forward by Yin Shi. Next, with Kanzaki Aoi's Yin Shi, came to Tsuyuri Kanuo's cell. Yin Shi, who has night vision, can feel it very quickly. Compared with Kanzaki Aoi, who is on the verge of collapse, this 3-no girl sits cross-legged with a blank expression on her face. No words were spoken and it seemed quite quiet. Yin Shi is still clear and aware of her background. Therefore, Tsuyuri Kanawo is so calm now. In Yin Shi's view, it is actually not too rare. Hanai and Kochou Shinobu work for me under my command. What is your choice? 233? Do you want to serve me like them? Yin Shi said calmly. Hearing this, the delicate body of Kanzaki Aoi beside him trembled. And Kanao, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, raised his head at this moment. Although he knew that she should not be able to see him, Yin Shi still calmly chose to meet her eyes. Then, I saw that this 3-no girl was a little clumsy, and took out a coin from her bosom. Then, after gently throwing it into the sky, it is ready to be connected to the back of the hand. If it is positive, she will go with Yin Shi. If it is negative, she will stay here and will not choose to join forces with ghosts. But at this moment, under the surprised gaze of the girl, Yin Shi grabbed the coin. I see. Kanao, do you have night vision calendar? Seeing the girl's reaction, Yin Shi suddenly felt lost in his heart, and then thought about it. In the original book, there is also a scene where she activates the ultimate secret of Breath of Flowers. Eyes on the other side, therefore, her eyesight is her unique talent. It's positive, you and I will go. Kanao froze in place, and then, a little clumsy and nervous, didn't know what to do. Nothing like this has ever happened before. How to do this? I saw the coin, it's heads. Yin Shi interrupted her indifferently, and said indifferently at this moment. I will make a choice for you. Then, come with me, Kanao. We have to meet another person. Don't sit here and waste your time. The girl opened her mouth clumsily, and then, a little at a loss, stood up in a daze. After being held by Yin Shi's little hand, together with Kanzaki Aoi, they followed Yin Shi to the door. Chapter 206. The girl who was hungry and dizzy, for nothing. Kanroji Mitsuri. Tsuyuri Kanawa was still a little overwhelmed. She was a little confused, tossing a coin. Can someone directly force it and choose it? However, about this point, Kanao's sister did not teach her. So, in fact, at this moment, Kanao is extremely at a loss. But I have to say that, no matter what, Yin Shi's approach definitely left a deep impression on Kanao. So, no matter what, Yin Shi has achieved his goal. Except that Kanzaki Aoi was a little confused and annoyed, but didn't dare to show it. As for why, naturally, it feels that Yin Shi is treated differently. Treat yourself directly with orders, and then directly stamped a distinctive brand on your chest just now. As for Tsuyuri Kanawa, he is much gentler and gentler. What is this? However, Kanzaki Aoi, who is dissatisfied but very afraid of Yin Shi, dare not express any complaints. He can only be led away by Yin Shi just like Kanao. However, the difference is that she timidly grabbed Yin Shi's hem, while Kanao was led away by Yin Shi's hand in a daze. Go to the second basement, in front of the cage where Kanroji Mitsuri is held. Yin Shi let go of his hand, and then, walked forward, just about to open the prison door. The next moment, The whole person was a little shocked to see what happened in the cage, frowned slightly, and stretched out his hand to remove the entire prison door, under the watchful eyes of Kanzaki Aoi holding the torch with some trepidation. Yin Shi threw the prison door aside, walked into it quickly, and then took a good look at the situation of Kanroji Mitsuri at this moment. This girl is worse than Yin Shi thought. Why did she just fall asleep? At this moment, feeling that someone was coming, Mitsuri lay on the corner listlessly and raised her eyes. Is it you? You brought food again? Can you send more? I'm really hungry, hey? Suddenly, Mitsuri seemed to sense something was wrong, and blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise. With the dim light of the torch, at this moment, Kanroji Mitsuri, who woke up from the twilight, was able to see exactly who was standing in front of him. Then, the confused look on the girl's pretty face suddenly changed, and then, she looked nervously at Yin Shi in front of her. She remembered, this guy is the chief culprit who let her suffer the disaster of being in prison now. A member of 12 Kizuki, also, the B****************** D who kidnapped Kochou Hanai and Rengoku Ruvuo. Just about to get up, the next moment, Kanroji Mitsuri's buttocks softened, and he sat back, leaning against the corner of the wall, his stomach making a cuckling sound. Woo! He couldn't do it for even a second, and Kanroji Mitsuri felt really ashamed. At this moment, he couldn't help covering his face in embarrassment and shyness, and didn't dare to raise his head at all. The corners of Yin Shi's mouth curled up in amusement, and then he asked softly with some doubts. I remember, I told Shuzuru, Kyu, and Suma to prepare your food well. Kanroji Mitsuri said thoughtfully and weakly. Oh, so those three girls have these names. They did a good job, but I get hungry easily. Especially when I stay in one place without moving, and the prepared meals can't satisfy my appetite at all. Advertisement. Kanroji Mitsuri sighed. So, what are you doing here? The ghost killing team has been wiped out, the sword forging village no longer exists, and the inheritance of the breathing method has been wiped out by me, Yin Shi said calmly. In other words, the ghost killing team is gone. So, are you interested? Come to work here? Hey, I don't want to be a ghost. No matter how hungry I am, I won't eat people. Kanroji Mitsuri shook his head hastily, waved his hands a little angrily, and after speaking, he lowered his face weakly. Both Tsuyuri Kanawo and Kanzaki Aoi looked at this embarrassed but still pretty big sister with some concern. When Kanroji Mitsuri was at the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad, he had a very good relationship with them, the Kochou house. Seeing her so helpless now, the two kind-hearted girls feel a little distressed. Looking at Kanroji Mitsuri's appearance, Yin Shi said with a smile, I will not take the initiative to transform you into a ghost. Besides, asking you to do things for me is not asking you to do something harmful. You were very close to the Kochou sisters, so I want you to accompany them well. In addition, this is actually my behavior of keeping you under my nose. After all, among the remnants of the ghost-killing squad, you are the only ones. It still exists, and it still has breathing swordsmanship. Kanroji Mitsuri blinked blankly and then pondered for a while. She remembered that Yin Shi treated them differently from ordinary members of the ghost-killing squad. In addition, Sister Kochou Kanae was also the first column-level swordsman to join Yin Shi's faction. When we met at that time, her words are still vivid in Kanroji Mitsuri's memory, which is very impressive. If you don't transform into a ghost, then you can continue to be with the Kochou sisters like them. In fact, it's not a bad choice. It's much better than this damp dungeon where you can't get enough to eat, isn't it? Kanroji Mitsuri thought about it thoughtfully, then blinked his beautiful eyes, and asked a little nervously and timidly. Then, do you eat the bag? I will eat a lot of meals. If I don't have much income, I can support myself. It's not enough for my food expenses. Yin Shi smiled, stretched out his hand, facing Kanroji Mitsuri in front of him, of course. However, from the looks of it, the three of you should all be a little sluggish and fainted from hunger. I'm really sorry, because of the busy work these days, and we, Ghost Moon, also have different opinions on the arrangement of the prisoners, but fortunately, it has been completely settled now. Since you are all my people, let me treat you to a good meal and express my apologies. Kanroji Mitsuri widened his beautiful eyes in surprise, but looked at Yin Shi with some doubts. This kid is a ghost. Then, obviously, ordinary human food should have no taste to him, right? Asking Kanroji Mitsuri to hold his hand, Yin Shi pulled her up, and supported her who was a little unable to stand due to hunger and dizziness. Without thinking about it, she bent slightly, and then directly picked up Kanroji Mitsuri. Why? Kanroji Mitsuri was a little shy and surprised, and then leaned on Yin Shi's back in a little embarrassment, looking quite shy. After a while, he still said softly, I'm sorry, to trouble you. Yin Shi smiled and nodded, then motioned for Kanao and Aoi to follow. Afterwards, in a restaurant in Dongjing, Yin Shi and the three daughters were seated at each other's tables while they were toasting each other. Kanzaki Aoi still restrained herself. In that situation, although she finally broke away and regained her freedom, to be honest, she really didn't have much enthusiasm and appetite. Therefore, it is almost the same as Yin Shi, hiding in the shallows, watching Kanroji Mitsuri who is feasting, and Kanao who is almost as good as her. Yin Shi knows the character design, so he is not too surprised. Advertisement. But for the first time seeing Kanroji Mitsuri's wild and unrestrained attitude, and Kanao's performance almost as good as hers, Kanzaki Aoi was really quite shocked. Then, he looked at the lobster meat in the small bowl with some hesitation, pondered for a while, and put the chopsticks in his mouth to chew gently. The four of Yin Shi are in a private room at the moment. Naturally, there will be no guests staring impolitely at Kanroji Mitsuri, who has been hungry for a long time and finally has a full meal. However, the waiter who kept adding food, who came in and out, was quite shocked and surprised. This is the first time they have seen such a girl who can eat. Woo! Cough cough cough. Suddenly, Kanroji Mitsuri, who was coughing and blushing because he ate too fast, kept patting the chest of the unbuttoned ghost-killing squad uniform, which made Yin Shi frightened by the ups and downs, and quickly poured a glass of water for him. She drank it quickly. At this moment, Kanroji Mitsuri, who had finally finished his drink, finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, her beautiful eyes stared at Yin Shi with twinkling stars. Yin Shi is a good guy. Kanroji Mitsuri confirms this point of view. Although Yin of Shi is a ghost, but Millie thinks it doesn't matter even if she is a ghost. I can always watch myself eat with kind eyes, and will not interfere with my appetite, treat others with gentleness, enthusiasm and consideration. Even if it is a ghost, so what? Yin Shi is a good guy, and the next moment, Mitsuri lowered her head in embarrassment, and shouted loudly. Although I have failed, please talk to me about a relationship for the purpose of marriage. I think you are a very cute and kind ghost, Dr. Timely. Kanzaki Aoi's eyes widened in shock. No, how did it become like this? Kanao was still concentrating on cooking and didn't notice this scene. But at this moment, Yin Shi raised the corner of his mouth playfully. Mitsuri is very good at strategy, he knows it. However, let her eat enough, promise to be her long-term meal ticket, and also look good. Can she make her want to fall in love? If you give it for nothing, there's no reason to let it go. Yin Shi said softly. Okay, we can try. Chapter 207 Your Majesty Muzan, I miss you very much. However, at this moment, Yin Shi changed the topic, although I don't mind, but, Miri, first of all, I am the husband and boyfriend of Sister Kochou, you have to be clear about this. Oh, yes. Kanroji Mitsuri shook his body, and then sat down shyly again. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm really too much. It's okay, Yin Shi said with a smile. Keep eating, Miri, there is enough food for tonight, even if you can't eat, you can take it home later. Good. As long as you provide a lot of delicious food, the girl who will be willing to go with you suddenly agreed with her eyes shining. Only Kanzaki Aoi felt something was wrong. How can you call your name directly? In Neon, calling people by their first names is quite an intimate behavior. And Yin Shi, with all his plans, didn't even have a day of contact with Kanroji Mitsuri. However, Kanzaki Aoi didn't know what to say when he looked at Kanroji Mitsuri, who seemed to be nothing. During the occasional talks, the dinner time passed happily. After drinking and eating, Yin Shi took the three of them who felt quite happy and left first. Next, they probably need to be monitored under certain circumstances. Kanzaki Aoi can be used as an assistant to Tamayo and Duohuo to help them deal with the problem. With Kanzaki Aoi's nursing knowledge, this can be achieved very well. As for Kanao and Kanroji Mitsuri, Yin Shi intends to let them go back to Kanae and Shinobu, one as a sister-in-law and the other as a best friend. This way, it can also alleviate their inner loneliness when Yin Shi is not around occasionally. Yin Shi. One as expected, after Yin Shi's return, both Tamayo and Duohuo seemed a little excited. After stepping forward to hug 197 for a while, they noticed behind the door. In fact, Yin Shi was not the only one, and there were some expressions on their faces. Some curious and eccentric three girls. Duohuo, who was following Tamayo, also covered his mouth in surprise after noticing the next three people looking in disbelief. She recognizes them. Mrs. Grenadier. At this moment, they also noticed the location of Rengoku's grenade, and Kanroji Mitsuri and the others stared in surprise. Then, suddenly, there was a strange feeling in my heart. Haven't seen you for a long time, after Rengoku said softly, he stretched out his hand and held the small hand of Mitori, who was forward, and said softly. As the stepson of Rengoku Kyojuru, Kanroji Mitsuri naturally knew the master's mother, Mrs. Duohuo. Moreover, what happened to Rengoku at that time was well known to everyone in the Demon Slayer squad. Regarding the situation of this lady, they all hold not optimistic thoughts. Kanroji Mitsuri is not good at commenting on anything, but looking at it now, I found that Mrs. Duohuo is alive and well, and her complexion is quite moist and she has not been bullied. I have to say it is a very good thing. In addition, it can also be felt very fully, as if it has received special nourishment, and its temperament is very soft and mature. Advertisement Kanroji Mitsuri thought with a blushing face. Then, if Tamayo and Duanwo looked at Yin Shi meaningfully at this moment, and wanted him to explain, what is going on with these people? The surviving captives brought over after the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad were destroyed. Yin Shi said softly, because they have the foundation of breathing techniques, and know, BDBE, the story of the origin of the Ghost Slayer squad and ghosts, so no matter what, I can't let it go easily. Although I have a benevolent heart and don't have the heart to kill, restricting freedom is something that must be done. Yin Shi said softly. The reason for bringing them here is also that I want you to take care of them for a short period of time in the future. I will talk to Chuhi, Moyu, Suma and others about this matter, and they will come to help. Tamayo couldn't help but sighed slightly helplessly. Restricting freedom, okay, then she immediately understood what Yin Shi was thinking. In addition, Kanao and Aoi were members of the Kochou house before, Yin Shi introduced to the two gentle and beautiful ladies. At this time, Liahuo asked softly. So, if you want, you can join us during this period of time. Let them help you with some tricks. Under the shocked gaze of Kanroji Mitsuri and others, Yin Shi hugged Tamayo and Duohuo, who were a little shy and embarrassed to be intimate with so many people watching, and pulled them into his arms. Yin Shi said softly, "I'm very sorry, I'm sorry today I will have an audience with His Majesty Muzan later, so I can only make up for you after this. In addition, I also have good news, and I will tell you later." Duohuo and Tamayo did not refute, and after snuggling with Yin Shi quietly for a while, they took the initiative to separate, leading Mi Li and the other three to leave. With two wives who take care of her so much, Yin Shi is really relieved. However, also because of her actions, Mitsuri was a little annoyed and shy at the moment. Luckily Yin Shi had reminded her at that time. "This hateful guy, this is not hugging left and right, it is not as simple as stepping on two boats, this hateful guy." But Kanao has no opinion on this, she doesn't care about this matter. Except for Kanzaki Aoi, who was a little nervous and flustered, her name was directly called out by Yin Shi, plus the imprint from Yin Shi on her chest. Could it be? Does this hateful, despicable and lecherous ghost have thoughts about himself? Seeing the three girls entering the villa with complicated thoughts, Yin Shi breathed out softly. "Well, it's time. Tonight, His Majesty Muzan has an appointment, not in the palace, but in the Infinite City. Although I don't know why, but Yin Shi dare not break the appointment. Close your eyes and teleport directly to Nakim in the Infinite City through Muzan's blood at the Sea of Consciousness." The next moment, Yin Shi's figure disappeared directly in place. And the next second after that, Tamayo was about to take Yin Shi to sit on the sofa in the living room first. Looking at the empty door, he couldn't help but put his hands on his hips in frustration. In addition to the soft eyes, he also felt a little helpless. Her man is busy again. Winter Capital Underground, Infinite City. Yin Shi, who teleported to Lin, was standing on the floor at the moment, and then, looking at Nakim on the high platform with interest. The blood ghost technique of this space ability is really easy to use. "Nakim, if you are interested, give me your flesh and blood. If possible, I also want my woman to have such vampirism abilities." "Let me refuse," Nakim said without hesitation. Yin Shi felt a little regretful. Advertisement, however, if you really want to do this, in fact, you really don't know if it will work. Before, Yin Shi did this experiment when he was a guest at the home of Jiuhuo Nayo, one of the last strains. Ordinary people can't bear it, they must have thin blood to transform into ghosts. And even if transformed into a ghost, the physique is weaker than that of ordinary ghosts, and the blood ghost ability is the original castrated version, which is very interesting. As for the space ability of Nakim's vampirism, it is obvious that it cannot be easily replicated successfully. His Majesty Muzan sees you in the inner room, perhaps, you should take a bath? At this time, out of good intentions, Nakim reminded softly. "Continuing to make His Majesty wait for a long time is the crime of my rebellious minister, not to mention, I really didn't do anything overstepping this afternoon," Yin Shi said with a helpless sigh. Then, after waving his hand, he left Nakim with a free and easy back, and walked towards the depths of the corridor until the figure completely merged into the darkness. Nakim on the high platform was silent for a while, and then lightly played the pipa in his hand. Change the position of the space, so that Yin Shi only needs to make another corner next to enlarge the room where His Majesty Muzan is. Then, at this time, accompanied by Yin Shi pushing open the paper sliding door and stepping into the dark atmosphere. Then, he snapped his fingers lightly, and a ball of flames quickly ignited on his fingertips, and this scene obviously caused the graceful, majestic and beautiful figure in the depths to let out an exclamation. "Why?" The next moment, after Yin Shi snapped his fingers lightly, the flames shot to all directions in the top of the head, and then paused to enter the role of lighting. Yin Shi paused, looking at His Majesty Muzan not far away, who was watching him use this method with interest. Dressed in a graceful black robe, juicy, with a delicate and majestic pretty face, exquisite facial features, and blood like deep eyes, like fine wine, people are intoxicated, dazzled and unable to extricate themselves. Yin Shi was very excited inside, and quickly stepped forward. Although in His Majesty Muzan's view, the last time he met Yin Shi was less than a week away. However, for Yin Shi, that was quite a long time. The time experienced in the Tivat world actually happened. Muzan looked at Yin Shi, who walked forward quickly with some doubts, and then, a little abruptly, he was embraced by the young man in his arms. The queen, who was slightly taken aback, couldn't help stretching out her hand at this moment, and then patted Yin Shi's back fondly. "What's wrong? It feels like I haven't seen me for a long time. One day is like 3 autumns. His Majesty Muzan, I miss you so much." A smile appeared in Muzan's beautiful wine-red eyes, and then, he also gently hugged this presumptuous servant. "Also my husband. Okay, I miss you too, husband." Chapter 271 Pregnant His Majesty Muzan. He hugged His Majesty Muzan's delicate body, and let her sit safely on his lap. Yin Shi embraced her intimately, and sat on the throne like this. Infinity City is the second resting place of His Majesty Muzan, and at the same time, it is also the hiding place and base camp of His Majesty Muzan before he became the Emperor. Therefore, for the creation of Infinite City, Ghost Dance Shi Muzan has put in a lot of effort. Therefore, although it is not as luxurious as the rooms in the Imperial Palace, the luxury and nobility of the furniture, in fact, will not look inferior at all. The accumulation of hundreds of years of history, here, is much deeper and heavier than the imperial residence of the Imperial Palace. But at this moment, after Yin Shi and His Majesty Muzan, who spoke softly, pulled out the silver thread, the corners of their mouths slightly raised. Then, Muzan leaned lazily in Yin Shi's arms, and asked with some doubts, I don't know why, we obviously haven't seen each other for a few days. How do you feel that you are stronger now than before? This is natural. There is a world of difference between the Doflamingo template of the Shichibukai, Amanyasha, inherited by Yin Shi before, and the Kaido template of the Four Emperors, 100 Beasts, inherited by Yin Shi now. It can be said that Yin Shi's physical fitness has been strengthened in all aspects. If what Muzan felt at the time was that Yin Shi was very powerful and he felt much stronger than himself. So now, what His Majesty Muzan feels is that Yin Shi has become so strong that it is a bit beyond her cognition. Hearing this, she gently hugged Yin Shi of His Majesty Muzan, smiled lightly, and then replied gently, "Yes. And, Your Majesty, I have one more thing I want to report to you." Muzan was a little curious. Then, he sat on Yin Shi's lap and listened respectfully. "So, tell me." Both she and Yin Shi had promised each other that they would never hide anything from each other again. And now, it's clear that Yin Shi is ready to share her secrets again. After pondering for a long time, Yin Shi exhaled slowly, and then, gently hugging His Majesty Muzan in his arms, at this moment, he finally told the series of stories he experienced besides his identity. System. Power. That is to say, Yin Shi, you can travel to other worlds and become stronger. Then, the reason why you have become so powerful in my opinion is that because in my opinion, the time has not changed and it is only about 4 days, but in your impression, has it actually been several months? At this moment, Muzan, who learned about his story from Yin Shi, was really shocked. "That's right," Yin Shi said softly. "I too, only discovered the truth when I suddenly traveled through 4 days before His Majesty Muzan's impression. If Your Majesty thinks that my strength was 1 at that time, then it can be said yes, my current strength is at least in the 9 to 10 range." Muzan stared blankly at Yin Shi, and then pursed his lips somewhat complicatedly. "But no matter what, no matter how powerful I become, I only have Your Majesty in my heart." Yin Shi stretched out his hand at this moment, gently held Muzan's kaken, and gently stroked the other's nails painted with black coat and flower juice with his fingertips, and then said softly and gently, "In addition, I have another happy event to tell Your Majesty." Muzan, who was still a little astonished and unable to accept the story Yin Shi told, looked at Yin Shi after softly moaning at this moment, waiting for him to continue speaking. At this time, Yin Shi said gently, "Didn't I demonstrate the power of flames to Your Majesty just now? Actually, after that, I can only use flames." As he spoke, Yin Shi stretched out his hand in the witness of Muzan, and a blue astral wind was entwined in his palm, which then transformed into a raging flame, and finally formed a thunderbolt. The 3 elemental forces under his control not only appeared to be quite skilled, but at the same time it is also as natural and superb as a magic master's performance. Advertisement Muzan, who was dumbfounded, widened his beautiful eyes in shock at this moment, extremely astonished. Although Yin Shi has said before that he has himself in his heart, but suddenly, as if in the blink of an eye, the child that he had to take good care of before suddenly became so strong and so strange. "Your Majesty, you are my wife, don't worry, my strength has always been for you," Yin Shi said with a smile, hugging Muzan and said softly at this moment. "So, even if the time comes, our ghost clan has killed exposure, face to face with the human world, as Your Majesty, you will be the enemy of the world. I will also stand in front of you without hesitation, and help you block all wind and rain." Yin Shi's burgundy eyes looked solemnly at Muzan's beautiful eyes in his arms, and said softly at this moment. And this oath also made Muzan, who was a little upset at the moment, calm down suddenly. He looked at Yin Shi with a serious face, but he was still young, with an immature look. Muzan was amused for the first time. "Laughing at myself, actually worried because Yin Shi is too powerful for her to control. This is completely superfluous. This is her husband. Moreover, he is also his only man, and his most loyal follower." Gently pecked at the corner of Yin Shi's mouth. At this moment, the ghost dance official Muzan, whose mouth was slightly raised, was nestling lazily in Yin Shi's arms. "Okay, I know you are very strong, so, is there anything else you want to add? I also have something to tell you." Hearing this, Yin Shi was slightly taken aback, and then pondered for a while. Still barely suppressed his curiosity. What he wants to say next is the most important thing. Therefore, even though he really wanted to know what important matter His Majesty Muzan had to tell him, at this moment, Yin Shi reluctantly restrained himself. "There is one last thing to tell His Majesty Muzan," Yin Shi said softly. "As for the blue Bianhua, which is the condition for overcoming the sun, I don't think we need to wait another half a year, that is, to send people to pick it when the sun is at its peak this summer." Muzan frowned slightly, but did not ask any questions, but waited for Yin Shi to continue speaking. "Isn't Your Majesty curious about why my power has become so strong? In fact, it's because I acquired the power of a giant dragon after traveling to another world." Lied lightly, which is actually a better explanation, Yin Shi said softly at this moment. "Thanks to it, I have obtained extremely strong power, and I also have the free control of 3 elemental abilities. Asking for flowers. At the same time, the ghost blood flowing in my body is also sublimated." Yin Shi looked at His Majesty Muzan's wine-red beautiful eyes who were slightly startled, and said softly. "That is to say, now I have grown into the one that His Majesty Muzan dreams of, breaking through the restrictions of the ghost race, and the only one who overcomes the weakness of the sun. It's a ghost." Muzan's beautiful eyes widened in shock. At this time, Yin Shi gently held Muzan's kaken and placed it on his chest. "Therefore, for the next research, I only need to pay my blood for His Majesty's researcher Tamayo and the others. It will probably not be long. It will allow us to stand under the sun again. Advertisement. Muzan opened his mouth, and then sighed slightly with some emotion. After a while, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up, snuggling up to Lord Yin Shi sweetly. You little guy, really? No matter what time it is, it always brings me surprises, hee. There is no need to wait for the blue banana flower half a year later. The future is so uncertain and unknown, even if it is very possible, but actually Muzan still has some worries in his heart. And at this moment, after hearing Yin Shi's words, the last trace of worry has completely disappeared. The purpose of her creation of ghosts is to destroy the ghost killing team, to find the blue Bianhua, or to find a ghost that can defeat the sun. The funny thing is, the answers to all these intractable diseases have been solved by this little guy in this era. At this moment, Ghost Dance official Muzan's heart was excited, and then, there was unrestrained joy. The Empress, who was gently snuggling in Yin Shi's arms, said softly at this moment. Then, after I also overcome the sun, come with me to the top of Mount Fuji, husband. No problem. Yin Shi said with a smile. Your wish is my motivation. Puff, Ghost Dance official Muzan smiled lightly, then, after pondering for a while, said softly. So, it's time for me to say the last, most important thing. Yin Shi, I'm pregnant. Let's talk. His Majesty Muzan raised his head, with beautiful wine-red eyes. He looked at Yin Shi's red eyes with some embarrassment and excitement. After the words fell, Yin Shi widened his eyes in shock. Why? Why? After deep astonishment, followed by ecstasy on his face, seeing this scene, Muzan was both ashamed and happy, and coughed lightly, but the corners of his mouth were slightly curled up, continuing to enjoy Yin Shi's reaction. Thousands of years, probably, exist just to see you. Muzan closed her beautiful eyes, exhaled lightly, and snuggled into Yin Shi's arms. Bad guys. How are you responsible?